Chapter 1 Survival Jurassic. On a vast expanse of grassland, there are a few towering giant trees, a long river runs across the river, Stegosaurus leisurely eats food, Archaeopteryx flies low in the sky. Under a tall silver needle tree, Liang Zheng slowly opened his eyes, and after seeing the scene in front of him, he immediately sat up in shock. Where is this? How come I come here? Liang is a high school student sitting in an internet cafe for 5 consecutive times. When he has never won before, suddenly a flash of light flashes in front of him, and he comes here. Just when he was puzzled, an image panel suddenly appeared in front of him. Welcome to the Jurassic era. You are the 8 billionth survivor. In the future, you will challenge the extreme survival with survivors from 195 countries. You can open up your own territory by increasing the population, and at the same time rely on hunting and killing creatures, harvesting plants, and mining minerals to improve your own strength. You can also use the points to redeem the items you need in the mall and upgrade the existing technology. The initial point is 50, please use it carefully. Building more people to explore around can increase the chance of triggering technology and civilization, and it will also make you stronger faster. However, actions or words must not be used to interfere with the civilization development of the indigenous people without authorization. If the first warning is discovered, the second warning will be directly obliterated. Please observe the cyclical and gradual history of civilization development. You will have 7 days of novice protection to make it easier for you to adapt to this world. During this period, you will not be attacked by any survivors or dinosaurs, except for active attacks on others and counterattacks. This panel is your exclusive system, you can summon it with your thoughts at will. Finally, I wish you a pleasant journey. Liang Zheng stared at everything around him in a daze. He didn't understand why he suddenly came to this Jurassic era. He looked at the dinosaurs around him with a little excitement. Forget it, if you come, you can settle for it, let's see what's in the system first. Liang Zheng looked at the system panel, and the first thing that appeared was his own property panel. Survivor, Liang Zheng. Current era, Jurassic era. Civilization stage, the Barbaric era. Territory area, none. Population, none. Civilization degree, 0/100. Technology, none. Civilization events, none. Then he saw a shopping mall page. Liang Zheng directly clicked in, and the items inside were dazzling. Unfortunately, most of them were grey and could not be purchased. The first item on the character page and the house page was lit. Variety, half ape, 10 points / 1 piece. Health, 50. Attack power, 10. Defense, 5. Speed, 3. Skills, Beast Destruction, 10% bonus to beast attacks. Introduction, half human and half ape humans have extremely strong survivability in the wild, and at the same time have great antagonism against wild beasts, making them the ideal partner for novices. I currently have 50 points, but I need 10 points per person, but now the situation is unclear, it is safer to buy someone and follow me. Thinking of this, Liang Zheng directly clicked to buy, and the sound of the system sounded again. If the purchase is successful, you will get 1. Just then the system suddenly disappeared and Liang was looking at the panel. What does this mean? Crashed? F***ck cheating. But at the next moment, the panel appeared again. Successfully purchased half apes, you will get 100 half apes. After speaking, Liang Zheng was surrounded by half apes in an instant, and each of them was covered with black hair, all naked, holding a huge stick in his hand. Liang Zheng was stunned, looking at the dense half-ape people around him. He had only bought 1, how could there be so many suddenly? Thinking of this, I hurriedly looked at the points, and the number 40 was displayed in the points column. How is this going? Did something go wrong just now? Or because the system is malfunctioning, the 99 extra ones are compensation for me? Thinking of this, Liang Zheng decided to try again and bought another half-ape. Successfully purchased half-apes, you will get 100 half-apes. In this way, a group of half-apes once again appeared around Liang Zheng. Seeing where the dense half-apes were looking at him, Liang Zheng's heart suddenly became excited. I rely on, this is a bug, and the number of people who bought by myself has appeared 100 times more crit, which is simply not too happy. The system has just said that only the larger the population, the greater the possibility of discovering new technologies by oneself, and at the same time, it will unlock a higher degree of civilization. What is the most necessary to fight a war? It must be human. Now that he has 100 times the crit of the character, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in the Jurassic era? At this moment, a 1-meter-high dinosaur happened to pass by. When they saw Liang Zheng, they first tilted their heads and took a look, then opened their sharp teeth and rushed straight up. Before Liang Zheng could give his order, 200 half-apes directly beat up the poor dinosaur. Your half-ape attacked Heterodon, causing 6 damage. Your half-ape attacked Heterodon, hit a weak spot, and caused 18 points of damage. Kill the Heterodon and get 5 points. The sound of the system sounded again. Looking at the scene in front of him, Liang Zheng understood. It turned out that you would get points for killing these wild creatures, but this is too little. A half-ape requires 10 points, and it takes only a Heterodon to kill. Give 5 points. Kaka, Earth. Victory. Liang Zheng found that he could understand the words of half-ape man, but seeing the blood-filled, dying Heterodon, Liang Zheng felt a little bit unbearable. For him as a high school student, let alone killing dinosaurs, even chickens and ducks have never killed him. Now that he saw this cruel world, he couldn't adapt for a while. But the half-apes were extremely excited. Some raised their hands above their heads and kept clapping their palms, some kept hammering their chests and shouting constantly in their mouths. It seemed that they had to adapt to this weak flesh as soon as possible. Strong food in the world. At this moment, a half-ape man was ready to enjoy the results, and started to bite Osnilin, but found that its skin couldn't be broken at all. The angry half-ape man kept beating with the stick in the middle of the week, but it still had no effect. He directly picked up a sharp stone on the ground and drew it toward Osnilin, only to find that the skin was directly cut open. Civilization event. Your half-ape found that stones can penetrate the skin of dinosaurs, so they learned stone tool polishing. Unlocked the basic stone tool polishing skills, and the level of civilization is +5. Primary stone tool polishing. The stone can be polished into sharp weapons, which can pierce the enemy's defense more effectively. Liang Zheng hurriedly opened the mall and saw that there was a new skill in science and technology, basic stone tool polishing. Using 500 points to upgrade to intermediate level, he was excited. Chapter 2 Danger appears. Originally, Liang Zheng was very excited after seeing the new skills, but after seeing the last time in parentheses, he suddenly cursed, 500 points, and he wanted to save for the year of the monkey. And this is only to upgrade to the intermediate level. If it is advanced, how much does it cost? At this time Liang Zheng's desire for points is infinitely strengthened, and he must have enough points to upgrade the rest. But then Liang Zheng became happy, because a new weapon was unlocked in the mall. Weapon, Stone Axe, 5 points /1. Attack power, +10. Introduction, an axe made of rough polished stone that can cut through shallow defenses. Weapon, Stone Spear, 10 points /1. Attack power, +15. Introduction, a pointed tip that is rough polished from stone and tied with a long stick, which can be used to stab the enemy. Liang Zheng was excited for a while, but when he saw the points, he fainted. Knowing that he has 200 people, it means that he needs 1000 points just to match the stone axe. This is simply an astronomical figure for him now. Where can I get so many points? Does he rely on playing small dinosaurs to upgrade every day? Complaining to complaining, things are still to be done. At least he has 100 times the crit of a character, and the rest of the newly arrived survivors may be even more miserable. I am afraid that there are not even 10 people around. At this moment, Liang Zheng saw a half-ape man holding a piece of bloody meat in his hands and handed it to him. Liang Zheng saw the piece of meat and vomited, and constantly waved his hand at the half-ape man. The half-ape man felt suspicious when he saw Liang Zheng's movements, and then slowly moved away. When Liang Zheng raised his head again, he discovered that these half-ape men had already eaten with big mouthfuls. Suddenly Liang Zheng thought of a question. These guys still don't know the existence of fire, let alone know how to cook food, but what should I do? Liang Zheng watched as a group of people were eating dinosaur meat, and he was studying the system again. There were 200 half-apes, and he finally had some confidence in his heart. He looked at the house page and saw that the first cave in it was bright. Commodity, cave, 20 points / 1 piece. Function, can accommodate 200 people. The shelter is a shelter for novices, but it cannot resist the attacks of beasts and other survivors. P.S. Please note that this item can only be purchased once. It is a 7-day cave for novices. After the purchase, it will not be attacked by other survivors. The cave will disappear after 7 days. This is really cheating. It turned out to be only a 7-day residence, but it costs 20 points. If it is not enough, I can only resist buying it now. After all, it is related to my own safety problem, and my life is gone. Enduring the heartache, Liang Zheng directly ordered the purchase, and then the scene around him changed for a while. After he entered the cave with the 200 half-apes, they were extremely crowded. Liang Zheng looked at the system and sighed heavily. Just now the system said that he was the 8 billionth survivor, which means that there were at least 8 billion people in the Jurassic era. He found that there was a chat page on the system, and hurriedly clicked it. If you want to get the information of this era, watching these people's chat is undoubtedly the fastest. The chat channels are divided into world channels. Both national channels and current channels are extremely active, with messages constantly being sent, especially the world channels. Wanghai, the United States and Japan of the dog days, I have written down this grudge, let's take a look at it in the future. Tam Cruise, humph, if your kid runs fast, otherwise you won't have a chance to send a message here. Zinzui Sora, yo xi, I won't let you run away next time. There was a lot of scolding from both sides, among which other people spoke. Liang Zheng found through the channel chat that the people in Daxia are very united here, because the other countries are targeting Daxia, and only a few friendly countries stand in Daxia. Aside. At the same time, he also saw the reason, and found that Daxia actually belongs to the existence of a big brother. The compatriots basically hold together to keep warm, know how to develop farming, and are much ahead of other countries. But it is precisely for this reason that Daxia has pushed itself to the forefront of the storm, and the rest of the countries are watching closely, ready to come up and take a bite and share a piece of the pie at any time. But at this moment, a message suddenly appeared in the world system. Kong Chenjai was defeated by Yeruan Lang once, and has been obliterated from the Jurassic era. After seeing this news, the Hyuxia compatriots were silent at first, and then even more angrily shouted scolding on the world channel. Dong Xing, did anyone see my grandson in Waguo? Lao Zi went to kill him now. Kong Kwekwe, Jing Kong is crazy now, plundering novice players everywhere, everyone must pay attention. Zhao Cheng, not only Jing Sora, but also Cruz, they are both embarrassed. Seeing this, Liang Zheng's heart trembled. The ghost knew what the obliteration was. Could it be that he was really dead? Or is it back to the original world? It is estimated that this question is the same as whether there is an underworld, no one dares to try. At the same time, there was a sense of crisis in my heart. After all, I had just come here. If it weren't for the protection of this cave, I'm afraid I would have been targeted to death by people now. No. It must be developed as soon as possible. In these 7 days, he must develop to have the ability to protect himself. At this moment, the voice of decency sounded again. Civilization event, your half-ape explores the surroundings and finds a sweet and sour fruit that can be eaten, enriching the types of food, gaining a civilization degree of +5, and all characters' initial attack by +1. A half-ape man walked in, holding a bunch of red fruits in both hands. Liang Zheng took one and ate a few mouthfuls, let alone sweet and sour. It was delicious. When the half-ape saw Liang Zheng loves to eat, he put all the fruits on the ground, and then ran out happily, seeing Liang Zheng's heart relieved. In any case, these half-apes still listened to their own words, otherwise they might have a headache even more. Liang Zheng ate the fruit in his mouth, and then looked at the points he had just obtained, plus the points left before, and he only had a pitiful 10 points. It seemed that he had to act. Thinking of buying some characters here, and then sending them all out to hunt, and at the same time, you can also explore the emergence of technology. Wouldn't it kill two birds with one stone? Liang Zheng once again spent 10 points to buy 100 half-apes. And then the voice of the system reappeared. Congratulations, you have a population of 300. You can upgrade to a small tribe. After the upgrade, you will have your own house and territory. At the same time, the system will reward the construction technology elementary. Liang Zheng didn't hesitate to upgrade, but was reminded by the system that his points were not enough. It took 50 points to upgrade a small tribe to be able to upgrade. It is points again. It seems that I must not be leisurely. I only have 7 days of guardian time for the newcomer, and I must become stronger during this period. Chapter 3 Opening a Dungeon. Liang Zheng directly led 300 people out of the cave, looking at the endless forest and the dinosaurs on the land, and directly killed them. At this moment Liang Zheng came to a small open space and saw a single Stegosaurus. Dinosaur, Stegosaurus. Health value, 1000. Kill points, 50. Attack, 20. Defense, 10. Speed, 3. Introduction, it is 12 meters long and weighs 4 tons. They have pointed plates on their bodies. They are named like swords. The adult Stegosaurus is about 12 meters long and 7 meters high. It has plate-like bones on the back and the tip of the tail. There are long spines. Although he was looking forward to points strongly now, he didn't dazzle his head. He knew that it was unrealistic to deal with those carnivorous dinosaurs, and now he can only deal with these herbivores. He scattered all the people and formed a circle, and then slowly approached. Under Liang Zheng's constant body language, they finally understood. 301 people stared at the Stegosaurus in the middle, and approached a little bit, 20 meters, 15 meters, the Stegosaurus had already spotted them, roared, and prepared to escape. But no matter where it ran, it found someone. After knowing that it was under siege, it suddenly seemed a little flustered. The huge body kept turning, its tail swaying wildly, and demonstrating toward them. Suddenly a half-ape man rushed up directly. Liang Zheng saw that he wanted to stop it, but it was too late, and the surrounding half-ape man also rushed up. He shouted, raised the wooden stick in his hand, and constantly waved towards the Stegosaurus, but the first group of people who just went up were swept away by the Stegosaurus, killing and wounding immediately. Your half-ape was attacked by a Stegosaurus, killing 2 people and wounding 19 others. At this time, the second group of people rushed up and began to beat the Stegosaurus with wooden sticks. Your half-ape attacked the Stegosaurus, causing 6 damage. Your half-ape attacked the Stegosaurus, hit the weak spot, and caused 18 points of damage. Liang Zheng looked at the damage prompt, and finally got an intuitive understanding of this. His half-ape man's initial damage was 10 points, plus the 1 point added by the wild fruit before, which is 11 points. The opponent's defense is 10 points, and the actual damage is 10 times 0.5, which is 5 points, and the remaining damage after offsetting is 6 points. But I didn't expect that after hitting the weak spot, the damage would be increased by 3 times. The two people who wanted to come to death were hit by the weak spot and killed directly. Seeing the half-apes attacking the Stegosaurus continuously, the number of people continued to cause casualties. After nearly 10 minutes of fierce fighting, a wailing sounded, and the Stegosaurus fell to the ground with blood constantly flowing out of its nose. In this roundup, your half-ape comprehend the roundup skills elementary level, Civilization +5. Liang Zheng was taken aback for a moment, but he did not expect that there would be an unexpected gain, and then he looked at the roundup technique. Roundup skills: multiple people cooperate to round up the enemy, hunt and kill, gain attack power +15%, defense power +15%, speed +15% when rounding up. After seeing the introduction, Liang Zheng was agitated, and happiness came too soon. This skill may not be useful to other novices, but it is undoubtedly a god skill for himself. If you say that you have summoned 1000 people, you can add this buff to the stone axe or spear at the same time, how much your strength will increase. Then I took another look at the half-ape man's loss. It turned out to be as high as 114. This number is extremely scary. No wonder no one came to hunt high-level dinosaurs. Even if he had 100 times the crit, he felt distressed at this time. 114 would be as much as 10 points. A Stegosaurus 50 points is equivalent to only earning 40 points. Liang Zheng walked to the side of the Stegosaurus. Those half-apes who suffered minor injuries were okay, but the half-apes who suffered serious injuries could not be cured at all. Looking at the half-ape man who gave him wild fruit before, his lower body had already been pressed under the Stegosaurus, his eyes still revealed the fear of death until he died. After the death of the last seriously injured half-ape, the number was determined to be 145. At the beginning, Liang Zheng didn't care about them too much, he felt that they were just the characters given by the system, but when the half-ape man gave him food, looking at his cheerful expression, he found that this group of ape men also had feelings. Although they can't speak, they also communicate with each other and use their limbs to express their feelings. Thinking of this, Liang Zheng clasped his fist. You have to become stronger, not only in strength, but also in your own heart. Even if you become what you hate the most, there is no other way, because this is the law of this world. Liang Zheng knows that facing these beasts is okay. When he faces those survivors, it is the most tragic time. He has desires where he is human. It is normal to stabbing in the back and deceiving, and he can only believe in himself. When I went there were 301 people, but when I came back, only 156 people were left. The Stegosaurus's body was lifted back and placed at the entrance of the cave, but this time the half-ape man did not have the joy of victory. The originally crowded cave suddenly appeared extremely empty, but Liang Zheng didn't have time to care about it. Looking at the 50 points he had just earned, he sighed in his heart, and finally he could be promoted to a small tribe. System: upgrade small tribes. The upgrade conditions are being tested, the number of testing personnel is insufficient, and there is a gap of 145 people from 300. Please replenish the number and upgrade. Liang Zheng was frantic at this time, so he had to take 155 people out to continue killing the dragons. This time he only chose a few small dragons. After obtaining 20 points, he immediately added the number and upgraded the small tribe. Please identify the place where the tribe is built. Friendly reminder: tribe building is extremely important. Please choose a safe place, otherwise you will be easily attacked by wild beasts. Liang Zheng was speechless when he saw the prompt. I really knew where it was safe. Then I walked straight out of the cave and felt that this place was pretty good, with a mountain on the back and water in front. Moreover, he stayed for so long and was not attacked. It should be a feng shui place. Liang Zheng directly chose a clearing under the mountain to build. The next moment there were 15 thatched huts with fences around. Congratulations on upgrading to a small tribe and gaining construction skills elementary. Liang Zheng looked at the mall and found that the house behind the cave had been unlocked. Thatched cottage, 10 points. Durability, 100. Capacity, 20. After seeing that I was upgraded to a small tribe, I actually gave 15 thatched huts directly, which is just enough for 300 people to live in. It seems that the 50 points are not a loss. Ding! It has been detected that you have been promoted to a small tribe, and now you can go to the Raiders dungeon with you to get higher rewards and unlock the primary dungeon. Chapter 4 Tears Before Roasting Dragon Meat. Seeing the copy page in the system, Liang Zheng hurriedly looked at it and found that many copies appeared, but currently there are only 2 copies that can be entered. One is the Skylon copy, and the other is an ankle-long copy. Both of these are small carnivorous dinosaurs. It seems that this elementary dungeon is also in the stage of adapting to novices. After all, large carnivorous dinosaurs are difficult to deal with. Even the top survivalists can't deal with it. Liang Zheng looked at the profiles of the 2 dinosaurs, and wanted to choose a suitable one to hunt. Dinosaur, Skysaurus. Kill points, 50. Life, 1000. Attack, 25. Defense, 5. Speed, 15. Introduction: Skysaurus is a primitive agile, bipedal theropod dinosaur. It is about 1 meter in length, 0.5 meters in height, weighs about 4 to 7 kilograms, and has a long and flexible neck. Skysaurus has 3 toes and legs. The body is strong and equal to the length of the body. Dinosaurs: Synthosaurus. Kill points, 70. Health value, 1000. Attack, 30. Defense, 8. Speed, 20. Introduction: the length is about 3 meters, the weight is about 32 kilograms, the head has a small crown, and it shows signs of evolution to a larger syllophysis, such as Dilophosaurus. Just like Dilophosaurus, these 2 the species belong to the order of Ceratosaurus and Syllophysis. Seeing this, Liang Zheng hesitated. The attack and speed of the 2 dinosaurs were high, but the defense and life were extremely low. It seemed that he was really not a choice for a while. At this moment, there was a sudden flash of lightning and thunder outside, and it seemed that a violent storm was about to come. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck the wood next to the cave and ignited a raging fire. All the half-apes who were scared for a while kept hiding in the cave, and one of the half-apes seemed to feel something and walked to the front of the pile of flames. Your half-ape felt the temperature of the flame and took it into the cave to obtain the fire, and the civilization degree +10. Seeing that Liang Zheng was filled with his face, he was finally able to eat cooked food. At this time, the half-ape man outside had come in and walked over with the divided dinosaur meat in his hand. Everyone was sitting around the flame. It was already raining heavily outside at this time, and the damp breath continued to pour into the cave, but because of the flame, it didn't feel cold. However, Liang Zheng stared at the surrounding half-apes eating raw meat with a happy expression on his face. He did not roast the meat at all, but because of the rules, he could not interfere. He stared at the half-ape next to him. After seeing Liang Zheng's eyes, he slowly handed the raw meat that had been gnawed in half in his hand to the front of Liang, but Liang Zheng did not take it, but still faced him. He paid attention. In the end, the half-ape man couldn't stand it anymore, crying and threw down the meat in his hand, ran out of the cave, and then kept yelling, "Yes, Surakar! Abandoned! Half-ape encountered your abandonment, can't bear this kind of stimulation and committed suicide, the number of half-apes 1. Liang Zheng stared at the prompts of the system in a daze, and abandoned it. I just want him to throw the meat into the fire and roast it. What exactly did his brain circuit realize? But when Liang Zheng looked at the surrounding half-apes, he found that they were not eating. But looked at Liang Zheng with horror, for fear that he would be the next one to be abandoned. Liang Zheng stood up angrily, and Lao Zi wanted to eat a barbecue. What's wrong? Is this request too much? But those half-apes still looked at him in fear. At this moment Liang Zhang left tears of grievance, and then ran outside. When the half-apes saw his appearance, they all threw down the food in their hands and ran out. In this way, Liang Zhang led the 354 half-ape men to continue running wildly in the rain, and finally returned to the cave again. As a result, because of the panic when they went out just now, some half-ape men actually threw their meat into the fire. A meaty question reached their noses, and Liang Zhang was suddenly excited, ran to the side of the fire, and saw a piece of dinosaur meat that had been roasted. But he couldn't manage so much anymore. He hadn't eaten for a day, and he vomited a lot, and his stomach was already empty. Even if it was burnt, it was better than eating it raw. Liang Zhang ate directly, and the half-apes around seemed to understand something. They put the meat on the fire and took it out to eat when it was charred. Civilization event: your half-ape changed his eating habits, gained popular cooked food, and his civilization degree was +10. Popularization of cooked food: the character's diet has been changed, the physique improved, health value +100, initial attack +10, initial defense +10, initial speed +10. Looking at the system prompts, Liang Zhang was eating barbecue in his mouth, and the fat and oil continued to flow. He finally felt a trace of civilization. Although there is no salt, it does not affect the taste at all. After all, when he is hungry, filling your stomach is the kingly way. The piece of meat just now was at least about a catty. Liang Zhang actually ate all of it, and he kept rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, he found the flame. Otherwise, I really don't know how to live this day. After eating and drinking enough, Liang Zhang went to the thatched cottage, only to find that because of the storm just now, there was a vast ocean inside, and he simply returned to the cave again. Saw the second figure unlocked in the mall. Variety: primitive, 20 points / 1 piece. Health: 200. Attack: 26. Defense: 20. Speed: 15. Skill: Gravity Strike. Introduction: completely evolved primitive humans have stronger bodies, smarter minds, and are extremely destructive to enemies. The overall level is better than the half-ape man, but this point is also doubled, but this attack power is really tempting, and this does not include the roundup bonus. But now he has 354 half-apes, and he only has 11 points in his hand. He can't afford it at all, but at this time he saw a character upgrade function. Character upgrade: upgrade existing low-level characters to unlocked high-level characters, and spend corresponding points. Upgradable: half-ape primitive, consumption 10 points. It seems that the so-called cost points should be to make up for the difference, but I don't know whether this upgrade is only one upgrade, or it can be upgraded like 100 times crit, and 100 upgrades. After struggling for a long time, Liang Zhang was directly cruel, and the big deal was getting 10 points. Anyway, he was going to play a dungeon tomorrow, and he could also have a new variety at that time. Thinking of this, I clicked on the upgrade directly, and saw that 100 primitive people changed at the same time, and slowly began to stand upright, and their physique became stronger. Chapter 5 Survival also has power leveling? Seeing the formation of 100 primitive people, Liang Zhang felt agitated. It seemed that he had made the right bet, so that if he went to the dungeon tomorrow, he would feel more confident in his heart. Think about it, the 26 attack power, plus the roundup bonus, will have 30 attack points, and the ankle dragon only has 8 defense points, which is only 4 points when converted into actual resistance. One hit is equivalent to 22 points of damage, and no one hits 5 hits with 1000 health points. This is not even a 3 crit that hits the weak point. While the ankle dragon's attack has 30 points, the primitive's defense of 20 plus the achievement is 23 points, which means that one bite is only 18.5 damage, but the primitive is considered to have a bonus of 230 health. If you count it this way, you won't lose no matter how you fight. Among them, 254 half-apes are not counted. Liang Zheng is excited when he thinks of this. It seems that tomorrow is the harvest season. The so-called copy is the number of participants submitted to the battle, and the system will automatically send it to the corresponding copy area to fight. After the battle is over, it will be settled, and the loss of the copy will not be compensated. You can also withdraw from the dungeon midway, but it will be regarded as giving up the dungeon and will not get any rewards. Liang Zheng directly submitted 354 people to fight the dungeons. After all, the first time he got the dungeons, he still didn't know what would happen, so he just took them all with him. After all, the number of people now is his advantage. A ray of light flashed around, and Liang Zheng was teleported to a grassland. Just as he was wondering where he would go, he found that in a war preparation zone, his men were all waiting there. There are some survivors around me, mostly Hyuxia. Everyone greets each other, and some are still chatting. Of course, there are some white and dark-skinned people, but they are ignored by Liang Zheng. Seeing that there was a long fence in front of him, separated by sections, like a cowshed, all with numbers written on them, and seeing that his number was number 358,411 area of Hejialong copy, Liang Zheng was surprised. It seems that there are a lot of people here, and I have already ranked more than 300,000, and there are people coming in constantly, and the original empty back is instantly filled. After taking a look at the current channel and chatting with the survivors next to him, Liang Zheng understood that these people were just like him, they were all newbies, but Liang Zheng was a little surprised when he saw the current chat. Cao Kita, I have these 5 primitives, 5 half-apes, are there any friends who team up together, and some speed M. Lu Ting Ting, wow, my brother is amazing. Can I take someone with me? I only have 1 primitive man and 4 half-apes, so pitiful 555,555. Fan Xing, I have these 30 half-apes, 20 primitive humans, 10 H-sapiens, with the novice copy, Sky Dragon 20 points once, Ankle Dragon 30 points once, and am in need. Tong Yang, Big Brother, please bring it. Zhaoye, Great God, you have already added your friend, pass it, and I will go right away. Seeing this, Liang Zheng was a little stunned. Why is there a copy of this? And it's simply in short supply, but as much as you want, you can get at least 50 points in a game, even if you eliminate the 20, you still have 30 points. You know that you don't need to pay any price for this. Just sit there and wait. It's completely useless to get points. This is a good thing with 2 birds with 1 stone. At this time Liang Zheng had his eyes full of light, and he seemed to see a way to make a fortune. Think about it, he is the most lacking person, this person is only 30 half-apes and 20 primitives. As for the 10 H-sapiens, it is estimated that they should be unlocked after the primitive humans. There is no need to think about it. Even if you are equipped with 100 primitive humans, you can bring one with 20 or 30 points. You know, the cooldown of each challenge of the dungeon is 1 hour, during this hour, then there is nothing to do, and he is too crowded to use up. Thinking that Liang Zheng was not in the ink here, he saw a power leveling named Su Dunkhung, directly private, and added him as a friend. Can it be replaced now? Yes, what copy? I want to use Ankle Dragon, can I? Yes, 30 points once. Then how do I get there? Add a friend, and then you enter the dungeon. There is an aid in it. If you click the aid directly, you don't need to occupy my CD, and I can go directly to help you. Seeing this, Liang Zheng directly blocked it, while Su Dunkhung on the opposite side looked at the chat page with a dazed expression. You have been blocked by Liang Zhenji, and the news cannot be conveyed. Well, this is a idiot, I ask you to help me, you have blackmailed me, sooner or later I will die. The reason why Liang Zheng did this is very simple, that is, how to lead people in order to make a routine. Since he already knows, there is no need to pester him. Now go to play a dungeon first, understand the situation, and then you will dominate the entire dungeon power leveling. The Ankle Dragon dungeon has been opened, do you want to enter? When Liang Zheng saw the prompt on the system, he clicked yes without hesitation, and then he changed for a while and entered a grassland, followed by his own 100 primitive humans and 254 half-apes. It is 1 minute before the start of the dungeon, please be prepared. Liang Zheng glanced around, and did not notice the appearance of the Ankle Dragon. I am afraid that it will only appear directly after the instance is opened. Then he has nothing to prepare, just wait patiently. The half-apes and primitive people behind had already begun to be irritable, as if the big stick in their hands was already hungry and thirsty, and they kept beating the ground. At this moment, the sound of the system sounded. The enemy is attacking, the Ankle Dragon *1, the survivors crush them. As soon as the system's voice disappeared, Liang Zheng saw the figure of an Ankle Dragon slowly appearing in the distance. When it found Liang Zheng's existence, it immediately attacked inward. Seeing the menacing Ankle Dragon, Liang Zheng didn't panic, and its attributes appeared in the system again. Dinosaurs, Synthosaurus. Kill points, 70. Health value, 1000. Attack, 30. Defense, 8. Speed, 20. Introduction, the length is about 3 meters, the weight is about 32 kilograms, the head has a small crown, and it shows signs of evolution to a larger syllophysis, such as Dilophosaurus. Just like Dilophosaurus, these two the species belong to the order of Ceratosaurus and Syllophysis. With an order from Liang Zheng, the primitive man and the half-ape man became encircled and rushed directly towards the Ankle Dragon, while the other party rushed directly to the primitive man in front of him regardless of the danger of being surrounded. Chapter 6 The first copy, no pleasure at all. After Liang Zheng's calculations, this set of tactics was drawn up. In the case of a frontal impact, the primitive man is much stronger than the half-ape, and the attack is much higher, which can greatly reduce death. After all, even though he is a character who hits 100 times crit, but if he loses too much, it is also very distressing, but it is difficult to earn points. The Ankle Dragon rushed in front of the primitive man. Before it bite, the primitive man's big stick had already fallen, and it was constantly swinging towards it, and the half-ape man also quickly gathered. The primitive man's initial attack power is 26 plus round-up skills, which is 30 points of attack, while the Ankle Dragon's defense is only 8 points, which can only withstand 4 points of attack when converted into defense. A stick went down, hit the head of the Ankle Dragon, and was immediately beaten to lie on the ground. Your primitive man attacked the Ankle Dragon, hit the weak spot, and caused 78 damage. Your half-ape attacked the Syngosaurus, causing 20 damage. Your primitive attacked Ankle Dragon, causing 26 damage. Liang Zheng watched the octopus being knocked down by a stick and never stood up. It was beaten into fleshy flesh in an instant. It was horrible. And the first copy just passed, is it just like the beginning? It's over, Liang Zheng shook his head and sighed. No one can fight. Ding! It is detected that you have cleared the copy of Ankle Dragon, and you will get 70 points. The body of Ankle Dragon will be placed in the system warehouse, please check. Seeing the increase in his points, Liang Zheng felt ecstatic. At the same time, he realized that there was a system warehouse. He was immediately embarrassed. He had known that he had put the corpse in the warehouse yesterday, so why bother to carry it back? Liang Zheng had already been sent a copy at this time, still in the fence, but a progress bar appeared in front of the system. Copy cooling time, 59 minutes and 50 seconds. Liang Zheng didn't hesitate and went straight back to the cave. It was not that he didn't want to practice for a while, but that he was ready to upgrade a wave, and then put these people in the dungeon. Forget it roughly, now he has 15 thatched huts, which is a place for 300 people, and he also has a cave, that is 200 people, and now there are 354 people. He only had 71 points in his hand. Liang Zheng first upgraded all the remaining 254 people to primitives, and spent 26 points. The system embezzled him with 0.6 points, and 1 point was gone. Feeling that the system squeezed himself like a vampire, he had to endure it. He bought all the remaining 40 points of primitives, and 200 primitives appeared in front of him. Now he has a population of 554, and then he sent the leader 54 out to explore. After all, although the points are very important, it is a waste of technology without technology. I want to come here for balance. The remaining 500 people were brought into the dungeon by him again, watching the world channel power leveling constantly shouting, but still in short supply, but he wanted to come. I have such a large population with 100 times the crit, think about them. 20 points can buy a primitive man, or 2 half-apes, and the copy only has 70 points at most. In other words, they don't upgrade anything, they are just enough to buy 3 primitives. The copy is open 24 hours a day, 70 points an hour, 1680 points 24 hours, and it is only 84 people if converted into population. But obviously it is impossible for someone to brush 24 hours a day, even if the body is beaten by iron, and it takes at least 50 people to besiege an ankle dragon. This is a case of sacrifice. If you want to win, you need a siege of 100 people, but wherever novices can get 100 people, survivors of more than 1 year have already gone to the advanced instance, and they simply don't look down on this place. Liang Zheng saw a man named Xue Jiao calling for power leveling, and he didn't hesitate to close her. Which copy do you want? Brother, I want to go to the ankle dragon dungeon. 30 points at a time. My long-term yo, can it be cheaper? I will come to you as long as my copy is refreshed. Liang Zheng thought for a moment and refused directly. It's not that he doesn't want to stabilize the customer, but that he understands a truth. If he lowers the price, the other party will get more points. However, this will create a vicious circle. Even if it is only 1 point, after 10 hands, she will save a half-ape. I am afraid that within a few days, she will kick herself off and go directly to the single. Immediately after Liang Zheng rejected Xue Jiao, he started to speak directly on the current channel. Professional power leveling novice dungeon, only an ankle dragon dungeon, 30 points, bargaining Dieter, there is a speed M. However, as soon as the first sentence was finished, a bunch of people kept him private. Zhengping, leveling brother, add me as a friend, I have been looking for it for a long time. Zhao Gang, add me. Add me. I need to level up. Miao Ying Ying, power leveling brother, take me, behaved and sensible. After Liang Zheng was overwhelmed for a while, he first found 2 people, because Liang Zheng didn't know if he could support multiple people at the same time, so he planned to try first. In fact, at the beginning Liang Zheng was also thinking about how to collect points. When he entered the dungeon, he realized that because some people are playing the dungeon together, there is an allocation option in the dungeon. This option is only for creating a dungeon. People can choose. Seeing Zhengping and Miao Ying Ying clicked on support at the same time, Liang Zheng directly clicked to accept. Your friend Zhengping asked for support, do you want to help? Your friend Miao Ying Ying asked for support, do you want to help? Liang Zheng directly clicked on the aid, and the system displayed it again. Already accepted assistance, dispatched _____ primitive people. Liang Zheng directly filled in 100, and then saw his 100 primitive people disappear directly. Does the survivor follow? Liang Zheng directly clicked no, and a small screen appeared on his system, and he could directly see the situation in the copy. After clicking on Miao Ying Ying's assistance, the same operation was performed, but at this time he received a prompt. Teams without a survivor following will lose all auxiliary bonuses until they return to the survivor, and the bonus effect will appear again. Hearing this, Liang Zheng was stunned, but he didn't expect that there would be such a problem. He hurriedly glanced at his primitives and found that they just didn't have the bonus of roundup, but the initial attack of food was still there, so he couldn't help putting it down. XIN 126 attack primitives are enough to deal with the synapses. Chapter 7. He saw that the two people chose to distribute the points at the same time, with the names of both parties on it. Points distribution. Zheng Ping, 40 points. Liang Zheng, 30 points. Then Zheng Ping clicked the confirmation button, and at the same time opened the copy. He saw 100 primitive people appearing, and he took a breath of air. He was such a local tyrant, and he immediately kept Liang Zheng private. Brother, you are so awesome, there are so many primitive people, I will often look for you in the future. Okay, but no discount. But before I finished speaking, I saw that the ankle dragon had been knocked to death by 100 men. Zheng Ping couldn't help but sigh again. He often finds power leveling to do it. The fastest is 20 minutes, and the second kill is the first time. See. You don't need a discount, brother, you reserve a place for me, I promise to come. Liang Zheng was also very pleased to see the result. It seemed that his path to becoming rich had already begun to get on the right track. At this time, Miao Yingying was also over, and Liang Zheng was also private. Wow, brother, you're so amazing, so fast. It was over at the beginning. It's the first time I saw you a man so fast. At this moment, Liang Zheng's face was full of black lines. Although she knew what she meant, she always felt that this woman was deliberately mocking herself. Brother, don't ignore them. You are over, go quickly. In this way, the two ended up very quickly, and only the 60 points in the system could relieve the heartache at this time, after which Liang Zheng began to shout. At the same time, he was also trying to support the limit. Later, he discovered that as long as you have the strength, you can continue to support. There is no limit at all. Thinking of this, Liang Zheng suddenly burst into blood. The first time I brought 2 people with 60 points, the second time with 3 people with 90 points, the third time with 4 people with 120 points, and the fourth time with 5 people with 150 points, for a total of 420 points. Counting it down 4 times, including the time to add friends and support, the total is only 20 minutes, an average of every 5 minutes, but Liang Zheng's system already has 425 points. This is still less people in the first 3 times. What would it be like if there were 5 people each time? Liang Zheng directly spent another 200 points and bought 1,000 people to invest in. His population has risen to 1,554. 1,500 people are constantly leading people. Liang Zheng is lying in the fence, constantly operating the system. 1 for every 100 people, that is, 15 can be brought, and it only takes 5 minutes to get 450 points at a time, and 5,400 points for 1 hour and 60 minutes. Seeing that his cooling time had come, he divided out 100 people and brushed the dungeon again. After all, his dungeon had an income of 70 points, and the grasshopper was also meat when he was young. After 10 hours, Liang Zheng finally couldn't stand it anymore, and he also felt that the number of people was gradually decreasing now, and it seemed that the night was still lighter after all. Then he stopped leading people, and then returned to his territory, looking at his points. 5,400 points for 1 hour, 54,000 points for 10 hours, plus 700 points for 10 copies of myself, and 225 points for the 4 previous attempts, totaling 54,945 points. Seeing this, his heart twitched fiercely. This was a huge sum of money. It seemed that power leveling was really his own benefit. As for whether others will grab their jobs, that doesn't exist at all. You can buy 100 people with 1, but you can only buy 1 for the rest of the power leveling. How can you compare with yourself? It's already a long way from the base number alone. Seeing that Liang Zheng didn't hesitate to see here, he first directly upgraded the existing technology and cost 1,500 points. Ding! Construction technology has been upgraded to intermediate level, civilization degree +5. Ding! Polishing technology has been upgraded to intermediate level, civilization degree +5. Top! The round-up technique has been upgraded to the intermediate level, and the level of civilization is +5. Then I looked at the next level, and found that when I upgraded to a high level, I needed 5,000 points, which is 10 times that of the intermediate level. This is simply frantic. For the current Liang Zheng, 15,000 points are a huge sum of money. Without even thinking about it, Liang Zheng directly gave up the upgrade because his foundation is too bad now, but now he has too many people and needs to solve the house first. At this time, he looked at the newly unlocked stone house in the mall. Stone house, 50 points. Durability, 500. Capacity, 50. Defense, 30. Seeing that the stone house has a capacity of 50 people, and at the same time it has a new attribute of defensive power, it is not too happy, and there is also an upgrade system next to it. Upgradable, thatched house stone house, 40 points/1 piece. It seems that the upgrade is really the so-called making up the difference, but it doesn't matter, I have 15 stone houses, and I just click to upgrade all of them, which consumes 600 points. But this is not over yet, because he discovered that when the building was unlocked to the intermediate level, a wall appeared. Stone wall, 5 points/1 meter, 1 meter wide and 3 meters high. Durability, 2000. Defense, 40. Looking at the 1,000 meter wall that had been built, Liang Zheng finally felt relieved, but this cost him 5,000 points. Fortunately, he chose the backing area, and he accidentally left a lot of points. But looking at the empty ground, he felt that his house was a little bit scarce and not enough to live in, so he simply bought more. I bought 100 stone houses and removed 5,000 points again. Now that there are so many houses, I just fill them up. Then I bought 40 primitives directly, 4,000 people actually, and lost 800 points. Looking at the remaining 42,045 points, I felt a little sigh. This is not equipped with equipment yet. As for the number of people, it's not that he doesn't want to continue buying, but that the system prompts that he has reached the limit, and he can already be upgraded to a middle-level tribe when there are 5,000 people, but because of the lack of weaving technology, it cannot be upgraded. Looking at the 5,554 primitive people, all surrounded by a piece of small animal skins, they are really a bit spicy. This is because the system is built for environmental protection. Otherwise, I am afraid they will only have bare buttocks. When Liang Zheng looked at the newly updated weapon in the system mall, he was desperate. Weapon, Sharp Stone Axe, 10 points/1. Attack power, +20. Introduction, an axe made of polished and unsealed stones, which can cut through shallow defenses. Weapon, Sharp Stone Spear, 15 points/1. Attack power, +25. Introduction, a pointed tip that is polished and unsealed by stone, tied with a long stick, can be used to stab the enemy. Chapter 8 Duplicate Records. Looking at the weapon that had doubled the original price, his number had now reached 5,554. If he were equipped with a stone spear, it would cost more than 80,000 points. Now that he is fully calculated is only 47,045 points, it seems that he can only be a little armed, just buy 2,500 stone spears first. After spending 37,500 points, a stone spear appeared in the hands of 2,500 primitives, and their attack power was directly increased by a notch. Seeing that Liang Zheng felt more comfortable here, he was finally able to arm some people first, but now if he needs to work hard, his points are like flowing water, only 4,545 points are left. However, When I think of the 5,500 people who will invest in the dungeon tomorrow, it will be a money-making machine, and now it's just the next day. I don't want to be too beautiful. At this time Liang Zheng also looked at his panel. Survivor, Liang Zheng. Current era, Jurassic era. Civilization stage, the Barbaric era. Territory area, 0.20 hectares. Population, 5,554. Civilization, 50/100. Technology, stone tool polishing, rounding up techniques, and elementary construction techniques. Civilization events, new fruits, discovery of fire, popularization of cooked food. Points 4,545. Cave existence time, 5 days, 05 hours, 12 minutes. I think that there are still 5 days to unlock, and I don't have to worry about my current credits. During this time, I just need to explore technology. It seems that I still have too little input. It seems that I will put 300 people in tomorrow and start exploring the surroundings. Anyway, the points of those 300 people are not bad. But at this time he saw a message appeared in the world again. Xiao Chen was defeated by the new wife Jing Sora, and has been obliterated from the Jurassic era. Seeing that it was Zinsui Sora again, Liang Zheng's heart trembled. It seems that this guy is really crazy, but he just doesn't know where he is. He has 5 days of protection. What will he face then? How dangerous! Thinking of this, he opened the friend bar, then found Zheng Ping, and opened the chat page. Are you there? I went to the boss and took the initiative to contact me. It's a great honor. What's the matter? I want to ask, after the novice period, what kind of dangers will there be? Damn! I am. Don't tell me that you haven't passed the novice period yet. Thinking of this, Liang Zheng was a little embarrassed, because he suddenly didn't know how to explain, but fortunately, the opposite was obviously a mature person after all, and he didn't intend to ask deeply. Forget it, I won't ask about your secret. After the novice protects, your territory will be attacked by dinosaurs or survivors. Of course, most of them are dinosaurs, and there are still few survivors. Why? This world is so big that you can't imagine it. Didn't you find that there is no one around you? Billions of people. Apart from the copy, you rarely meet other people. And I heard that many top big bosses now have their own countries, but they still haven't met together. Think about this concept. Thinking of this, Liang Zheng inhaled air conditioning. It seems that he still underestimated this extreme survival place, and at the same time began to yearn for the establishment of a country. Also, Daxia is more united, and our strength is very strong. We must know that half of the top big names are Hyuxia. And there are not many people in the remaining 100 countries. But it is for this reason that we have encountered hostility from other countries. They all want to bite a piece of meat on me, but we also have several allies. They are all hardcore countries in reality, such as Bhutan. Under Zheng Ping's explanation, Liang Zheng finally gained a new understanding of this Jurassic era. Okay, thanks. Haha, you're polite, boss, and I will rely on your breath in the future. Small, I will give you a 20% discount in the future. Zheng Ping was a little bit happy when he saw it, and licking the big man was a real benefit. After saying a few words of common sense, he gave him a 20% discount, and his life will be much easier in the future. After chatting with Zheng Ping, Liang Zheng thought about it. It seems that his strength should be good, otherwise Zheng Ping would not be so surprised, but I don't know if he can deal with the new wife Jing Kong. Thinking of the Japanese, Liang Zheng was a little worried. Living in a new stone house, Liang Zheng also fell asleep in a daze under exhaustion. There was no leisure for the whole day today, and I am afraid that tomorrow will be even more tired. But what Liang Zheng didn't know was that because of his wanton construction, he had already been spotted by Zinsui Asora. This is such a big tribe. It seems that I can make a big deal again, but I am afraid I can't eat it. Then I will find Tam Cruise with him and let him charge, haha. But then he was shocked, because he discovered that this tribe has not yet passed the novice protection period. What the hell is this? Could it be that the family of the boss above came and took care of it? It must be so, it seems I need to plan well. In the middle of the night, Xingkai Jing Sora looked at Liang Zheng's tribe with a smile on his face, as if he had seen the scene of being burned by the flames of war at this time. At this time, Shinzura Isora and Tam Cruise were chatting in private. Brother Cruise, I found a tribe that is very powerful. It is probably the family of a big brother who has been personally taken care of. Do you want to make a wave? Oh? There is such a thing, please find out, don't be overcast by the time, we are about to be promoted to the Stone Age, so we can't be careless. Don't worry, I have found out, but he still has 5 days to pass the protection period for newcomers. We still have time. The system stipulates that we are promoted to the Stone Age in 1 month, and there are still 7 days left. Hey, this FG rule, but it doesn't matter. Now our science and technology have been explored, and several of them have reached advanced levels. The civilization level is already 100. It is indeed time to be promoted. Yes, after being promoted, it means to compete on the same stage with contemporaries. Daxia is very strong in every field, and we are in a very difficult situation. There is no way, we can't be in the card level, our technology cannot be improved. After plundering this guy, we directly promoted to the Stone Age, and in this month also plundered almost those similar to ours in Daxia. The survivors are afraid they are going to catch us. In this way, Liang Zheng was designated by the two as the last carnival shrine in the Wild Era, and Liang Zheng is now in the copy, constantly busy with power leveling. Chapter 9 Upgrading Technology. Standing in the waiting area, looking at the overcrowded copies, people are constantly applying for assistance. Today Liang Zheng has invested 5,200 primitive people in, and points are credited every minute. Seeing that the current points are as high as 190,000 points, I am calculating how to improve myself, and I can unlock more things at that time. And through this day's research, he found that if he clears the boss dungeon, he will unlock a higher dungeon, and his income will be doubled by then. At the same time, I also know that if you help a friend, you will not use it as a copy at all. As long as the other party asks for help, you can give assistance anywhere. But the boss dungeon can only be entered by 1,000 people, and his current strength is not enough at all. It seems that only by upgrading the stone tools to a high level and unlocking higher weapons can it be possible to fight. He also discovered a particularly worry-free feature, that is, automatic assistance, where you can set the number of people, enter the assistance points, and then click on auto, so you don't need to operate it yourself. This function itself is for fear that the survivor did not see it in time and missed the assistance, but for Liang Zheng, it is undoubtedly a loophole. After all, in the initial stage, no one can have as many people as him. But this is only limited to friends. Liang Zheng now has a list of tens of thousands of friends, and people continue to add his friends. Now he has been completely liberated, and now all 354 people have been sent out to explore the wild, and his technology has been better developed. When he was looking at the characters in the mall, he found that there are professional people who specialize in research, and the chances of using them to improve technology and civilization will be greatly improved, but he doesn't know how many points are needed. At this time Liang Zheng was watching the World Channel. Since he learned that Naiizumi was looting wildly, he began to pay attention. After all, it is always good to guard against it. However, the world is always swearing. As Zhang Ping said, people all over the world are enemies with Daxia, and at the same time, Daxia's compatriots are extremely united and fight against them together. Of course, there will also be some red-letter information displayed on the public frequency. They are all top survivors from the barbaric era, and they have entered the Stone Age. Sometimes there is a message that someone will enter the Slave Age from the Stone Tool, and it will immediately cause a sensation. For current survivors, the slave age is the highest civilization at present. Completely lead more than 80% of the survivors. There will also be some information about the death of the survivor. At this time, everyone is silent, and it must be used to it. Looking at their deaths in many ways, some were wiped out by dinosaurs in the wild, and some were killed by another survivor. At this moment, the voice of the system came. Your primitives brought the Osnir dragons back to the tribe, and they were raised in captivity to obtain technological livestock breeding elementary level, civilization +5. Liang Zheng was overjoyed. He was only 15 points of civilization before he was upgraded to an intermediate tribe. The idea of setting out to explore in the wild was absolutely correct. Back to the tribe, the day's hard work ended. Looking at my 12-hour harvest and 225,000 points, I was excited. Yesterday, I made more than 10,000, and today I got 100,000. Liang Zheng actually turned on the system technology. Now that he has so many points, he doesn't need to be in the province. In reality, he has upgraded his newly acquired livestock in captivity to high level. Later, the polishing technology was also upgraded to a high level. This is the key to unlocking weapons, and you must fully upgrade them all. I took a look at today's loss of characters, and there were 24 people, all because of field exploration, and they didn't jump off when they met the dinosaurs. Liang Zheng looked at them all, and 3 new weapons appeared again. Weapon, Sophisticated Stone Axe, 20 points /1 piece. Attack power, +25. Introduction, a kind of stone axe that is well polished by stone, very sharp, can chop enemies into pieces. Weapon, Sophisticated Stone Spear, 25 points /piece. Attack power, +35. Introduction, a pointed tip that is well polished by stone and tied with a long stick, which can be used to stab the enemy. Weapon, Stone Arrow, 2 points /1. Attack power, +15. Liang Zheng directly upgraded the stone spear of 2,500 people to excellent, and each difference made up 10 points, which consumed 25,000 points. All the remaining 3,030 people were equipped with stone spears, which cost 75,750 points again, and then 10,000 points were spent on upgrading the remaining construction technology and roundup technology. Liang Zheng suddenly felt that he should be fully equipped with personnel, but his points were only 114,250 and there were still things to buy. It seemed that he had to allocate 4,000 people first. So 80,000 points were consumed again and equipped. Seeing that his primitive attack has reached 61, I feel a sigh of relief. If you count the 30% of the advanced roundup bonus, it will be terrifying. It's a pity that I don't have bow and arrow skills, and stone arrows can't be equipped at all. If the bow and arrow technique were acquired and each primitive man was equipped with stone arrows, what would it be like? What is the main weapon of Qin's reunification? Long-range crossbow. Don't look at the arrow's low attack power, but it has a large number of attacks and has an attack range. When the time comes, you are in a copy of the dungeon, and the monster hasn't come, just a wave of arrows will be done. Civilization events, your primitive people learned to tie the ropes at the bonfire party and recorded all major events. They respected you as the chief and recorded your heroic deeds. Civilization degree +5. When Liang Zheng heard the news, he was taken aback by the reality, and then he became amused. It seems that this group of people are also very motivated, and today he has increased his civilization by 10 points. If this continues, won't it be possible to upgrade to a mid-level tribe tomorrow? Liang Zheng looked outside. They were leaning on the dinosaur meat while shouting constantly in their mouths, and the expressions on their faces became more and more. There were some signs of the birth of the earliest mature language. Looking at the shopping mall and the housing construction again, at this time, due to the high-level architecture, the items inside have also been updated. Sealed stone house, 100 points. Durability, 1000. Capacity, 100. Defense, 50. Sealed stone wall, 10 points / 1 meter, 5 meters high and 2 meters thick. Durability, 3000. Defense, 70. Liang Zheng upgraded all 1,150 stone houses to sealed stone houses, making up a 50-point price difference, costing 11,500 points, and all surrounding walls were upgraded to sealed stone walls, making up a 5-point difference, 1,000 meters in length, and consuming 5,000 points. Seeing that he has 17,750 points left. Chapter 10 Unlocking Throwing Technology. Early the next morning, Liang Zheng expanded the exploration to 520 people, and took 5,000 people to download the copy. 4,000 people were sent out to do power leveling, and he took 1,000 people to play the dungeon. After yesterday's upgrade, his strength was enough to cope with this boss. And he discovered that the boss dungeon is a dungeon that every survivor must pass, not only because it can unlock advanced dungeons, but also can get a lot of rewards, even technology. Liang Zheng opened the system page and looked at the boss copy. Jurassic era boss copy. Number of monsters, unique. Dinosaur, Maginsaurus. Kill points, 100. Health, 10,000. Attack, 150. Defense, 80. Speed, 150. Introduction: Maginsaurus, also known as Maginsaurus, is 7 meters long and weighs 1,200 kilograms. Maginsaurus has a relatively short snout. Their forelimbs are very short, and their hind limbs are longer and thicker. They are the bloodiest. The thing is cannibalism. P.S. This boss can only be challenged once, and the clearance time will be included in the rating. The shorter the time, the higher the rating and the richer rewards. Current highest probability, Sun Hong, 8 minutes 21 seconds, S-grade evaluation. The Hyuxia are really fierce, and they can keep the #1 record. No wonder other countries are jealous. When he saw Ma Junlong's introduction, Liang Zheng took a breath of air. No wonder so many novices were discouraged. Most of the challengers were survivors who were about to enter the Stone Age. This guy is too fierce. If he hadn't had 100 times the character crit, I'm afraid he could only watch it eagerly, but the most important thing was to limit the number of people. Liang Zheng didn't challenge him rashly, but calculated it first. With 200 HP of his primitive man, including the 30% round-up bonus, it was only 260. Today's attack is 61 points, after the bonus is 79 points, Ma Junlong's defense is 80 points, which is 40 points, and the actual damage caused by his character is 39 points. After such a conversion, he can kill it in seconds, but this guy's attack has 150 points. I am afraid that his primitive couple will be gone. But my protection time is only 4 days, so I can't drag it any longer. Liang Zheng directly clicked on the copy page and chose the challenge. You are challenging a copy of the Jurassic era boss, please confirm. Confirm. Enter the dungeon after 5 seconds countdown, please prepare. 5. As the voice changed to 1, Liang Zheng's eyes changed for a while, and he entered the waiting area of the dungeon and glanced at his own number, which was 06. Seeing this number, one can imagine how many novice survivors have been stopped by this copy, and I am afraid they will even stay here for a long time. Liang Zheng looked to his left and found that there were still several Hyuxia people. He couldn't help but confuse his tongue. This kind of talent is really not covered. When they saw Liang Zheng, they all nodded friendly, and Liang Zheng also nodded in response with a smile. Those who can come here to challenge are about to enter the Stone Age. Although I don't know if I will encounter them, it is always a good thing to have a familiar face. Liang Zheng looked at the system and clicked directly to enter the copy. On the prairie, there is a giant dinosaur, roaring at Liang Zheng constantly, and walking back and forth. with white gas spewing out of his nose from time to time, looking impatient. If it weren't for the systematic protection preparation phase now, I'm afraid this guy would directly rush to break himself into pieces when he came in. The enemy is attacking, Magenlong *1, crush their survivors. As the voice fell, the 1,000 primitive people behind suddenly became irritable, and then ran to the middle of the battlefield, but when they saw the huge Magenlong Empress, they did not dare to go up rashly. Seeing the fast approaching dinosaurs, the primitive people had slowly dispersed, and did not intend to rush up, but waited for it to throw itself into the net, which is also some changes brought about by the upgrade of rounding up skills. But at this moment, a primitive man, for unknown reasons, suddenly threw the stone spear in his hand with excitement, just hitting the head of Magenlong. Your primitive attacked Magenlong, causing 58 damage. Your primitive people understand the throwing skills in the battle, can throw weapons from a distance to attack the enemy, obtain technology, weapon throwing elementary, civilization +5. Liang Zheng hurriedly turned on the system and checked the technology of casting Zheng weapon. Throwing weapons elementary. Throw the weapon at full force, causing long-range damage to the enemy, the range is +20 meters, the long-range power is increased by 15%, and the accuracy is +10. Liang Zheng didn't hesitate at all. He directly consumed 5,500 points to upgrade it to advanced level. The long-range attack power was increased to 30%, the accuracy was also increased to 30, and the range was as high as 50 meters. At this time, the 1,000 primitive men in the field all threw their hands one after another, and the stone spear instantly flew up 999 stone spears and landed on Magenlong in a throwing arc. Suddenly a bunch of damage numbers appeared in the system. Your primitive attacked Magenlong, causing 51 damage. Your primitive attacked Magenlong, hit the weak spot, and caused 153 damage. Oh! Magenlong suddenly roared, his body was full of stone spears, and his body shook for a while. Especially the position of the neck and eyes, which are densely packed with stone spears. But Magenlong was too fast, and he still avoided some of the stone spears. The current HP was about 2,000, but he had already reached the crowd. It was obviously impossible to retrieve the thrown stone spears. Fortunately, Liang Zheng equipped them with a stone axe yesterday. The primitive man directly drew the stone axe from his waist and slashed it towards Magenlong. Only a moment later, he died. Your primitive man was injured, 24 people and 16 people died. Looking at the system's report, this is already the best result. If it were someone else, there might not be much left in 1,000 people. At this time Magenlong was dead, but the primitive people were still hacking and slashing with a stone axe, or stabbed fiercely with a stone spear. Seeing the scene in front of him, Liang Zheng hurriedly told them to stop, but also had a headache. These people were really fierce. Kill Magenlong, get 100 points. Obtained precious materials, Magenlong leather, 2,000 copies. Looking at the reward, Liang Zheng was taken aback, but he didn't expect that his copy reward would also have a crit. The leather, which could have scored 20 points, has now scored 2,000 points directly, which makes Liang Zheng very happy. It seems that not only the characters, but also the material can increase, which is simply too cool. Chapter 11 SSS Evaluation Bow and Arrow Techniques. Successfully cleared the Jurassic boss dungeon, it took 1 minute and 32 seconds, evaluation. Evaluation completed, SSS level, trigger additional rewards. Hearing this voice, Liang Zheng felt agitated. If he was given a superb material and hit 100 times more critically, he would be happy in his dreams. Reward Core Technology, Bow and Arrow Technology Advanced. Bow and Arrow Technology Advanced, your archer can handle bow and arrow very skillfully, with a range of +30 meters, hit +100%, attack power +30%. Mall unlock new weapons, please check it out. Liang Zheng turned on the system and came to the weapon page, and saw that a bow had been unlocked on it. Weapon, wooden bow, 10 points / 1 piece. Attack power, +10. Range, +30 meters. Introduction, a bow made of wooden sticks, which can be used with bows and arrows to shoot enemies remotely. Origin of bow and arrow. As early as 30,000 years ago, in the late Paleolithic period, humans in Daxia began to use bows and arrows. The earliest arrows were very simple, using a tree stick or bamboo pole, cut into a certain length of arrow shaft, sharpened at one end is the arrow. The real origin of the arrow should be the Stone Age of primitive society. The true origin of the arrow should be the Stone Age of primitive society, when people grind stone pieces, bones or shells into sharp shapes. Installed at one end of the arrow rod, this makes a arrow with a stone arrow, a bone arrow or a shell arrow, which is a big step compared to the arrow cut with a wooden stick and a bamboo pole. Liang Zheng was a little dizzy about the sudden happiness. He was still thinking about how to obtain a bow and arrow just yesterday, and he has it today. And it's still advanced, and I even save points. As the core technology of cold weapon, this is simply the existence of an artifact. This wave of boss dungeons of oneself is simply not too cool. Earlier gaining weapon throwing skills increased the ranged attack by 30%, and bow and arrow technology added another 30% ranged attack. In addition to the long-range shooting distance, the weapon throws +50 meters, the bow and arrow technology is 30 meters, and the wooden bow is increased by 30 meters. If you count them all, there is actually a distance of meters. When facing the enemy, the opposite group of melee combat, and the group of archers of your own, I am afraid that the opposite side will not reach even 50 meters, and the whole army will be wiped out. However, these are nothing. The most terrifying thing is 100% hit. 10,000 arrows are fired, a rain of arrows, each of them can hit an enemy. Can the person on the other side survive? At this time, Liang Zheng couldn't wait to click to exit the instance, and then return to the tribe. He was about to build an archer, each equipped with one. But it's not the time to be anxious. After all, I don't have many points. I can only use points to buy in the evening, after the power leveling is over. Liang Zheng added the 1,000 people he had taken to the power leveling again. As for the few people, it didn't matter anymore. With the weapons in his hands, the little dinosaurs couldn't even enter. And he has reduced the support of 100 people to 50 people, so that his harvest will be improved. Because of the boss dungeon, Liang Zheng was able to freely enter the dungeon from now on. As long as he was comfortable at home, he could support the fight for points. In his friends column, there are now no less than 100,000 people. These people alone are enough to win points for themselves. And he didn't dare to be too public. After all, a newcomer who suddenly had such a powerful strength would surely be peeped by it. In this copy of the billions of people, these 100,000 people are really ridiculous, and they can't make any waves at all. But Liang Zheng didn't know that his big tree had already attracted the favor of the typhoon. At night, seeing that his points had reached the horrible 720,000, Liang Zheng was agitated. This is the reason why he left work early today, and only earned these. However, today he did not gain any improvement in civilization, which made him feel a moment of melancholy. He is now like a baby with a huge amount of money in his hands, without spending any money at all. Liang Zheng filled up the characters and came to 5,600 people. This is the highest limit of the junior tribe. Even if you continue to buy it, you can't get it, but will be directly obliterated by the system. Just when he was facing the characters, he discovered that new characters were unlocked. Variety, Primitive Archer, 30 points / 1 piece. Health, 200. Attack, 31. Defense, 20. Speed, 45. Skill, Powerful Shooting. Introduction. Among the primitive people, the first group to comprehend archery has extremely powerful arms and attack +10%. Weapon, Wooden Bow, attack +10, range +30. Weapon, Stone Arrow, Attack Power plus 15. Advanced Bow and Arrow Technology, Attack plus 30%, Range plus 30, Hit plus 100%. Weapon Throwing, Range plus 50 meters, Attack plus 30%. The skill of the archer adds 10% attack. Round-up skills, Attack Power plus 30%, Defense Power plus 30%, Speed plus 30%. Total Attack Power, 112. Total Defense Value, 26. Total Speed Value, 58.5. Effective Range, 110. Hit Rate Increase, 100%. Liang Zheng was overjoyed and did not hesitate to upgrade all 4,000 people to archers, costing 40,000 points. The remaining 1,000 people were kept for close combat, and 600 people were kept for exploring the wild. Afterwards, all the 4,000 people were equipped with wooden bows, which cost 40,000 points, and 30 arrows per person were bought, which cost 240,000 points. Yesterday, it's impossible to imagine that I spent 240,000 points just buying arrows, but these arrows are not a one-time deal. Rather, it can be recovered by sweeping the battlefield, but not all of them are also lossy. In addition, he has replenished a population of 120, and re-equipped with a corpse spear and a stone axe, which cost 5,400 points. Taking a look at his remaining 394,600 points, Liang Zheng was already laughing wildly. If there are 4,000 people playing the boss today, then he can kill Mei Jinlong directly in seconds without any effort. Mei Jinlong's defense is 80 points, which is converted to 40 points, and his HP is 10,000, and the archer's attack is 112. Throwing 72 points is a substantial attack. 10,000 arrows fired together, it is not a weakness, it can also cause 70,000 attacks. If the weakness is counted, it is impossible to estimate. If it wasn't for his own civilization level, he was afraid that he could already be upgraded to an intermediate tribe, and he would be cruel to think of this. Tomorrow, 4,000 archers will be sent to support, and the remaining 1,600 will all go out to explore, and I can upgrade to an intermediate tribe with only 5 points of civilization. You must know that your advantage is the number of people, but now because of the rank issue, it is completely impossible to reflect. Chapter 12. After Liang Zheng finished everything, he looked at the reward he had obtained in the boss dungeon, opened the warehouse, and 2,000 copies of Mei Jinlong leather lay quietly in it. Mei Jinlong leather, boss Mei Jinlong leather, covered with scale armor, extremely tough, can build high defense equipment, requires weaving technology advanced. Equipment, Sovereign Dragon armor, build cost 30 points. Defense, plus 40. Introduction, it can be used in melee troops, with extremely strong defensive power, and general weapons cannot break defenses. PS, each creation consumes 1 Mei Jinlong leather. Equipment, Junlong helmet, build cost 30 points. Defense, plus 40. Introduction, it can be used in melee troops, with tight defense and great deterrence. PS, each creation consumes 1 Mei Jinlong leather. After Liang Zheng saw these two pieces of equipment, his heart was hot. If he put on this set of equipment, his defensive power would exceed 100. A set of equipment plus 80 points of defense, primitives themselves plus 20 points of defense, this is 100 points of defense, can withstand the actual damage of 50 points, which is a 30% bonus to round-up skills, which is 130 points of defense. Even if he is his archer, he has a total attack of 112 points, which is not a weakness, but can only cause 47 points of damage. 200 HP, including the round-up bonus, is 260 points, and it takes 5 arrows or more to kill. Die. It's so scary. This is a close combat. For players of the Stone Civilization, this is a group of flesh tanks that can directly crush all the troops. But ideals are always beautiful, and reality is really skinny. Now he doesn't even have knitting technology, and it's no use thinking about it. Liang Zheng sighed helplessly, looking at a bunch of primitive people and archers outside, wearing thin animal skins. Don't you know you are ashamed? Originally I was in a good mood today, but because of this incident, I lost all interest. I simply lay on the stone bed and started to feel bored. When more people were sent out tomorrow, he didn't believe that technology could not improve. Early the next morning, Liang Zheng sent another 1,000 people to follow, leaving only 4,000 archers to support, and the exploratory force had 1,600 people. Seeing my own points continue to rise, I felt better, but when I was idle, I suddenly felt that I had nothing to do, so I simply opened the World Channel to see what they were talking about. When I just saw it, I discovered that my wife Jing Sora had once again attacked a Huxia man. The world was swearing, and some even wanted to peel him off. However, no one can find his location at all, and because it is a wild civilization, it is impossible to know where it is on the continent, and it can only be known until it is upgraded to the stone civilization. This time he is with Tam Cruise. The two have a total of 10,000 troops, which is simply terrifying for the novices now. The two of them had already entered the intermediate tribe, which was also a tribe with early advanced savage civilization. Each of them dispatched 10,000 troops and could do whatever they wanted. Although some top Huxia people joined forces to search for them, the map is too big to find their hiding place. My wife Jing Sora looked at the small tribe in front, and kept snorting in her heart. At best, there were only more than 500 people inside, so she directly applied for an attack. If this is in the wild, you can attack directly without clicking to apply. However, when plundering other people's territory, it is necessary to submit an application, and both parties will receive it, and the attacked party cannot refuse and can only fight against it. The system will give both sides 10 minutes of preparation time, during which the attacked party can greet friends and arrange defense lines to prepare for the next war. Once the plunder is successful, the system will also issue the rewards you plundered directly to you. You decide to launch a plundering war against the tribe of survivor Zhao Yao. Please confirm the following information. Number of exhibitors, 1,000. Survivors participating in the battle, 2. P.S. During the looting station, you cannot request support from friends and cannot continue to increase your troops. My wife Asora, confirm. Your tribe is attacked after 10 minutes, the countdown starts, 9:59. A girl in a real leopard print leather jacket, with a hot career line and slender thighs, stood up abruptly from the bed, and then ran out. Seeing the bewildered army outside, she suddenly panicked, but then she stabilized her mind and began to ask her friends for help. She immediately contacted a friend, Hesheng, who was a top tycoon with a savage civilization and possessed nearly 10,000 troops. When Zhao Yao asked for help, Hesheng didn't bother, and directly sent 4,000 people over to support friends. He could use the system to arrive instantly without waiting. And he himself has selfish intentions. In the plundering battle, if he didn't kill an enemy, he could get half of the corresponding points. If the primitive man had 20 points, he could get 10 points. A copy only costs 70 points, and it can only be done once an hour, and only 840 points can be earned 12 times a day. But to kill a primitive person, that is 10 points, and 100 points is 1,000 points, plundering war, it is impossible to attack the opponent without more than 500 people, this is also the lowest bottom line. This can be said to be the fastest way to increase points, and that's why those big guys are always happy to support others in the predatory battle. Not only has one a good reputation, but also has points to get, it is simply no better than this. In the world of survivors, most of them are profit-oriented, sympathy is rarely seen, and most compassionate are novices. But slowly I realized that this is a world where people are stepped on their bodies for promotion. As for getting half of the points, the system is to prevent endless wars. If you kill one person to get equal points, then you can build one, and the other party is the same, it is equivalent to a one-for-one battle, the loss of both parties will be minimized, and the battle will be even more frantic. When He Sheng arrived, he saw the 10,000 troops on the opposite side, and he was instantly bewildered. There is no surrender in the predatory battle, unless the attacked party abandons the base camp, which will also lead to nothing, and it is impossible to survive in this dinosaur-infested world. But as long as their base camp has not fallen, the survivor can go back anywhere in an instant, but they cannot be used in combat. They can only wait for the end of the battle, or give up all current forces and return to the city alone. At this time, He Sheng kept thinking about how he was going to fight this war. The strength of the two sides was too great. And he was excited to return to 4,000 people. It seems that this time he is going to lose money. Chapter 13 Cruelty in the Cold Weapon Era. Liang is watching this plundering battle. There is a function in the world, that is, he can spend 100 points to watch the plundering battle of others. Ordinary people are absolutely reluctant to bear these points, but for Liang Zheng, it is simply a drop in the bucket, and he has never seen a predatory battle before, and this is the best learning opportunity. And many people in the world are studying this battle. At the same time, some Hyuxia people are too angry and have begun to find the surrounding cow people to start venting. After He Sheng hesitated for a while, he decided to start offensively with defense. After all, the strength of the two sides was too wide, and it was completely impossible to attack. And he can only try to get more points during the defensive period to make up for the loss this time. At this time, He Sheng had already begun to line up his troops. He first put the 1,500 archers he had brought on the 3-meter-high fence, and finally put the primitive man behind. His intention is simple: first consume a batch of archers, earn as many points as possible, and then use primitive people to rush up. However, he obviously underestimated the opponent's strength. My wife Asora and Tam Cruise's roundup technology has long been advanced, and the bow and arrow technology has also reached the intermediate level. Although He Sheng's bow and arrow skills have also reached the intermediate level, the opponent's archer is 3 times his, and he actually has 5,000 archers. And the other party is obviously already a veteran of plundering. They even brought the wooden siege ladder in the construction technology. This is a basic item that can be unlocked. It is very simple, only 3 meters long and 1 point. Liang Zheng's shop also has it, but he didn't feel it was of any use and didn't change it. The battle between 10,000 people and 4,500 people has already begun. The opponent first charged with primitive men, and the 1,000 primitive men in the front row, each holding a wooden ladder. The 1,000 primitive men behind were holding stone spears and stone axes in their hands. The last 5,000 archers were within range. All of them raised their bows and arrows high and aimed at the archers on the wall. At this time, the predatory war has officially begun. My wife Jing Sora waved his hand, and the 1,000 primitive men holding the wooden ladder in the front immediately rushed up, followed by the 1,000 primitive men behind. He Cheng was crying while looking at the charge opposite. If he didn't look at Zhao Yao with a bit of beauty, and wanted to sell well in front of her, he wouldn't have gotten 4,000 people in vain. But now it's useless to say anything. He Cheng shouted as he watched the primitive man approaching, and the 1,500 archers on the fence began to attack, and the sky of arrows fell directly. The sound of breaking through the air kept ringing. Puff! Puff! The sound of bow and arrow shooting into the flesh suddenly rang. In front of the 2,000 primitive people, at least more than 500 people died directly in the arrow rain, but shortly afterwards, the opponent's archers also began to attack. After the first round of archery, He Sheng lost nearly 1,000 archers. Seeing this number of casualties, he felt heartache in his heart. Just before his second round of arrow rain shot, the person on the opposite side may have placed the wooden ladder under the wall, and at the same time drew out the stone axe from his waist and started climbing. He Sheng directly added the 2,500 primitive people of the tribe to Zhao Yao's 500 people, and all ordered them to board the fence and prepare for this wave of rushes. But just as they rushed to the wall, the second wave of arrows from the archer on the opposite side came again, and the 3,000 people who had just climbed up were shot and killed 1/3 in a blink of an eye. Seeing this, Liang Zheng was secretly amazed in his heart. It seems that the archer technique is worthy of the core technique of the cold weapon era, because there is no such thing as a difference. He Sheng was in command of the last 500 archers, constantly attacking, but for Yu Dajin, who was on the opposite side, it was a drop in the bucket. But after harvesting more than 100 lives, 500 archers were finally shot by the archers on the opposite side, and now there are only 1,000 people left on the fence. This battle is doomed to fail. It's just to see how long they can last. My wife Asora and Tam have actually begun to have a playful mind. They let the archers stop shooting, and then let the melee primitives go crazy slaughter, and at the same time, they added 1,000 primitives again. Facing nearly 2,500 primitive people, although Zhao Yao and He Sheng occupied high places, their double fists were still hard to beat with 4 hands. In a moment, more than 400 people had been killed. Seeing this, Liang Zheng secretly made a comparison. Now his wall is 5 meters high, and his range is 110 meters. Looking at the opponent's appearance, the range is only 70 meters. If they want to attack themselves, they may not be able to hit it at all. Not to mention anything else, the 3-meter ladder alone is not long enough, let alone the distance between the archers of the two sides, but the number of opponents is indeed twice as much. Under this situation, oneself will inevitably suffer some losses, but the final result will inevitably be victory. At this time, Zhao Yao and He Sheng had almost lost, and their number was already less than 500. This was the result of the other party trying to abuse them. If they had been shooting with archers, I am afraid they would have already failed. Liang Zheng felt nervous when he saw this place. Although he is now strong, he saw the battle with cold weapons for the first time. The bloody scene was a bit uncomfortable. After fighting for a while, He Sheng saw that his soldiers were almost gone, and although he didn't earn much points, he was still half of what he had earned. When he rushed just now, he deliberately let Zhao Yao's people rush in front, while his own people made up the knife in the back to maximize the benefit. Zhao Yao naturally saw his careful thoughts, but now that he was at the juncture of life and death, he had no choice at all. Now that all of her own troops have been wiped out, only the 500 people of He Sheng remain, and she knows that everything is over. At this moment, He Sheng sighed. I've tried my best. I think you should run fast. At least you are better than a captive. I will return to my tribe. Zhao Yao opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she never said anything. She forced her tears to swirl in her eyes and watched He Cheng disappear in place. She turned and ran out of the tribe. When he saw this scene, Liang Zheng also sighed in his heart, this world is so cruel. Not because he has no sympathy, but in order to survive, you must live what you hate. Chapter 14 Weaving Technology, Upgrading Medium-Sized Tribes. After dividing the trophies between my wife, Iazara, and Tam, they each went away, and at the same time they didn't know what they were muttering. Then Zhao Yao ran into the wild alone. In this era of dinosaurs, it would be hard to survive 9 deaths. Liang Zheng shut down the system directly, thinking about the scene just now in his mind, and at the same time, he thought to himself that he still needs something more powerful. Only by constantly getting stronger can you survive in this cruel era. I took a look at my own points. Now I have reached 1,114,600 points, and my heart is hot, and my protection period is still 3 days. As long as I get a civilization event, I can upgrade to the intermediate tribe. At this moment, there was a lot of noise outside. Liang Zheng frowned and walked out, seeing some primitive people yelling constantly. Papa! Happy! Then he saw a primitive man with a stone spear in his hand, with a cane tied on it, and then threw it out forcefully, pulling it back. Your primitive man found that the stone spear was thrown out and couldn't take it back. After seeing the rattan, weave it on the stone spear to facilitate the recovery. You will get the knitting elementary, civilization degree +10. Your civilization has reached 70 points, you can upgrade to a medium-sized tribe. Weaving technology elementary, you can weave some animal skins or plant bast. Weaving technology. Knitting is one of the oldest handicrafts of mankind. According to the Book of Changes XICI records, in the Paleolithic period, humans used plant bast to weave into nets, net-shaped pockets, which contained stone balls, which were thrown to injure animals. The mall has unlocked new defense equipment, please check it out. Liang Zheng almost burst into tears when he heard this sound like a natural sound. Not only did he obtain the coveted weaving technology, he could also be upgraded to an intermediate tribe. He looked at the primitive man and felt more and more lovely, and he wished to go up and hug him, ease his excitement, and open the mall. Equipment, animal skin. Defense, +5. Introduction, the apron is simply woven from animal skins, which can be used to cover shame and prevent vital parts from being scratched by vegetation. Cut. Who wants you this fig leaf to be promoted directly to advanced level, which consumes 5,500 points? But the things in the mall have not changed, because there is no weaving technology, it cannot be made into cloth, but this is not important, but to unlock the defense manufacturing. Looking at the special inventory, there are Magen long armor and helmet, but this set of equipment requires 60 points for the production cost. Adding the weapon stone axe and stone spear, that is 45 points. In this way, it takes 105 points to build a finished warrior. Fortunately, I have 100 times the crit of a character, otherwise the number will increase by 20 points. Although the attack power of the two weapons does not overlap, it still needs to have the throwing weapon technology. Liang Zheng began to upgrade the tribe. This is the most exciting time. After he has upgraded the medium-sized tribe, not only the population can increase the upper limit, but even the dungeon can challenge more advanced ones. Upgrading a medium-sized tribe requires 70 civilization points, 2000 population, and 500 points. Seeing this, I can't help but secretly smack my tongue. 70 civilization points is already very difficult, plus 2000 people and 500 points. I don't know how many people will be stumped. You know, it only costs 50 points to upgrade to a small tribe, but it costs 10 times the price to upgrade to a medium tribe, which is simply cheating. Upgrade. After consuming 500 points, Liang Zheng's tribe came to a medium-sized tribe. Seeing that the population limit was changed from 5,600 to 20,000, he couldn't help but feel excited. Moreover, the system is equipped with 20 sealed stone houses, which can accommodate 2,000 people, which seems to be the basic population configuration. Liang Zheng first counted the stone houses, and now he counts the system to give them. There are already 135, and now it can accommodate 13,500 people in total. Simply buy 65 sealed stone houses, each with 100 points, consume 6,500 points. 65 stone houses rise from the ground, and the next step is the buyer. He intends to pool the primitives to 8,000, and all the rest will buy archers. Now he only has 1,600 primitives and directly buys 64, actually 6,400. Only spent 1,280 points, and then bought 80 archers, consuming 2,400 points, and I sighed that it was still the cheapest for my own people. The next step is to arm all the people. This is the most expensive place. Liang Zheng will make 2,000 pieces of Magen long leather into armor, each of which is 1,000 pieces and consumes 60,000 points. Subsequently, the remaining 6,400 primitives were equipped with stone spears, which cost 288,000 points. There are 8,000 archers, wooden bows consume 80,000 points, and 30 arrows per person. Cost, 480,000 points. He just had 1,000,000 points, and now he became a pauper in an instant, with only 59,920 points left, and he felt like crying for a while. But seeing that the perfect soldier is strong and the horse is strong, I feel relieved, especially the primitive people who have worn the armor. Seeing that they were armed and powerful like a rainbow, they were not too prestigious, and the gang of primitive men in armor were constantly shouting. But just as Liang Zheng was happy, suddenly there was a sound from the system. Your primitive man found other survivors 40 kilometers away, do you want to check? Liang Zheng felt tight and hurriedly clicked to view it. A three-dimensional perspective appeared directly in front of Liang Zheng's eyes. He saw that the opponent's tribe was extremely large, with no less than 100 stone houses, which meant that the opponent's force was at least about 10,000, but when he saw the name of the survivor, his heart suddenly shook. Survivor, my wife Asura. Seeing this person's arrival, Liang Zheng suddenly understood in his heart that he was afraid that this lunatic had already targeted him, and he could never be alone. Now that he has tens of thousands of troops, Tom is definitely not inferior to him, and may even be stronger than him. However, Liang Zheng didn't have any fear at this time. If he discovered them just now, I am afraid he would still think of a way. Now that he has come to a medium-sized tribe, his strength has been completely raised to a level, even if the two of them attacked at the same time, he would never lose. And now I still have 2 days of novice protection time, and I can speed up my development during this period. If I am exploring any new powerful technology, I will have more confidence. Chapter 15 The Crisis is Coming. Liang Zheng looked at his 1,000 meter wall at this time, which was 5 meters high and 3 meters thick. If his archer stood up, he would definitely not be able to shoot the other side. And because of the terrain, I can shoot them directly and effectively. Don't forget that Liang Zheng's archer has a range of 110 meters, and now there are 12,000 people. Coupled with the 1,000 melee combat that his own spaceman couldn't break, Liang Zheng actually started to look forward to it at this time. You must know that in a predatory battle, it is not only a battle, but also points to earn. A primitive man's points are 10 points, and an archer's points are 15 points. My wife Jing Kong and Tam have a total of 20,000 people, even if they are all converted to primitive people, they will have a total of 200,000 points. If you count the archer's points, I'm afraid that this number will only double, and the two sides in the plundering battle are endless, and it is simply too difficult to break through your own defense. When thinking of this, Liang Zheng was already a little excited, and at the same time he suddenly thought of a new idea. Why should I bring a copy? If it is to support the plundering war, wouldn't the points be even greater? But now I just think about it. After all, for the consumption of large-scale plundering wars, his foundation is still a little weak, but this idea can be retained, and he believes that he will use it someday. My wife Jing Kong came to Liang Zheng's 50 kilometers away with time. When he saw the high city walls and the stone houses all over the floor, his heart suddenly became tense and he hurriedly contacted Tam. Big brother Tam is not good, this kid is extremely powerful now, since his city wall is already 5 meters high, and there are more than 200 stone houses. Tam was also taken aback when he heard Jing Sora's words. He only noticed this kid with my wife Jing Sora 3 days ago, but now he has become so strong. What he thought in his heart was not how strong Liang Zheng was, but he was afraid that the person behind him was too big. Could it be that that person had already reached the slave civilization? You pay attention to observe again, see if you can inquire about the person behind him. After all, for now, it is better for us to be more cautious. After hearing Tam's words, my wife Asura snorted in her heart. Although she said that she knew how to make the Wanyan ship carefully, but to deal with a novice, even if he had a large number of people, technology would definitely not work. I am afraid that even this construction technology was just obtained by chance. As for his arms, it is impossible to be as powerful as possible. Even if the people behind him want to support him, it is impossible to come over easily. You must know that people with high civilizations will pay a great price to attack low civilizations. The span points paid are an astronomical figure. Even the top boss of slave civilization may not be willing to give up these points. This is also the system to protect the survival of the low-end civilization and develop steadily. But even though he thought so in his heart, he couldn't say it. Now the Hyuxia people have begun to look for them frantically. And the reason why my wife Jing Sora is holding Tam is not how strong he is, but because he had a sister who was a giant in the Stone Age. Seeing that he was about to level up. But without a backstage, I was afraid it would be difficult to survive, so he had to be the younger brother of Tam. Don't worry, brother Tam, I will investigate. But just after the two ended their conversation, my wife Jing Sora lay directly on the bed, and there was no intention to investigate. And this month, he has fought dozens of big and small battles, each of which is a big victory, and now he has already bursting with confidence. As long as they are not besieged by Daxia's bigwigs, even if they come alone, they are not afraid. You must know that there are only 100 people in the entire wild civilization. But shortly after he lay down, Tam sent him another message. My wife Jing Kong was shocked. He knew about his own laziness, so he hurried outside. Why are you so slow to reply? What are you doing? Hearing Tam's questioning, I felt uncomfortable, but he didn't show it. I'm about to investigate that kid. What's the matter, brother Tam? I have found an ally, from the Black Duo Nation. He has 8,000 troops. He is now going to be promoted to the Stone Civilization and wants to be with us. Hearing this, Jing Kong's first reaction was to die. If there are allies, it would be best, but what is his strength? Don't worry, the bow and arrow technology has been unlocked, and with 1,000 archers, the strength is still very good. It's really good, it's already very rare to be able to unlock the bow and arrow technology. Yes, when the time comes, let his primitive people charge, and we can collect points later, haha. My wife Jingsuo laughed wickedly when she heard this. But you still have to investigate. Although this kid must be ours, don't take it lightly. He was bored when he heard the old things of Tam, but after all, he had to rely on his breath and could only endure it. In the past 2 days, Liang Zheng has been observing in the tribe. At the same time, in order to let the other party relax his vigilance, he has already hidden the armed primitives and archers. Only 100 primitive patrols were sent outside to show the enemy's weakness and want to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, and through questioning, he already knew. The plundering war can be carried out in 3v3 at most. That is to say, it is entirely possible that my wife Asora and Tam will be looking for someone. It seems that they have to be fully prepared. Looking at the novice cave for 30 minutes, Liang Zheng took a deep breath and sat on a stone bench, feeling the warmth of the sun. He now understands that in the Stone Age, there are already 10,000 people on the ceiling, but there are number 20,000 people like him. For nothing else, the survivors who can have 10,000 people have already been promoted to the Stone Civilization, and it is a waste of time here. It is meaningless to know the card level. Because of the degree of civilization, most of the technology has been limited to development, at most it is to save some points. But also pay attention to being given a routine by the other party, after all, no one knows the other party's details, and can only analyze it through his existing tribe. Liang Zheng was determined at this time. Even if the other party came with 3 people, there would be only 30,000 people. His archers were not vegetarian, and they would surely let them die first. Chapter 16 The Fugitive Zhao Yao. Seeing that he had nearly 26 million points, all of which he had saved in the past 2 days. After upgrading to a medium-sized tribe, he looked at the new dungeons. There were as many as 5, and each of them was based on different combat strengths. Elevated. After reading the entire introduction, he chose a copy of the Ice Ridge Dragon, which is very good in terms of difficulty and points. Dinosaur, Cryolophosaurus. Kill points, 150. Health value, 2000. Attack, 80. Defense, 20. Speed, 260. Introduction, Cryolophosaurus, Jurassic carnivorous dinosaur, also known as Ice Spinosaurus, frozen ceratops, was the first dinosaur discovered in Antarctica. They were 6.5 meters long and weighed about 460 kilograms. When he first entered this dungeon, he discovered that it was not a dinosaur, but 10 dinosaurs, and the speed was extremely fast, and the difficulty was greatly increased. But because of this, he can get 70 points for each time, 19,000 people and a team of 50 people, divided into 380 teams, and can reach 380 people at the same time, which can average about 40 times per hour. With 12 hours in a day, the points earned are as high as 12.76 million, and it is simply terrifying. But instead of sending out the 1,000 Iron Dragon warriors, he hid them. This was the name Liang Zheng gave them. Seeing them wearing armor and flashing silver light like steel, they thought of this name, and it proved to be the case. When he took the Iron Dragon warrior to the instance, he was completely crushed. Iron Dragon warrior. Initial HP, 200. Initial attack, 26. Initial defense, 20. Initial speed, 15. Weapon, sophisticated stone spear/stone axe, attack power plus 25/20. Armor, Junlong armor, defense plus 40. Helmet, Junlong helmet, defense plus 40. Roundup skills, attack power plus 30%, defense power plus 30%, speed plus 30%. Total attack power, 66/59. Total defense, 130. Total speed value, 19.5. Don't their speed is slow, because they don't need it at all. The 130 defensive power is enough to deal with everything. If you charge the stone spear forward, you can't break the line of defense. Watching the novice protect the cave, there are still 20 minutes to finish, and I finally have to face the enemy. My wife Asora and Tam have assembled in the morning. And just as Liang Zheng had judged, the other party really found someone who was a survivor named Sani, a person from the kingdom of Haidu. Looks like that, the strength is not weak at all. Now that their 28,000 people have already gathered, just waiting for their novice period to pass, Liang Zheng passed through the system in the house, and began to secretly command the bow and arrow to climb up the wall and hide behind. At the same time, 1,000 Iron Dragon warriors were on both sides of the gate. If they were actually attacked by them, then they would be the new gate. A little bit of time was lost, but every minute, Liang Zheng felt as long as a century. Your primitive man found a fugitive 5 kilometers behind the tribe, Zhao Yao, what should I do? Liang Zheng almost yelled at the news. He thought it was a challenge, but it turned out that it was Zhao Yao, who is now preparing to fight, so there is no need to care about her. Just click to give up, but the system will pop up the message again in the next moment. The fugitive, Zhao Yao, take the initiative to ask for enslavement, do you accept it? Liang Zheng was taken aback. He didn't expect that the other party would choose to be enslaved by him. This was different from his own residents, but belonged to private slaves, not among the population, but the consequences of being enslaved were extremely tragic. The first is that you can't betray, otherwise you don't have to wait for the owner to do it, the system will obliterate it. Secondly, without the permission of the owner, they cannot leave the territory, otherwise they will be obliterated. Moreover, the enslaved person will lose the function of the system forever and become an ordinary person without any means of contacting the outside world. But fugitives are also not allowed to deliberately disrupt the balance and privately intervene in the development of civilization, otherwise they will be obliterated. In this world, enslaving fugitives is what everyone likes to do most, especially female fugitives. Not to mention other things, the first thing is that you can face a person just like you. This is a very important function. You must know that during these 7 days, Liang Zheng basically didn't say anything, and seeing the appearance of those primitive people simply affected the aesthetics. Although you can't intervene in the progress of civilization in an opponent, there are still things in their minds. If you meet a smart one, you can be a coup-headed strategist. And this is still wholeheartedly, after all, a fugitive can only be enslaved by one person in his life, no matter whether the other party is enslaved or died, he will be directly obliterated. Thinking of these various benefits, Liang Zheng didn't hesitate to click OK. Successfully enslaved the fugitive, Zhao Yao. As soon as the voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Liang, and saw the girl with a dirty face. Liang Zheng swallowed fiercely. Tong Yan was talking about such a girl, and Zhao Yao flushed when she saw Liang Zheng's eyes, and she was a little scared at the same time. At this moment, I saw a female animal skin dress in front of me. I looked up and saw Liang Zheng bought the clothes through the mall. He hurriedly took it. But seeing Liang Zheng didn't even mean to turn around, I sighed in my heart. His face was put on. Lord, Master. My name is Zhao Yao. Liang Zheng looked at Zhao Yao and listened to her address for a burst of joy, not because of the master, but for a week, he finally met someone who could communicate. Don't call it that. I'm a little uncomfortable. My name is Liang Zheng. You can call me Brother Zheng. I have seen the battle the day before yesterday. Today your old friend is here. Old friend? Zhao Yao wondered for a while, not knowing what Liang Zheng meant. Which old friend? Liang Zheng, and then opened the system panel. At this time, my wife Jing Sora had already sent out a plundering application, and Liang Zheng clicked to accept without hesitation. Through the system, Zhao Yao saw an army of nearly 30,000 people outside, and my wife Jing Kong and Tam standing in the forefront. Zhao Yao's eyes suddenly showed panic, and then his face became pale, and his body was directly weakened. She stared at Liang Zheng in a daze, and her tears couldn't stop streaming down. Why? Do you want to find a cushion when you die? The sudden sentence made Liang Zheng feel very upset, but he did not speak. Zhao Yao's thoughts were utterly distressed. She had not eaten anything for 3 days, and only relied on drinking water to maintain her strength. She had not encountered a carnivorous dinosaur. It was hard to come across a medium-sized tribe and found out that it was a compatriot, so it applied for enslavement. It is better than a foreigner, but now it seems that he is undoubtedly a dead end of his own choice. Chapter 17 The War Begins. Zhao Yao hurried to the front of Liang and grabbed his hand with both hands. Liang Zheng was taken aback by the sudden situation. Brother Zheng, hurry up and ask your friends for help, otherwise, not only will it be me, but you will also die. Liang Zheng looked at her, frowning. No, I can handle them by myself. How is it possible? You have seen it, they have tens of thousands of people. Liang Zheng was a little upset by Zhao Yao's troubles, so he took his hand out and walked out of the stone room. Zhao Yao still refused to give up and continued talking. Brother Zheng, I know a few big guys, maybe they will. As soon as Zhao Yao said this, she couldn't continue, because her high wall was full of archers, and there were probably no fewer than 10,000 people standing there. There are hundreds of primitive people on both sides of the same hand, but what's the matter with the armor on them? Does the wild civilization have this kind of armor? At this time, Zhao Yao's heart twitched fiercely. Could it be that he was so lucky that he met the real boss in the legend? Liang Zheng squinted to see Zhao Yao's expression, he was very satisfied, and then walked to the wall. At this time, the time to attack was less than 3 minutes. Zhao Yao stared at Liang Zheng's back blankly, as if he was infinitely magnified. At this time, Liang Zheng was like a giant, extremely tall. And since the chat with my friends has exploded, countless people are crazy and private about Liang Zheng. These are his trumpets, and Zheng Ping is among them. Zheng Ping, gangster, you were besieged by my wife Jing Kong? How about, Do you need me to find 2 big guys for you? Although the army is not as strong as you, there are thousands of people. Liang Zheng smiled when he saw it, but before he refused, 2 people applied to add their own friends. Zheng Ping, those 2 agreed. One is called Sun Cheng and the other is Song Yang. Together, there are nearly 10,000 people. They are both big brothers. They have added you as a friend. Liang Zheng saw that it was the 2 people he was talking about adding his own friends, but he knew in his heart that if you want to ask a big man to make a move, you must pay a price. Liang Zheng, no, I'll take down your favor. After finishing talking, I didn't care about the replies of my friends, and hurriedly shut down the system's live broadcast. After all, I still don't like to expose my strength to the public, and development is the kingly way. Hey, I didn't even shout for additional staff, it seems that I was planning to give up. Tam frowned when he heard what my wife Asora said. Are you sure he is just some miscellaneous soldiers? Don't worry, brother Tam, I've already confirmed that he has only some primitive people, and they are all equipped with inferior equipment, which is not to be feared at all. Tam nodded, thinking that he might have been too mindful. A novice, even if he was taken care of by a big boss, he couldn't give away points, so he just took him with him. It only lasts for 7 days, not to mention technology, even if it is not full of people, although it looks huge, it is entirely possible that it is pretentious. Don't waste time, I think just kill it directly. Sani looked at the 2 of them too much, urging them anxiously. At this time, the 10-minute preparation time was up. My wife Jing Sora looked coldly at Liang Zheng on the wall and waved his hand directly, and immediately 4,000 primitives began to charge. At this time, the wooden ladder in their hands has been replaced by a 5-meter-high one, which needs to be unlocked by the intermediate level of the building. Liang Zheng frowned and sighed inwardly when he saw it. He still missed some calculations. And 4,000 primitives were followed by 5,000 primitives, and 4,000 archers followed closely, preparing to enter the effective range. Seeing the enemy approaching quickly, Liang Zheng clenched his fists tightly. When the first batch of primitive men entered within 110 meters, Liang Zheng did not let them shoot, but waited. The second batch also stepped into the shooting distance. Liang Zheng still did not do anything. His purpose is very clear, that is to kill all the last 4,000 archers. Just as the archer stepped into the incident, Liang Zheng suddenly roared. Kill! 12,000 archers immediately got up and appeared on the wall, with their long bows in their hands full, shooting directly at an elevation of 15 degrees, and suddenly a rain of arrows fell crazily. And the 4,000 archers behind hadn't reached some distance of him, and were directly nailed to the ground by the falling arrow rain. The effect of 100% hit was immediately reflected, and every arrow did not miss, all shot at the 4,000 archers. Your archer killed the predator *1 and gained 15 points. Your archer killed the predator *1 and gained 15 points. There was a dense report from the system, and Liang Zheng felt happy for a while, and his points continued to grow. Although there were not as many copies, the pleasure was definitely different. After the first batch of shooting, the enemy lost 1,418 people and injured 1,851. And there are many people who can no longer fight, only the fate of waiting to die on the battlefield. My wife Jing Kong and the 3 people had a bad premonition in their hearts when the archers appeared, and when they were shooting arrows, their hearts twitched fiercely. This is 100 meters away, but the shooting distance of these archers can reach? Is this guy really a 7-day novice? Bagalu. He actually hides his strength. At this time, Tam's face was pale, looking at my wife Jing Sora, wishing to hack him to death. You must know that as the last carnival, he brought all his troops this time. If you lose this plundering battle, you will have nothing, and you will even become a slave. Thinking of this, Tam's heart trembled, and it was impossible to run, so he could only bite the bullet. The whole army strikes. Give me all. Tam was roaring at this time, and the other 2 men commanded their primitives to charge when they heard it, completely dressed in a ruined posture. At this time, the first batch of primitive people had reached a distance of 40 meters, and the archers once again drew their bows and shot them. 4,000 primitive men were shot and killed at once, and the number of casualties increased greatly. There were 2,457 people tall, and 1,000 Iron Dragon fighters at the door were already gearing up. The 7,000 primitive people behind the same hand tightly held the stone spear in their hands, and as long as the door was broken, they would rush forward without hesitation. At this time, Zhao Yao looked at everything in front of her, shaking her whole body. She did not expect that she was defeated by my wife Jing Kong 2 days ago. And today she will have a chance to take revenge. At this time, the archers continued to shoot and kill. At 40 meters, the corpses had piled up into a mountain, as if it were a chasm, and it became a nightmare they could never cross. Chapter 18, A New Way to Wealth. At this time, the battle has entered a white-hot stage. My wife Jing Kong and the 3 people have already red eyes and watched the continuous death of their men, but until now, they have not even touched each other's roots. Of the nearly 30,000 troops, now there are only more than 18,000 left. If they had a choice, they would have escaped long ago. However, in the plundering battle, there is only an endless situation, and after many shootings, the archers' arrows have already consumed more than half. Finally, the first batch of primitive people reached under the wall, put the wooden ladder on the wall, and began to climb up, but at this moment, they heard a roar. I saw that the door suddenly opened at this time, and 1,000 primitive men in armor came out from inside, raising the spears in their hands to pick them up high. Your Iron Dragon warrior killed the loot *1 and got 10 points. Your Iron Dragon warrior killed the loot *1 and got 10 points. More and more primitive people rushed out of the door and began to fight them in close quarters. The Iron Dragon warriors kept advancing forward as if they were talking about tanks. The spear in his hand swung continuously, killing those who had no defensive power, and the primitive man on the opposite side slashed the armor of the Iron Dragon warrior with an axe to cause no harm. In the distance, my wife Jing Kong and the 3 people were stunned when they saw this scene. As the few people who were about to enter the stone civilization, they naturally knew the armors on their bodies. How is it possible? How could there be so many sovereign dragon armors? Isn't the boss copy only given to 20 copies at a time? At best, it is only given to me 20 people. At this moment, Sonny suddenly exclaimed. I see. My wife Asora and Tam hurriedly looked at him. I just played the boss dungeon 2 days ago, but an SSS evaluation appeared in it. It was a Huxia named Liang Zheng. Maybe his rewards were given by the SSS score. Hearing this, both of them were full of shock. As people who came over, they naturally knew how difficult the copy was, but this kid was able to make an evaluation of SSS. But when I saw the current battlefield randomly, I was somewhat clear in my heart. Tam had a decadent look on his face. It seemed that this time he really kicked the iron plate. Thinking of this, he suddenly raised his hand, punched my wife Jing Kong's face with a heavy punch, and flew out. UBD. I told you to investigate well. Is this the result of your investigation? Is Go Xiang in your head? My wife Jing Kong got up instantly, rushed directly to Tam, and punched him, seeming to want to vent all the grievances she received in this punch. The beaten Tam was stunned. He never thought that my wife Jing Sora would dare to treat him this way, but after seeing his hideous face, he felt a little scared for some reason. What do you think you are? If it weren't for your sister's sake, I would chop you off to feed the dog. Now everyone is going to be a fugitive. You dare to yell at me? Believe it or not, let you see God now. Tam stared blankly at my wife Jing Sora. She had completely lost her pretentious expression before, and after seeing this, Sonny on the side began to look gloomy. At present, the frontier is still reducing the number of personnel, from more than 18,000 people to more than 14,000 people. but the casualties of the other side have not reached 100 people. This is already a battle that must be defeated. Instead of sitting and waiting for death, it is better to behave well. The other party is willing to accept himself as a slave. That is also a very good choice. After all, Liang Zheng's strength is here, and he may be even stronger in the future, better than being a fugitive. Thinking of this, Sani suddenly shot and hit my wife Asura, but the other party was obviously prepared for a long time, and directly avoided his attack, and then broke his arm. A scream came from Sani's mouth, and Tam saw the crazy look of my wife Asura, and his heart was even more frightened. Finally, he made a difficult decision to directly use the system to return to the base camp. Tam Cruz, the survivor, has escaped, leaving 5,124 primitives and 247 archers, all of which have been converted into points. Hearing this, Liang Zheng was stunned for a moment. Then he saw that more than 5,000 people in the battlefield disappeared in an instant. There were only about 10,000 enemies left, but they were directly reduced by half. Sani watched the changes in the battlefield and knew that the general situation was gone. Then he gritted his teeth fiercely and returned to the base camp using the system. Sani, the survivor, has escaped, and the remaining 945 primitives have all been redeemed for points. The number of people on the battlefield decreased again, and now there are only less than 4,000 people left. Liang Zheng coldly looked at my wife Jing Sora in the distance, waiting for his final decision. But until he killed all of him in the end, he didn't make any expressions, just knelt on the spot. Liang Zheng brought the Iron Dragon warrior to him, and my wife Jing Kong looked up at him. She couldn't believe that she had been fighting in this world for more than 2 years, and she would lose to a 7-day novice. "Brother Zheng, can you let me kill him?" Hearing Zhao Yao's gritted teeth, Liang Zheng motioned to the Iron Dragon warrior next to him, who handed the stone axe to Zhao Yao. My wife Jing Sora looked at the stone axe, shaking uncontrollably. "Don't kill me, I will be your slave." While speaking, slave selection appeared in the system. Liang Zheng snorted coldly, and refused directly. "You don't deserve to be a dog." My wife Jing Kong was so desperate that Zhao Yao's stone axe suddenly fell. But the next moment my wife Jing Kong disappeared, and he used the system directly and returned to the base camp. Zhao Yao was very excited when he saw this, and constantly waved the stone axe at the place where my wife Jing Kong disappeared. "Well, don't worry, he is not far away from us, I will catch him back and let you kill him." Hearing this, Zhao Yao raised her head fiercely, tears streaming down her eyes. "Thank you." Liang Zheng shook his head, then returned to the tribe, and at the same time looked at his own points. This battle was quite rewarding. There were a total of 28,000 people, including 5,000 archers and 23,000 primitive men. His injuries were all in the family, and there were only 241 people. Among them, there was an Iron Dragon warrior with no casualties. The points are even more cool. There are a total of 305,000 points. Although it is not too much for the current self, you must know that this is just a battle. Moreover, it is the battle of the lowest level of wild civilization. If it is an advanced stone civilization or a higher slave civilization, what will be the result? Thinking of this, Liang Zheng wanted to become stronger and go to a higher civilization. Chapter 19, At the Top of the Man, Revenge Against the Gods. Liang Zheng, who thought everything was over, did not know that the news of his victory over my wife Jing Sora had already been distributed to the world by the system. During the plundering battle, Liang Zheng won, my wife Asura, Tam Cruz and Sani failed to plunder. When they saw this message, everyone was stunned. Just before, they were still guessing that Liang Zheng might be more fortunate this time. As for shutting down the live broadcast, it may be because they are afraid that others will see him fail miserably, but now everyone does not understand how he defeated 3 people alone. Guhua, I'm going, is this guy going against this guy? Since one person can beat 3 people, I don't know what Sani's strength is, but my wife Asora and Tam are definitely the ceiling strength. Qian Jin, I thought I was just very decadent, but after seeing the performance of the boss, I knew that I was scrapped. Miao Ying Ying, the big guy is the big guy, it's over so soon. Cao Ying, the boss is a ruthless copy, every time it is a spike. Hao Jian, I have unlocked a new posture, called 5-body casting. At this moment Liang Zheng watched the World Channel, constantly frowning his teeth. He was light and fluttering when he saw the praises of him in front of him, but when he saw Miao Ying Ying, he was full of black lines. At the same time, I thought in my heart, you must not fall into my hands, otherwise, I must let you know the meaning of the 4 words heroes. When Zhao Yao saw his appearance, she didn't understand what was going on. She glanced at him secretly. Seeing that the world was talking about this battle, she felt a sense of pride in her heart. It seems that I still have a good vision, and I picked a hidden boss all at once. Then, wouldn't it be enough for me to be responsible for making vases? Thinking of this, he was unconsciously happy. Liang Zheng turned his head to look at her with a look of confusion, and found that he was out of shape, and hurriedly stopped the laughter. At this time, Zheng Ping sent another message. Zheng Ping, brother, I really convinced you, how did you win? Liang Zheng, secret. Zheng Ping, I will be yours all my life. Liang Zheng, get out, I don't need a man. The two chatted for a while, and the battlefields of the primitives were also cleaned up. In fact, there was nothing to clean. There were no corpses, but the arrows they shot were recovered. Thinking of my wife Jing Kong, 40 kilometers away, Liang Zheng sneered and assembled the troops again. Now that he had already started, he would cut the grass and wipe out the roots instead of endless suffering. But Sani and Tam didn't know where they were. They only had to wait until they were upgraded to slave civilization. Once they reached that level, they would have a precise search function. As long as you spend the corresponding points, you can find the person you want to know, but the stronger the opponent's strength and the higher the level, the more points will be spent. At this time, Zhao Yao followed Liang Zheng, with 1,000 Iron Dragon warriors and 1,000 archers, and went directly to the base camp of my wife Jing Kong. As for whether there will be an ambush on the road, there is no need to think about this at all. Those surviving in the wild can send their subordinates to their side at will, no matter how far they are. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Hearing Zhao Yao's thanks again, Liang Zheng felt helpless. You don't need to thank me, even if it's not your business, I will take action. They are already on the ground, and I can't wait for them to enter my house. Also, I just thought about it. You can follow the exploratory forces in the future. Although you can't intervene, you can indicate that it is not. They will miss the baby. Don't worry, I will make you stronger, and I can give you many heirs. Hearing Zhao Yao's words, Liang Zheng was unsteady on his feet and almost fell. After Zhao Yao saw this, she covered her mouth and laughed. A group of people soon arrived at the base camp of my wife Jing Kong. Liang Zheng looked at my wife Jing Kong in the tribe with a sneer, and directly clicked on the plunder. You are launching a looting war against the survivor my wife Karai, please confirm the information. Number of exhibitors, 1,000. Survivors participating in the battle, 1. P.S. During the looting station, you cannot request support from friends and cannot continue to increase your troops. Sure. My wife Jing Sora looked at the prompts in the system, and her heart suddenly frightened. Now he has no troops, and he just found out that all of his friends have blocked him. Now he is completely a polished commander, and now Liang Zheng has come to the door, and he can't do it if he wants to resist. At this time, he is already desperate. I thought that half an hour ago, he still had 10,000 troops, it was the existence of the ceiling of the wild world, but now he is not even as good as a novice. As soon as 10 minutes arrived, I heard a shattering sound of the door, and then saw a group of warriors in armor rushing in. Liang Zheng was walking in front and Zhao Yao followed. Looking at the mighty army, my wife Jing Kong just sat on the ground decadently, without any thoughts of resistance. Suddenly my wife Jing Kong kowtowed his head frantically, and the blood on his forehead instantly flowed out. "Please, I don't want to die, let me be your slave, please." Liang Zheng didn't speak, but handed the stone axe to Zhao Yao. After receiving the stone axe, Zhao Yao walked to my wife Jing Kong's side step by step, and then raised the stone axe high, but he did not dare to fall. My wife Jing Kong was already sweating profusely at this time, and his feces were running out. It would be fine if Zhao Yao directly gave him a gratitude, but the delay in refusing to drop the stone axe was simply torture for my wife Jing Kong. Liang Zheng sighed. It seems that the woman said that, and then gave a soldier next to him a look, and asked him to step forward and result in my wife Jing Sora. But suddenly he heard a scream from my wife Jing Kong, and found that Zhao Yao actually closed his eyes and chopped it down. An axe was slashed on his arm, and his hand was not constantly waving. Liang Zheng stepped forward and pulled her back. Zhao Yao threw the axe down and lay in Liang Zheng's arms and wept bitterly, while the Iron Dragon warrior on the side chopped off my wife Jing Kong's head with an axe. In the plundering battle, the survivor Liang Zheng defeated my wife Asura, which has been obliterated from the Jurassic era. The World Channel, which had just been calm, was boiling again in an instant. Yahoo! Damn, the boss is really a ruthless man. He fought back as soon as he won the looting battle and wiped out my wife Jing Kong, awesome. Xiang Xiang, the big man Liang Zheng is brave enough to kill the Japanese people's base camp, awesome. Gucci, big brother Liang Zheng, or beat your little widows, you don't know that the big brother is both civil and military. Liang Zheng watched the noise of the world, and did not ignore it, but returned directly to the tribe. After all, there was still a soft girl in his arms that needed to be comforted. Chapter 20 Promotion to Stone Civilization. Liang Zheng had just returned, holding the idiom of Zhao Yao thinking that it would be natural, but was broken by the system that struck suddenly. During the predatory battle, you obtained the opponent's technology, language communication elementary. Civilization +5. Liang Zheng was full of horns at once, and finally was able to communicate with these two Kaka guys, and finally didn't have to continue to learn dumb speech. Without any hesitation, he upgraded directly to the advanced level, and gained 10 civilization points again, and at this time he had reached 90 civilization points. Suddenly he heard a chattering voice outside, and even Zhao Yao, who was waiting to be embarrassed in his arms, couldn't take care of it, so he rushed out. Seeing Liang Zheng's appearance, she thought something had happened and hurriedly followed behind, but after going out, she found that everyone was shouting at Liang Zheng. "Chief!" Liang Zheng was agitated for a while, and he was so embarrassed. "You are finally talking about people. This is the first time you have spoken with them. Shouldn't you say something?" After thinking about it for a long time, I finally said something that excites everyone. "Dinner." The bonfire was burning in the evening, Liang was sitting in the main seat, and Zhao Yao was sitting beside him. Everyone was roasting dinosaur meat around. He was very relieved to see the happy expression on everyone's face. But everyone is just sitting and chatting like this, but there is no show. It is really boring. No wonder they all loved dancing before, and sitting is really uncomfortable. You are the chief now, shouldn't you customize some systems? Hearing Zhao Yao's words, Liang Zhu wakes up from his dream, right? He has become a chief, so there should be a rank of warrior or general underneath. Thinking of this, Liang Zheng hurriedly coughed a few times, but he only attracted the attention of a few people around him. There were too many people. Zhao Yao saw Hoyle, and then clapped her hands vigorously. Everyone is quiet, the chief has something to say. Zhao Yao's words attracted everyone's attention. Liang Zheng found a high platform and stood on it. 20,000 people stood in front of him consciously. Looking at the 20,000 people below, Liang Zheng fell into memories for a moment. I think back then. Lao Zi's team just opened. Hundreds of people come, no guns. Ahem, in the end, for dozens of points, hundreds of lives were filled in a days. But now, already entrenched on one side, with 1,000 arrows shot in the middle of waving, you can attack the city and plunder the village. Today, everyone's performance is very brave. My tribe warriors are brave and not afraid of death, and show their glory. I decided that in future battles, whoever shows bravery, I will canonize him as a warrior. Command the soldiers and horses. Remember, opportunity in your own hands, grasp today, create the future, and work hard. Only then will you win. The meeting will be over. After Liang Zheng's words were shouted, Zhao Yao had already leaned back and saw Liang Zheng's forehead. You are laughing, don't care about my ruthless men. Haha, come, don't say you are ruthless, I don't care if you are ruthless under your legs. Anyway, it's all yours, whatever you want. While speaking, he also glanced under Liang Zheng. Liang Zheng looked at Zhao Yao Tongjian's appearance, and hated this barbaric era for being unable to use drunk and chaotic Dafa. But those subordinates all boiled up. At this time, their fighting spirit was high and geared up. Everyone hoped to charge and fight immediately to prove their strength. The chief is mighty. The chief is mighty. But at this time, Zhao Yao reminded, why, those who fight have the right to fight, and what we explore is not caught. Liang Zheng immediately comprehended, raising his hands and pressing down, motioning for them to stop. In addition, not only fighters, like exploratory troops, if there are great contributors, I will also be canonized, and we will work together to create a prosperous tribe. After saying a word, everyone shouted again. Your tribal warrior is high-spirited and has unlocked languages. Please name your tribe. Listening to the sudden rise, Liang Zheng lost his thoughts, thinking that as a descendant of Yan Huang, a name immediately appeared in his mind. Now I name the tribe. The person who originally shouted suddenly became quiet, quietly listening to Liang Zheng's next words. The tribe is called the Yanhuang tribe. The Yanhuang tribe is mighty. The chief is mighty. After the excitement of everyone passed, the bonfire party continued, and some people started to dance and dance because they hadn't slowed in. Your tribe has realized the earliest dance art, civilization degree +5. At the same time, someone drew a symbol on the stone, trying to record this moment. Your tribe invented the earliest hieroglyphs, civilization degree +5. Your civilization level has reached 100, and you can advance to a stone civilization. You can stay in a family for up to 1 month, and then you will enter on your own. During this period, civilization development cannot be triggered. There are 3 days for adjustment after promotion. Liang Zheng felt happy for a while, and he could finally move towards a higher civilization. It seemed that it would be beneficial to hold a banquet appropriately, and this time increased by 10 points. As for whether it will stay? How could it be possible that he is a person with tens of millions of points, so why stay here is a waste of time. And isn't there still a 3-day adaptation period? It's enough for yourself to make adjustments. Once you have the stone civilization, you can upgrade yourself to a large tribe. Then the population will increase sharply. At that time, one's own strength will be stronger, and technology will trigger more. Thinking of this, Liang Zheng didn't hesitate and clicked directly to advance. You have been promoted from a savage civilization to a stone civilization, the system will move you to another area, all assets will be accompanied, please confirm. Confirm. Just after clicking, there was flashing around, the scene in front of me changed, my own buildings and subordinates were there, but now I have come to a grassland. There is a large winding river in front, and there are countless diplodocus resting around. After seeing this scene, Liang Zheng and Zhao Yao all stood up. Gorgeous! Zhao Yao couldn't help sighing, and Liang Zheng did the same. Seeing the sky full of stars, the Milky Way spanned the entire sky, the meteors shuttled past, and the mood became extremely comfortable. But at this moment, some people wanted to make trouble, and saw a primitive man who ran up to Diplodocus, climbed up directly, and then rode on Diplodocus. Liang Zheng saw this scene directly numb his scalp, but the next moment, he was surprised. Your primitives have a whim, want to ride a dragon and run across the grassland, trigger a civilization event, Wang Hai trains a horse, civilization plus 10. Liang Zheng's mind was full of black question marks at this time. He wanted to ride a dragon and gallop on the grassland. This was indeed very thoughtful, but what did you have to do with Wang Hai's horse training? Chapter 21 Continuously Improve Civilization. Liang Zheng entered the Stone Age, and the world channel of the original barbaric era sent a message, and the crowd was once again amazed. Guhi, the people of Shanbei sent a congratulatory message, congratulating Mr. Liang Zheng for entering the Stone Civilization. Dengfei, the people of North Daxia sent a congratulatory message to Mr. Liang Zheng. Li Yi, the people of the Magic City sent a congratulatory message, I wish Mr. Liang Zheng a new level. Miao Yingying, send a congratulatory message on my behalf, don't leave, I'm unlocking a new pose again. Liang Zheng could no longer see these news. At this time, he was watching the world channel of Stone Civilization. Survivor Liang Zheng is promoted to Stone Civilization. Wu Guang, welcome to the new Huxia compatriots. Yan Jiao, hello. Our Daxia has grown by a point. Liang Zheng, please also advise. After being polite with the Huxia compatriots, Liang Zheng began to look at that Wang Hai to train the horse. He still knew a little about this illusion. According to legend, during the period of the Yellow Emperor, horses were a kind of wild animals. One of the emperor's subordinates captured a wild horse, but no one knew it, and finally let Wang Hai, an expert in animal domestication, feed it. But after a while, Wang Hai noticed that wild horses were coming again. He kept shouting outside the railing, and he lingered to leave. Wang Hai had a clever idea and opened the railing. As a result, all the wild horses rushed in. It didn't take long for him to give birth to a pony. Because the horse was often raised, he was not afraid of strangers at all. On the contrary, he looked very close. Fell off. Then he thought of a way, put the rope on the horse's head, and turned on the horse again. This time, no matter how the wild horse shook, he couldn't break free, and he was slowly tamed. However, Liang Zheng couldn't understand that he was training horses. What about himself? Could it be that I can't train my dragon? Could it be that I am the dragon knight whose destiny belongs to? While he was thinking, he discovered that the primitive man had led the captive Osnier dragon out, and then directly rode on it. But Osniel Roan couldn't bear his weight at all, and was directly pressed on the ground, wailing constantly. The primitive man scratched his head and looked at the Diplodocus by the river again. Liang Zheng's scalp was numb at this time, and he hurriedly issued an order that no one was allowed to provoke the Diplodocus outside. Otherwise, a dinosaur trampled on him, fearing that his gang would be gone. And through the system, he also understood that this Wang Hai training horse is the prerequisite for riding, and even the cavalry can be unlocked in the future. It seems that he is really going to be a dragon knight. Amazing! But this is all for the future, and now I only have 3 days to adjust. The first thing is to see if I can upgrade the large tribe. Large tribe, need stone civilization, 10,000 population, consume 50,000 points. Liang Zheng was overjoyed, all his conditions were met, and he clicked to upgrade directly. Upgrade to a large tribe. The maximum number of people is 100,000. Liang Zheng was happy for a while, that his number could finally be used, but these 100,000 people also burned a lot of money, not to mention anything else. The equipment alone was enough for him. Liang Zheng calculated in his heart, a melee requires a stone axe and a stone spear, a total of 45 points of equipment, while an archer needs to be equipped with a wooden bow and 30 arrows, a total of 70 points. If you are a 50,000 archer, that would be 3.5 million points, plus 30,000 primitive people, that is 1.35 million points. You have no pressure on yourself. It was enough to buy 300 primitives and 500 archers, which cost 21,000 points, and then 4.85 million points to complete the equipment. But when I saw that my house was not enough again, I had to continue buying houses and added another 800 sealed stone houses, which consumed 80,000 points. Because of the increase in stone houses and population, Liang Zheng's territory has expanded to 10 square kilometers, while the city is still 0.32 square kilometers. However, Liang Zheng did not build all his territory into a wall. Since his hometown has been surrounded anyway, there is no need to waste points and expand those uninhabited territories. Looking at the 21 million points in his bag, I felt at ease for a while, then looked at the civilization level, and found that it took 200 civilizations to upgrade to the slave civilization. Nowadays, slave civilization is regarded as the top-level existence, and it is also looked up to by many people, but I don't envy it now. It only took 7 days for me to upgrade from the wild to the stone tool. At this speed, as long as his civilization level rises quickly, he will definitely be able to advance quickly, but Liang Zheng will not be particularly anxious, because he now deeply understands the importance of technology. In that plundering battle, if it weren't for its strong technology, even if it had 20,000 people, it would inevitably lose to the three bastards. Thinking of this, he even wanted to upgrade quickly. When it came to the slave age, he would not hesitate to wipe them both completely. Liang Zhengjong calmed down, and then he saw the broad grassland, and he was worried for a while. These earth walls can no longer defend against any dinosaurs. Looking at the new items that appeared in the store, the first one was the boulder wall, but it was black, and it was not unlocked. To build a megalithic wall, you need to unlock technologies. Construction technology advanced, satisfied. Mining technology advanced, unsatisfied. 2-ton technology advanced, unsatisfied. Leverage technology advanced, unsatisfied. Pulley technology advanced, unsatisfied. Seeing the next few, Liang Zheng had a headache, and he didn't know when he could get these technologies. Looking down, the second one was a weapon. Military bow, buy 20 points. Need technology, woodworking technology advanced, unsatisfied. Attack power, plus 60. Range, plus 70 meters. Introduction: the bows and arrows used by the ancient army are extremely complex and powerful. Liang Zheng looked at the military bow, and his eyes were hot. It seemed that his technology was too little, but he now has 100,000 people, and he can assign more people to explore. Civilization event: Zhao Yao publicizes your heroic deeds in the tribe. All the residents of Yanhuang tribe worship you extremely, forming the embryonic form of religious belief. Civilization degree plus 10. Civilization event: the discovery of chestnut. Your exploratory team found a dog's tail grass on the plain. They brought it back, and found a seed after husking, and planted it as a crop chestnut. Your tribe starts to plant crops. Civilization degree plus 10. The continuous increase in civilization level made Liang Zheng a little stunned, but soon he knew the reason for it. He didn't expect that Zhao Yao was really good, and helped him increase his civilization level by 20 points so quickly. Chapter 22 Early Age Sapiens. So, we call it millet now, and millet after shelling. It is cultivated from a wild Cetaria. Millet has strong drought tolerance and strong viability. It is a symbolic crop of the Stone Age. Civilization event: grain acquisition. Because you have harvested chestnuts, you have brought new staple food to the tribe. Thanks to a single diet structure, your subordinate's physique will increase, with initial HP plus 100, initial attack plus 10, and initial defense plus 10, initial attack plus 10. Liang Zheng heard the final increase bonus, and he was very happy, knowing that his archer has already had 112 attacks. If it is 10 points, including the increase, he went straight to 130. As for the defense of the Iron Dragon Warrior, it is already more than 120 tall. It seems that I should reward Zhao Yao. After a while, Zhao Yao entered the room, and sat aside with a grin. Liang Zheng looked at her leopard print and swallowed secretly. Not bad, I found crops. Of course, I am studying history in reality. Zhao Yao's words surprised Liang Zheng. This girl actually learned history. You are a history student, how can the tribe be so weak? Does it matter? Besides, I am a girl and I don't like to fight and kill at all. Liang Zheng shook his head and sighed, saying the same as who liked it, but what could be done? He immediately looked at the introduction of the copy, knowing that the copy is his main source. Now he has just been promoted to the Stone Civilization, he has not read the copy, and he can no longer go to the copy of the previous Wild Civilization. After doing some research, he discovered that there were only 2 single-player dungeons in the Stone Civilization, but there were a lot of team dungeons, and the points were higher than the single-player points. This made Liang Zheng deeply worried. If this is to be able to fight in a team, then there is no need to level up. Wouldn't he have to cut off the source of points? Zhao Yao was curious when she saw Liang Zheng's face changed slightly. What's wrong? What happened? The dungeons of Stoneware Civilization are all team members. There are only 2 single players. I don't know if I can bring the dungeons. Zhao Yao didn't speak anymore. After all, she was just a small tribe, and she had never been promoted to the Stone Civilization. Liang Zheng was a little surprised to see the monster attributes of these raid dungeons. It is actually higher than the boss attribute of the Wild Civilization, but the points are also a lot more. He looks at the 2 highest team instances. Dinosaur, Yangchuan Dragon. Kill points, 200. Health value, 30,000. Attack, 220. Defense, 150. Speed, 230. Introduction, it is 8 to 10 meters long and weighs 3.5 to 4 tons. It has a steel-like lower neck and can even crush bones easily. It also has serrated teeth in its mouth. Yangchuan Dragon's hind limbs are slender and strong and powerful, the forelimbs are slightly shorter than the hind limbs. Dinosaurs, Monolophosaurus. Kill points, 150. Health value, 20,000. Attack, 180. Defense, 120. Speed, 200. Introduction, it is a medium-sized carnivorous dinosaur with a length of 5 meters, a height of about 2 meters and a weight of 700 kilograms. It is a medium-sized carnivorous dinosaur with well-proportioned body structure. There is a row of spines. But when he saw the Monolophosaurus, he arrived at the 3rd character in the mall, the early age sapiens, which required clearance of the Monolophosaurus to unlock it. Before Liang Zheng hadn't reached the Stone Civilization, he didn't know where this copy was made. Now that he saw it, he was a little excited, and he decided to use this copy of Monolophosaurus first. Liang Zheng intends to take 500 archers, and his archer is now attacking 132, removing 60 points of the opponent's actual defense, leaving 72 points of actual damage. 500 archers can cause a damage of 36,000, which is not considered a weakness damage, and he can also kill in seconds. Thinking of this, he hurried to the instance. After entering, I saw that the dungeon waiting area was the same as the Wild Civilization, but there were more people here, and there were also power leveling shouts, but the number was significantly reduced, and for a while, I was worried. Wu Hai, professional power leveling, able to pass Monolophosaurus, 75 points, if necessary. Cheng Yang, single belt Yangchuan Dragon, required secret, 110 points once. Liang Zheng found that the 2 had no voice after shouting, and he was a little excited. It seems that the power leveling market here is in short supply. When I think of this, I don't have any ink marks. I will unlock the characters first, then upgrade them, and then continue to level up with my subordinates. Monlophosaurus dungeon has been opened, do you want to enter? Yes. Then the figure shook for a while and came to a grassland, and saw a tall dinosaur appearing outside, and all his archers took their positions. There is 1 minute left before the dungeon opens, please be prepared. The enemy is coming. Monlophosaurus *1, crush their survivors. With a roar, the Monlophosaurus rushed over like a tiger coming out of the mountain at an extremely fast speed, and it was within the archer's range in a blink of an eye. Shooting! Liang Zheng yelled. 500 archers fired in an instant, and system damage prompts continued to appear. Monlophosaurus just ran 2 steps after hitting the arrow and fell straight down. You have passed the copy of Monlophosaurus, rewarded with 200 points, and the corpse of Monlophosaurus has been stored in the system warehouse. The system detects that you have cleared the copy of Monlophosaurus, and the mall opens a new character, H. Sapiens. Liang Zheng was excited. He directly quit the dungeon and returned to the tribe. He directly clicked on the system mall and saw that the earlier H. Sapiens had been unlocked. Arms, early H. Sapiens, 50 points / 1 unit. Health, 150. Attack, 35. Defense, 20. Speed, 45. Skills, Skill Fight. Introduction: higher humans evolved from primitive humans, with stronger physical fitness and brains. Primitive early H. Sapiens, 30 points required. Liang Zheng directly upgraded 38,000 primitive humans to H. Sapiens, and consumed 11,400 points. Because of the 100-fold critical strike, he inadvertently saved millions of points. Arms, early H. Sapiens, 50 points / 1 unit. Initial HP, 350. Initial attack, 56. Initial defense, 50. Initial speed, 45. After adding my own booster skills, all attributes began to rise. Now the 1000 Iron Dragon warriors are even more powerful. Not counting the boost, the initial defense alone has 136 points, and even the boost is 176. All you have to do now is to go to the Yangchuan Dragon Dungeon, and then choose the most stable way to assign candidates. Chapter 23 New Class. Like the copy of Yangchuan Dragon, Liang Zheng first brought in 500 archers. Under his own calculation, the damage of these archers was sufficient because there were still weak points of damage. Yangchuan Dragon Dungeon has been opened, do you want to enter? Yes. Liang Zheng entered the dungeon, and then he was taken aback. This was actually a forest, and his mood suddenly became a bit bad. No wonder no one brought this dungeon, and the archer was completely useless. And I brought in 5,000 archers, is it going to be cold? There is 1 minute left before the dungeon opens, please be prepared. Looking at the towering trees around, he didn't find Yangchuan Dragon, and he didn't know where he was hiding. There was no shadow at all. The 500 archers had already surrounded him. When he didn't find the opponent, he could only do so temporarily. At the same time, he also knew why this copy would collect 110 points, which was too dangerous. The enemy is coming, Yangchuan Dragon *1, crush their survivors. With a sudden roar, a 4-meter-high behemoth appeared directly in front of Liang Zheng. Liang Zheng hurriedly directed the archer to shoot, but something unexpected happened to him. All the archers are automatically arranged in 3 rows, and the angle of each archer is different. They shoot directly, and Yangchuan Dragon's 30,000 HP is instantly beaten by seconds. Immediately Liang Zheng thought of his 100% increase in hits. You have passed the copy of Yangchuan Dragon, rewarded with 200 points, and the body of Yangchuan Dragon has been stored in the system warehouse. Withdrawing from the dungeon, Liang Zheng did not call for power leveling, but planned to try the dungeon of Yangchuan Dragon a few more times to see if its each attack was fixed or random. Does every scene appear suitable for shooting? After 3 experiments, Liang Zheng found that each round was different, but his 100% hit rate played a great role. He could shoot every time, and he would die in 1 round. If this is the case, you can start bringing a copy. There are a total of 62,000 archers, and 500 people each form a team, which can form 124 teams, and each harvest has 110 points. Liang Zheng, single belt Yangchuan Dragon, 120 points once, private if needed. Just after the words were shouted, a group of people were immediately private. Liang Zheng added friends one by one without rushing, and then started the old routine. The other party set the points of the copy, and brought it by himself. After the first round was completed, it was the same 5 minutes, 124 teams, 110 points, and 13,640 points at the same time. Only 163,680 points were harvested in 1 hour. Liang Zheng sighed heavily when he saw this. He thought that he would get more points after upgrading, but he forgot the relationship that the copy would strengthen, and as a result, he was not earning as much as before. But at the moment it can only be so. Who makes his own number too small, and relatively speaking, he is still very bad. When adding friends just now, he also specifically asked why he didn't fight as a team. And the other party directly cursed the street. The original team fighting also limited 2 people, the points obtained were evenly distributed, but this Yangchuan Dragon is too powerful, and it is not enough to lose. It's most appropriate to find power leveling. Although you lose 10 points each time, you don't have any loss. You must know that an early age sapiens needs 50 points, which is not even equipped with equipment and upgraded technology. If primitive human casualties would be even more severe, as for archers, they are all core technologies, and there may not be 1 out of 1,000 people. Hearing this, Liang Zheng was secretly surprised. It seemed that his luck was really good. Not only did he unlock the archer, but he also gained so much increase. However, the upper limit of the number of people is still a headache. After all, his own advantages cannot be realized. After returning to the tribe, it was late at night. When he saw Zhao Yao lying on his bed, Liang Zheng's expression was strange. Today I bought her a house alone, just for fear of her embarrassment, but this girl is so proactive, so don't blame me for getting up casually. But just about to make a move, a cool breeze came in. Liang Zheng looked at the door with a grieving face. God sealed the stone house, but you pressed one of the doors for me, hung a broken grass curtain, and fooled the ghost? But now it's considered good. Before he didn't have the weaving technique, he didn't even have this broken grass curtain, it was completely empty. Liang Zheng tangled for a while and chose to sleep. Although the primitive savages didn't know the shame, as a modern civilized man, he must not lose his face as a 21st century man. In this way, Liang Zheng lay on the side and fell asleep in a daze. When the next day, he felt an itchy nose and then slowly woke up. I saw the career line of big chest surge appeared in front of my eyes, and then looked up to see Zhao Yao's disgusting look. Have you heard the story about the inferior beasts? Liang Zheng didn't react for a while, but he immediately thought of it. He stood up suddenly, stood on the Kong, and faced Zhao Yao condescendingly. Laozi is thinking of animals, not even a door. Do you want thousands of people to watch? While speaking, she also pointed to the door. Zhao Yao sneered when she saw Liang Zheng's appearance, then pointed to his haughty, turned and walked out of the stone house. Liang Zheng turned his head and thought to himself, after Laozi upgrades his house, I can let you go down to the ground and count you as strong. Liang Zheng looked at his own points, and he had already reached 22 million points. This night only rose by 1 million points, which simply affected his mood. Your H. Sapiens communicates with the archer, learns to archery, the mall unlocks the H. Sapiens archer. Liang Zheng was dizzy when he heard the sound of the system. What the hell is this? Can mutual exchanges unlock new units? Turning on the system and looking at them all, a new character appeared behind the archer inside. Arms: H. Sapiens Archer, 60 points / 1 unit. Initial HP, 350. Initial attack, 71. Initial defense, 40. Initial speed, 45. Skills: Powerful shooting, observation of weaknesses. Introduction: H. Sapiens archers not only inherited the skills of the original archers, but also can shoot weak points more accurately, increasing the number of weak hits by 10%. Primitive Archer H. Archer, 30 points are required to advance. Seeing that Liang Zheng's heart was hot, the archer's initial attack had reached 71 points, which did not count those percentage increases. But his percentage increase is 100%, plus the 25-point attack of the wooden bow and arrow, which directly comes to the 192-point attack. At this time, Liang Zheng's first idea was to change the number of copies. Since the attack power has been increased, control to the smallest number to earn more points. Chapter 24 Siege. Liang Zheng calculated that Yangchuan Dragon has 30,000 HP and 150 defense, and his archer now has an actual damage of 117. But H. Sapiens archers have a new skill, that is, the ability to hit weak points is increased by 10%. In this case, 200 archers are enough. Liang Zheng first upgraded the archer. The 62,000 bows and arrow archers only consumed 18,600 points, and he took 200 archers to the copy of Yangchuan Dragon again. Seeing a big guy with a height of 4 meters attacking, as soon as he entered the firing range, he directly let the archer start shooting. Your H. Sapiens archer attacked Yangchuan Dragon, hitting the weak spot, causing 351 damage. Your H. Sapiens archer attacked Yangchuan Dragon, causing 117 damage. Your H. Sapiens attacker attacked Yangchuan Dragon, hitting the weak spot, causing 351 damage. Of the 10 tips, at least 4 are hitting the weakness. This was originally placed, but it can only be encountered when you are lucky. Now it has become inevitable. And if you are lucky, there will be 6 hitting weaknesses directly, and now Yangchuan Dragon is still a round of death under the shooting of 200 H. Sapiens archers. Liang Zheng tried a few more times, and it was still a single shot. No need to think about it, he directly reduced the staff to 200 people, but he has more than doubled the number of people to earn points. From the beginning of 124 teams, now it has grown to 310 teams in an instant, with as many as 34,100 points at one time, and 409,200 points in 1 hour, and 4910,400 points in 12 hours. Seeing this, Liang Zheng was relieved for a while, and even wondered whether or not to replace all the arms with archers, but just think about it and forget it. Now that he is not at war, if someone is really coming to plunder, he still needs to carry it in close combat. Although his archer is very good, if he is rushed to the door, wouldn't it be dumbfounded? But at this moment, the sound of the system appeared again. The siege war will start in 48 hours. The system detects that your protection will disappear after 48 hours. It will be mandatory to participate. Please be prepared. Liang Zheng heard the system prompt, the black question mark in his head, what the hell is this damn camp war? Even compulsory participation. I hurriedly turned on the system, looked at the instructions, and directly clapped his hands in applause. This faction battle is held every month, and the time I choose is exactly when the faction battle begins. If you come one day later, you will miss it completely. And this camp battle is extremely cruel. All survivors of Stone Civilization must participate compulsorily. They are divided into 2 camps, red and blue, and all survivors choose voluntarily. But as a Hyuxia, there is an inexplicable obsession with red, so at the beginning Hyuxia people chose red. Over time, it has become that both Hyuxia people and allies choose red, while other countries choose blue. As for the rules of the game, it is a 5v5 battle. Both sides have a city, and then send troops to attack each other until one of the city gates is breached or all troops are killed. During this time, surrender is not allowed. As a survivor, you can stand inside the walls of all parties and use the system to control everything. You don't need to go to the battlefield, you won't die, and will only reduce your troops. At the same time, the requirement for participating in a siege is that a minimum of 50% of the troops must be dispatched. Many people are unwilling to lose half of their troops, so they all go all out to bet on a wave. After all, killing the opposing soldier is also the fastest way to earn points. If you win the bet, then many people will get rich overnight. Of course, if you lose this siege, you will have nothing, and a large wave of survivors will be wiped out or become slaves, just like a gamble. At this time, Liang Zheng was almost dancing. What is the most important thing he lacks? People. I send 100,000 people, even if half of you are killed, and I am killed, so what? 100,000 people, even primitive people, they all need 2 million points, but he only needs 20,000 points. Is he afraid of fighting for no one? Thinking of this, Liang Zheng was full of enthusiasm. He really gave a pillow when he was sleepy, with 20,000 points, and his 100,000 people only need to fight 1,500 people to pay back, and the rest is all earned. As for the loss of equipment, there is no such thing here. If they can pick up the opponent's equipment, everyone will directly kill people to improve their weapon technology. As it is said that some people are happy and some are worried, the World Channel has already been screaming at this time. Hyper, it's a siege, it's a siege, Lao Zi can't stand it anymore, I need a big guy urgently. Xiang Jing, there are not so many big bosses. You must know that the ceiling is only those people who can meet with such good ideas. I played 3 times, and the opponents are about to be promoted. If I meet this time, I will have to be a slave. Zheng Min, I ran out of troops last time. After a month of hard work, I just saved 10 primitive people. Are there any bosses taking slaves? Looking at the chat on the World Channel, Liang Zheng noticed the ceiling that those people were talking about. Those who wanted to come were the big bosses, they must be some ruthless characters. While thinking, the system prompt sounded. Your subordinates received Zhao Yao's inspiration and wanted to cast a statue for you to celebrate your heroic deeds. Why did they obtain boulder materials, and a large number of personnel from the digging troops to mine, and finally explored the mining technology elementary, currently only available? Excavate a boulder the size of 1 cubic meter. Unlock mining technology elementary, civilization +5. When Liang Zheng saw this, he suddenly remembered the technology of building the megalithic city wall. Isn't this one of them? He was directly upgraded to high level and gained 10 civilization points. In the same way, I am afraid that I will soon be able to advance to the slave age. Zhao Yao is really interested. Thinking of this, Liang Zheng uses the system so that all his subordinates can hear his own voice. Everyone! Stop! Hearing Liang Zheng's voice, everyone stopped their work, and their eyes also exuded worship. In view of Zhao Yao's outstanding performance, guiding the faith for the tribe, and laying the foundation for mining at the same time, I declare that from now on, Zhao Yao will be the high priest of the Yanhuang tribe. Hearing the news, everyone shouted. The chief is mighty! The chief is mighty! At the same time, there is even more enthusiasm in the eyes, and everyone is thinking in their hearts that they must work hard to become the next person to be reused by the chief. And the hired people in the dungeon saw the age archer suddenly shouting in front of them, and almost sat on the ground in shock, because Yangchuan dragon was about to arrive in front of them. Chapter 25 The Discovery of Salt. Liang Zheng returned to the stone house. Zhao Yao did not follow up, but continued to do command. Liang Zheng curiously turned on the system and wanted to see how they mined. With the perspective of God, he saw hundreds of miners working on the mountain wall. At this time, they have advanced collection technology. The technology is more complicated. Today's civilization does not have metal. Therefore, granite is currently the hardest and most difficult to mine stone. But this simply can't overwhelm human beings with wisdom. They will choose a piece of stone that is satisfactory and suitable, and specialize in the stone wall with natural cracks on the stone body. Next, they will start a bonfire under the rock wall and begin to heat up. When the stone is heated, it will expand, and those natural cracks will begin to become obvious. The person next to him was using the water in the container, and when the stone was almost heated, he suddenly poured it into the cracks in the stone. The strong temperature difference brings about the principle of thermal expansion and contraction. If it goes smoothly, the whole stone will naturally crack and fall off the mountain wall. Even if it does not fall off, the crack will be more obvious and wider. But the next scene made Liang Zheng even more amazed. A group of people next to them took small stones of various shapes from their bodies and put them into the cracks. Then he smashed the small stones hard, causing them to sink deeper into the cracks of the boulder. One by one, the stones were embedded in it. Although the granite is hard, the harder the thing, the more vulnerable it is when it is damaged. Kaka, boom! The boulder fell, and the original inhabitants obtained the boulder they wanted. Seeing this, Liang Zheng couldn't help sighing that every human method at the beginning has laid the foundation for higher technology in the future, which is all living and accumulated with human wisdom. The earliest mining technology, the speculation in the literature is that people in the Stone Age, when cooking with a bonfire, discovered that the stone that was burned by the fire might burst open, which gave birth to the most primitive mining method. But at this time, they found that they could not transport it back. Liang Zheng saw this in his heart, and it seemed that some things were not accidental, but inevitable. For example, now that they know about mining, but can't transport it back, they must use their wisdom and think about it. It seems that they are about to acquire new technology. Turning off the perspective of God, the page returned to the World Channel again, and the people inside were still chatting. Li Nong, last time I ran into the opponent's card level, it should be more than 3 years, but we actually have 2 here, and we were beaten back to the pre-liberation period. Zhu Ying, Li Nong, I was there the time you said, do you remember me? At that time, with a wave of your hand, 20,000 troops appeared. It was so handsome. Then heart. Yes, Ying, big brother. Hope to see you this time. Zhao Lan, worship the boss. Liang Zheng touched his chin, thinking in his heart, isn't it? 20,000 is already a bigwig? Could it be that I think of these people too high? But how do you play this? I already have 100,000, but the other party only has 20,000. Even if I meet 5 top bosses on the opposite side, it is only 100,000. Don't you want to earn points? At this time, Liang Zheng felt deeply disgusted with this system. The CO author of the population ceiling was designed for me alone, isn't it? Does anyone in Timo reach the upper limit? Liang Zheng, who was originally looking forward to the siege war, was extremely disappointed at this time. He just wanted to see a few more card levels, that would be the best thing in the world. If you let others know what he thinks, I'm afraid he will think that he has been crazy, and when he knows his details, then the rest of the people will be crazy. While Liang Zheng was thinking, Zhao Yao suddenly yelled from the side, scared him directly to sit on the ground. What are you doing? You won't knock on the door when you come in. When Zhao Yao heard Liang Zheng's words, she pointed to the door and rolled her eyes. If there is a door, didn't you already become a beast last night? Liang Zheng blushed after hearing this, and then coughed a few times. How do you talk to your master? Be careful, I clean you up. Hey, when you build the door, I will wait in your bed every day. By the way, I have something to tell you. Liang Zheng originally wanted to be majestic, but he was a little confused when he heard what Zhao Yao said. What's the matter? We found the sea. While speaking, he kept glaring at Liang Zheng. Liang Zheng sat up fiercely from the ground. The first thought was that Lao Zi could finally eat so much salt. Civilization event, discover the ocean, civilization degree +10. You know, since he came into this world to the present, the food Liang Zheng has eaten has no taste. Sometimes, he secretly licked his fingers to borrow the taste. But now this problem is about to be solved. After all, the organisms in the sea are salty, such as oysters, crabs, and prawns. And every time you find a new food, you will increase the physique of your subordinates. Doesn't that mean that your archer will have to improve again? Liang Zheng hugged Zhao Yao in his arms and kissed him fiercely. Zhao Yao didn't react, but was stunned on the spot. Now, you take a team and immediately explore the sea. You should know that this is of great significance. Zhao Yao hadn't reacted yet. She nodded blankly, then turned and walked out, waiting outside, let the cold wind blow, and then woke up. Then he stamped his foot bitterly. I should just take this opportunity to push him down, how come I was still stunned? After talking about a kind of hatred of iron and steel, leading the team, Liang Zheng did not know how lucky he was to escape a live broadcast of 10,000 people. At this moment Liang Zheng was lying on the bed quietly, hoping that Zhao Yao could come back soon, and at the same time looking forward to seeing him with 5-card civilization levels. 2 days later, Liang Zheng took a look at his points. It has reached 31 million, and all he needs to upgrade have been fully upgraded. Now the only thing that is bad is technology. There are still 30 minutes before the siege, please enter the battlefield and choose the camp. Liang Zheng clicked directly in and came to a huge stone gate. There were 2 gates on the left and right, one in red and the other in blue, with the siege hall number -215,411 written on it. The entire gate is made of granite, but it has been carefully crafted and there are some simple patterns. It seems that this is the highest level of stone civilization, even if it is a system. It cannot be surpassed. Liang Zheng didn't think much, and walked directly toward the red. After entering, he came to a high platform with the plain of Wanli below. There are 5 seats on the high platform, and Liang Zheng sits directly in the middle. After a while, another person came in and looked at him strangely. Brother, you sit in the military commander's chair, but are you confident enough to win this battle? Liang Zheng was stunned when he heard that. What is the military chair? Does this have anything to do with whether he can win the siege? Chapter 26, I'm not worthy? Then you have to die. Hearing what the person in front of him said, Liang Zheng looked confused, and the other party sighed when he saw it. You can tell by looking at your expression. It's a little white. You just got promoted. Liang Zheng was upset by the person's manner of speaking, and it was actually a feeling of superiority. Indeed, is there any problem? Tell you, we have an unwritten rule for siege warfare. It is the strongest person sitting on the military chair. Do you think you are worthy? Liang Zheng looked at this person's attitude, and he was amused. If it weren't for fear of being spurned by his compatriots, he had specified that he would rebel and choose the blue camp, and then slapped him fiercely. What do you mean, are you worthy? It's easy to say, now Li Nong. Liang Zheng frowned, and then remembered that he had seen him speak in the world chat, and the people below were flattering. He was a big boss. But you, a little man of 20,000 soldiers and horses, what do you pretend to be 13 with my unlimited firepower? Oh, what then? What a great thing, then, don't you guys watch the World Channel? Lao Zi brushes his presents every day, and I have given out my name, you give me one then? Boy, you can sit down, but you have to provide all your troops. This is also our unwritten rule. Liang Zheng looked at Li Nong with suspicion. This kid was either scaring himself or cheating himself. In fact, this is indeed the case. The position in the middle is indeed called the military division chair, and I don't know which literary tycoon created it. It means that like Zhuge Wolong, he commanded thousands of troops and horses thousands of miles before, and was wiped out in the middle of waving his hands. But now, it has become a symbol of the strong, and only the real boss is qualified to sit here. As for deploying all the troops, it is out of nothing. If the opponent's strength is stronger than his own, the fool will use all his strength. Li Nong just thinks that Liang is a newcomer, and wants to give him a good start, but Liang Zheng doesn't take this set at all. No problem, isn't it all the troops? I'm the only one who is poor. Li Nong's face turned purple when he heard this. He pointed to Liang Zheng and didn't say a word for a long time, so he just stood aside. At this time, a woman came in. She was about 1.7 meters tall and had slender white legs. She was extremely good-looking, but she was frowning, her temperament was cold, and she felt like a strong woman. She first saw Liang Zheng, and there was doubt in her eyes, and then she saw Li Nong, her frowning brow suddenly stretched out. Liang Zheng saw all this in his eyes, and he couldn't help but snorted in his heart. He was really snobbish. When he looked at himself, he looked miserable, but when he saw Li Nong, he changed his expression. But it doesn't matter. In this world, strength is the most important thing. No matter what you are cold, you have no strength. In the end, it is not a slave or a corpse. During this period, two people came in again and again. When they saw Yang Zhenqi, they were also confused. When they saw Li Nong, they instantly turned into licking dogs. I'll go, Li Nong, it's a great fortune to meet you. This wave has stabilized. Boss, why are you standing here? Hurry up and sit in the military chair. Hearing this, Li Nong suddenly snorted and looked at Liang Zheng. And the two of them instantly understood. Hey! The kid sitting in the sergeant's chair, say you. Come down. You can't see the height of the eyebrows at all, newcomer, this is Li Nong, who gave you the courage to sit in the sergeant's chair. Humph, don't look in the mirror by yourself to see what kind of virtue it is, so I dare to sit on the military chair. Liang Zheng put his foot on the sitting handle, lying on it, looking at them coldly. Hey, I said, why don't you know what is good or bad? The big guy takes you to fly, you are not happy. Liang Zheng sneered. Just now he said that all the troops sitting here need to be deployed. Are you sure you want me to go down? Don't talk nonsense, hurry up. Liang Zheng didn't say much, he got up and walked on. At this moment, the 5 people on the opposite side also came to the high platform. They had all skin colors. There are images on the high platforms of both sides, and you can see the opposite person clearly. I don't know what this setting is for, maybe it is to remember the enemy. Just when Li Nong was sitting in the military commander's chair, he saw the 5 people on the opposite side and suddenly lifted his A. Everyone, I still don't sit in this military chair. I think that sits very well, so let him continue to sit. Hearing this, the other 2 were taken aback, and the girl next to him looked at Liang Zheng in surprise. But Liang Zheng came out with a message in his heart, this grandson wants to cheat me. Boss, what do you say? The 5 people on the opposite side are all of the card level. I have played against each of them many times before, basically regardless of the outcome. This time they all got together, obviously trying to mess with me. The other 2 were shocked when they heard it, but what made Liang Zheng depressed is that you can't speak quietly. I heard all this. The girl next to her was shaking even more. Her real name was Xia Yan, and she was the boss of a small company, and she was also well known in the city. Although she has an extremely hot name, she is extremely cold, and countless rich people want to invest in her company, but she refuses. Of course, the price is also something she is unwilling to pay. But after coming here, with her character, it's even more difficult to move. No one here will curry favor with you just because you look good. Because those big men really don't lack women, even if she is promoted to stone civilization, there are only more than 5,000 people. At this time, I heard Li Nong's words, how could I not be afraid in my heart? But the next words made them all feel chills. Everyone, I will only deploy half of my troops for a while. As for you, please feel free to do so. After speaking, he stood to one side, no longer looking at them, and the two before him looked frightened. Lord Li Nong, you sat in the military division chair just now, and you want to use all your troops. Hearing this, Li Nong was angry and pointed at Liang Zheng. This kid has also sat, why don't you let him use all his troops? Do you think he has the courage? Who told you, Lao Zi, I won't use all my troops? At this time, Liang Zheng couldn't bear it, because this grandson always targeted him inexplicably, really when he was a bully. But his words only ushered in a cold snort and a few sighs. When the ugly talk comes to the front, only half of the people will come out for a while. Life and death have nothing to do with me. Liang Zheng looked at them with a sneer at the corners of his mouth, because he knew that these people would definitely not dispatch all their troops. But what is surprising is that Xia Yan suddenly spoke. Okay, I will deploy all my troops, and you have to speak up. Liang Zheng looked at her with a firm face and a question mark in her head. How deep is your city? Why can't I get to the end of Langjun? Chapter 27 100,000 vs 100,000. Duel survivors, please confirm the battle information. Liang Zheng saw that 10 people appeared on the system, 5 of them were opposite, and the other was on his side. Liang Zheng directly clicked to confirm, and the others also clicked. Please fill in the number of combatants, the minimum must not be less than 50% of the armed forces, otherwise all troops will be wiped out. Xia Yan did not hesitate to fill in 5,212 people. This is her entire force, while the other two looked at Li Nong. After seeing him fill in 10,231 people, the two of them suddenly looked like frustrated balls, and then turned to look at Liang Zheng, but he did not fill in. After hesitating for a while, both of them filled in half of their troops, and together there were less than 7,000 men. At this time, they understood, what the big guys are not big guys, only their own strength is the most reliable. When there is no way out for licking the dog, people will not take you at all. Liang Zheng was very excited at this time. He didn't expect that his wish would come true. Then with a big wave, he directly filled in 100,000, and then clicked directly to confirm. When the other 4 people saw it, they were all shocked, looking at Liang Zheng as if they were looking at a monster. Boss, you can save us. My BD. You don't know Tarzan, you don't remember the villain, the boss, save me once. The other two immediately ran to the front of Liang, and when they saw their expressions, they just snorted coldly. I said, fill in half of the force, I won't care about your life or death. The two looked at Liang Zheng with despair in their eyes, and Li Nong's heart trembled even more. He really couldn't understand when such a character appeared. I have been on the ceiling of the stone civilization for half a year. If it weren't for a certain technology, I would have been promoted to the age of slavery. But he had never heard of anyone who could have 100,000 troops. Xia Yan on the side was extremely excited. Looking at Liang Zheng at this time, she only felt more handsome. You don't think this person looks a bit dirty in his clothes, but his casual strength is so handsome. The siege war will start in 5 minutes. Survivors, please be prepared. Liang Zheng looked at the map and did not release the troops, but waited for them to choose first. Seeing that Liang Zheng had no choice, none of the others moved. In a siege war, everyone can freely allocate their forces, but if none of them make a choice, then the one with the least number will launch all the forces first. But the rest must also dispatch the same troops to follow, which is the system default mode. And now the most is only Li Nong's 10,000 troops. Even if he followed by default, there are still 90,000 left, but this will deceive Xia Yan. But what about this? I just don't use troops, the big deal is that Lao Zi adds a friend to her and protects her 24 hours a day. The last few people still stalemate, but Liang Zheng, the two in front of them, as if they were writing outstanding pens, sent all the troops out. At this time, the two of them wanted to slap themselves a few big slaps. Why did Li Nong blindfold and didn't listen to the words of the real boss? Xia Yan on the side hesitated. Liang Zheng shook her head directly after seeing her. Because Li Nong did not choose to send troops, but waited for Liang Zheng. Why? Wasn't you very arrogant just now? Why don't you send troops now? Why doesn't the military chair sit anymore? Isn't your butt scalded? While speaking, Liang Zheng once again sat on the military commander's chair, looking at Li Nong contemptuously, but the other party couldn't even say a word, and his face had become the color of pig liver. Start of the siege war, the system will automatically reduce the distance to 100 meters, and the enemy will attack. Crush them. As soon as the voice fell, I saw the darkness of the other party, and the few people standing on the wall kept humming coldly. This time Li Nong will inevitably suffer a big loss. See if he dare to be arrogant in the future. Humph, this time we will directly send a 100,000 army, and the opponent only has a ceiling-level presence of Li Nong, so let's not just play casually. Well. At this time, the soldiers of the two sides had already met, and the force of less than 7,000 men was like a stone sinking into the sea, without any waves being turned up. When Liang Zheng looked at Li Nong, he didn't even mean to send troops, and he couldn't help but despise him. It's really promising. The so-called big man actually wants to die with a woman. If this matter is spread, I don't know what face you have. Xia Yan's words immediately made Li Nong furious and looked at them with anger. Okay, you have a seed, see you later. After finishing speaking, he directly sent his 10,000 troops out, but was eaten by the opponent in an instant. Haha, have you seen Li Nong's appearance? It's so interesting. Humph, make yourself up for it, let him always be arrogant with us. After his 10,000 troops were swallowed, Li Nong retreated to the side, but his whole body trembled. Because of this battle, he didn't even kill the 5,000 opposing people, only the poor 3,000. Looking at the attacking army, Liang Zheng didn't panic. Instead, using the system's sound transmission function, he began to speak to his men. Warriors of the Yanhuang tribe, today is the time to show your bravery. There is the same force as ours on the opposite side. What should we do? Kill. 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 Okay. Now I order you to prepare to charge. Also today, I will select the bravest person in the tribe to serve as the Yanlong warrior. The chief is mighty. The chief is mighty. Cut me. Kill. Kill. Absolute. Kill. 100,000 people, with a roar, rushed directly to the battlefield, and 62,000 H. Sapiens archers launched the first round of shooting. There is no need to wait, it has been reduced to 100 meters and it has entered the range. After a round of arrows rained down, everyone in the audience took a breath of air conditioning. What's so special? How many archers does he have? Did he blow up the system? There are so many points to buy archers, and they are all equipped with wooden bows. Who is on the other side? Should I have such a strong force? Impossible. H. Sapiens Archer, today's total attack reached 192 points, and with the weakness of hitting, almost a rain of arrows went down, killing 40,000 people in an instant. On the other side of the city wall, watching the number of his soldiers drop like flowing water, I was frightened. Impossible. How could his archer be so strong? One wave took me more than 8,000 people. 20,000 people are my bottom. Baga. Could it be that we have been miscalculated? It must be the BD Li Nong. It's over. We are completely over. After this battle, we will have nothing. At this time, the 5 people on the wall had different expressions. Some were sluggish, some were in pain, some hit the wall, and some knelt directly on the ground, took out the short knife and prepared to commit suicide by laparotomy. Chapter 28. At this time, the battlefield shook the sky. Age Sapiens archers took at least tens of thousands of lives in each round of shooting. The corps had already divided the battlefield. At this time, more than 30,000 melee faces were full of anxiety. Seeing the number of people getting smaller and smaller, I was afraid that I would not have the opportunity to show off. At this time, I don't know who shouted, "Kill you tortoise grandson." Hearing this, Liang Zheng's face was suddenly covered with black lines. Is this something you primitive people can say? But this person had just finished speaking, and then all the close combat screamed, and the momentum reached its peak in a moment. Liang Zheng saw this posture and knew that if they were not allowed to charge, he would have to be suffocated. Headed by the Iron Dragon warrior, lead all the fighters to charge and kill the enemy. Kill you tortoise grandson. Liang Zheng couldn't wait to kick the collar into the air at this time. After the battle is over, he must find out who called it. The Iron Dragon warrior took the stone spear and rushed directly into the enemy camp, using the corpse to cover it, while the stone spear kept piercing forward. Every time, a life is taken away, while H. Sapiens fighters are scattered to both sides, and they have reached the advanced level of rounding up skills, and they can directly make corresponding arrangements without any command. At this time, the battlefield was like a meat grinder, constantly devouring lives, and the faces of the 5 people on the wall were already ashen. If the number of people is the same, they can barely accept it, but up to now, each person has only killed less than 4,000 people, which has to count the previous 17,000 people. And the man who had the abdomen cut, when he saw his strength drop to 0, he directly lifted the knife to the abdomen, but was stopped by others. "You're a pig, don't be impulsive." Cao Quarren, whose name was called out, flashed in tears. "Do I still have the potential to be a slave?" Hearing these words, the person who stopped him silently released his hand, and then moved his gaze to the battlefield. There were less than 100,000 people on the battlefield. Archers alone shot 2/3 of the people. When the soldiers saw this, their eyes were red, and they threw the stone spears directly. 38,000 stone spears instantly nailed the enemy to the ground. Although the opposing team also had archers, they were not far away from Liang Zhengyuan at all. When they were still running, they had already been shot for most of them, and when they were in their positions, they were shot again. The remaining archers were really painless. In the end, the warriors of the Yanhuang tribe didn't leave a single enemy and beheaded them all. Historical documents have been updated. Survivor Liang Zheng, and in Jurassic 158, killed 96,542 opponents in the Siege of Stone Civilization, breaking the record of 42,415 kills. The World Channel showed this news, and everyone was crazy about it. What level of boss is this, who can kill nearly 100,000 enemies? The few people present were all dumbfounded, and couldn't believe everything in front of them. It would be fine if the two sides fought almost, but Liang Zheng obviously did not have too much wastage, and the other party's 100,000 people had already been wiped out. Could this be the legendary boss? Thinking of his aura before, several people regretted it, but at this time there was no regret medicine to take. As for Liang Zheng, he didn't care about them, because he didn't know what he was going to be like now. Congratulations on creating a new record of killing enemies in a siege battle, rewarding exclusive units, Yanhuang soldiers, rewarding exclusive armor, Yanhuang suits. You are included in the History of Survival Civilization, Civilization degree +10. Civilization event. One of your exploratory team found that the seawater was too salty to be imported, and wanted to cook the seawater and drink it, but accidentally boiled it dry. He found the white powder at the bottom, delicious, and rewarded the civilization event, boiled salt in susha, civilization degree +5. Susha boiled salt. According to legend, there lived a primitive tribe in Jiaozhou Bay. The leader of the tribe was named Susha. One day, a wild boar rushed past his eyes after half a jar of water was poured from the sea and just boiled on the fire. Susha drew his legs and chased him. When he came back carrying the killed wild boar, the water in the tank had dried up, leaving a layer of white fines at the bottom. He dipped his finger and tasted it. It was salty and fresh. Susha was dipped in roasted pork and it tasted delicious. The white fines are salt made from sea water. Since then, salt has entered human life and has become an indispensable item. Liang Zheng's heart was hot. He didn't care about the eyes of a few people at all, and he disappeared in place and returned to the tribe. Open the system wall. There is an extra column in the character, with a Yanhuang soldier on the top, but there are many branches below. Liang Zheng took a look and understood the approximate classification. There were 3 types of infantry, archer, and cavalry, and the first infantry was already lit. Arms, Yanhuang infantry, 100 points/1 unit. Initial HP, 500. Initial attack, 81. Initial defense, 70. Initial speed, 60. Skill, Sunder Armor. Introduction: the unique melee unit of the Yanhuang tribe has the power to break the opponent's armor. It can be used with the Yanhuang armor suit, and all attributes are increased by 10 points. Liang Zheng's heart suddenly became extremely excited. This is simply a step to become a god. After all his initial gains have been added, he has reached such a terrifying point. With the suit, he can continue to improve. He hurriedly looked at the units below, but found that all items that needed to be unlocked beforehand, the infantry needed Yanhuang armor suits. Archers need Yanhuang bow and arrow suits, and cavalry needs Yanhuang warhorse suits. When he looked at the acquisition method, there was no available crafting technology on it, but said that it needed a special event to trigger. Thinking of this, Liang Zheng sighed. But then he looked at the armor suit. Weapon, Yanhuang stone knife, 50 points/1 piece. Attack power, plus 70. Helmet, Yanhuang helmet, 70 points/1 piece. Defense, plus 80. Armor, Yanhuang armor, 70 points/1 piece. Defense, plus 80. At this time Liang Zheng only felt extremely happy. He wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sky and directly kill the gods. The attributes of the Yanhuang infantry after putting on the suit are: attack power, 151, defense power, 230. If you count your own roundup bonus, its attack power, 196, defense power, 299. Who else? The defensive power of 299 is just a little close to 300. The actual defensive power of 150 after the conversion is almost outrageous, and the health value is as high as 500 points. In today's siege battle, he lost nearly 5,000 men, but if he had this batch of Yanhuang infantry, even without archers, he could crush them directly, and he couldn't even break the defense. Thinking of this, Liang Zheng also stopped the ink, and directly started to consume points, fully armed. Chapter 29, On the Importance of Oysters. Liang Zheng first glanced at his income and found that there were not many. In this siege battle, only 15,000 archers and 5,000 sapiens were killed, and the remaining 80,000 were primitive people. 5,000 sapiens 125,000 points, 15,000 archers 22,500 points, 80,000 primitives 800,000 points, and finally got 1.15 million points. Seeing this, Liang Zheng couldn't help but narrow his mouth. These guys were so poor that they didn't even have 10,000 sapiens, so they were so embarrassed to come to the siege. Seeing that his points have reached 32 million, his soldiers can finally be upgraded, but the problem is that he has only 38,000 infantry, which is a bit of a headache. However, he would not consume the number of archers. After all, the main output now is the archers. In the era of cold weapons, long range is still more popular than close combat. Liang Zheng first upgraded all the early age sapiens to Yanhuang infantry, made up the 50-point difference, and only spent 16,000 points, and then began to buy equipment. Each set of equipment requires 190 points, but I have 25 points for the stone spear and 20 points for the stone axe, which is 55 points in total. To offset all these, you only need 135 points to buy one, and one of the 1,000 Iron Dragon warriors only needs 85 points. In the end, Liang Zheng spent nearly 5.1 million to build the Yanhuang infantry for everyone. Seeing their sullen look, they were simply an invincible army lion. Looking at his remaining 28 million points, I sigh in my heart, this point is really irresistible. At this time, Zhao Yao walked in from outside, still holding roasted dragon meat in his hand. When he came in, he smelled a scent. This scent was different from the previous one. I instantly understood that it was salted. Before Zhao Yao could arrive, he got up and grabbed it and ate it with big mouthfuls. Zhao Yao suddenly trembled in her heart when she saw the fierce soldiers just now. Although she couldn't see the attributes of these people, she knew that this must be an extremely powerful army. Looking at Liang Zheng's happy look at this time, he guessed that he would never leave. You eat slowly, no one will rob you. Percent number you in percent. Say something I can understand. Good to eat. Zhao Yao was happy, and then went out. When she came back again, she held a few prawns and oysters in her hand and handed them over again. When Liang Zheng saw the seafood, his eyes were green, and he started to eat, and the world was already roaring. "Mo crazy, is this human doing? Boss, come out and let us worship, please. Zhaolin, killing 100,000 people, it's a pleasure to think about it. Those foreigners directly wiped out 5 ceiling level 1s, and our Daxia has an atmosphere level 1. Awesome. Sunbo, oh my god, who is following this boss? Come out and tell us that the scene must be macroscopic. Qianzhong, humph, everyone don't hold on to hope, this is the bullshit boss, who cares about us life and death at all, it just takes time, let us go out to die before he comes back again." Zhenglin, yes, we lost thousands of troops in vain, and Li Nong lost 10,000 troops. After seeing the uproar, everyone began to discuss, and at the same time they wanted Li Nong to come out and say something, but after he saw Yang Zheng's strength, he was more at ease. The reason is very simple. Even if the opponent does not hit you, there is no need to erect an enemy you need to look up to. Although he is arrogant, he is not stupid. Xia Yan, I was also with boss Liang Zheng. At that time, he was sitting in the military division chair, but he was kicked down. The others refused to use all the troops, and I didn't lose a single force. As soon as Xia Yan finished speaking, Qianzhong and Zhenglin began to scold them, but at the same time, someone with a discerning eye saw the problem. Gu Zhang, I can understand it. At the beginning of the CO authoring, you didn't regard others as the boss, but Li Nong as the boss. In the end, something was wrong, but boss Liang didn't give you a chance. Zhang Bin, you can see this at a glance. The 5 ceilings on the opposite side are put together. It must not be accidental. I guess either you came to the boss or Li Nong. You are not the boss of others, why do they protect you? To you? A few words left the two of them speechless, and no longer speaks to the world. Liang Zheng didn't know these things at this time, he was now hilarious. Civilization event, the use of rolling logs, your mining troops finally worked out a method to move the boulders, rolling logs technology can be used, civilization degree +5. Civilization event, the principle of leverage, in the process of leveraging the boulder, your subordinates discovered the principle of leverage, using wooden sticks and pivots to obtain a powerful force, civilization degree +5. In this short instant, he gained another 10 points of civilization, and now he has reached 75 points. If this continues, within a few days, he will be promoted to the age of slaves. Walking out of the stone house and seeing the sun shining brightly outside, I suddenly thought that since I came into this world, I have been either in a copy or in a stone house, and I rarely go out. Today I am in a very comfortable mood. It is better to go for a walk in the wild. Wouldn't it be beautiful to see some civilized event in Zhao Yao? Liang Zheng yelled, and Zhao Yao walked out of a stone hut with a grimace in her eyes, like a little wife who was alone in the vacant room. Go, I will take you to the wild. After hearing Liang Zheng's words, she suddenly brightened her eyes, and her eyes were faintly glowing with green light, which made Liang Zheng feel terrified. Humph, you are finally getting acquainted, let's go, I know a place. After speaking, he led the way. Liang Zheng looked at her gaze, and felt a little scared in his heart. If it weren't for the slave system, Liang Zheng wouldn't dare to go out with her. The two walked side by side on a small road. Liang Zheng looked at the surroundings. He only felt that the vegetation was getting higher and higher, but the scenery did not change. What's fun here? I think let's go to the beach. It can't be done by the sea, I haven't found a good place yet, wait a minute. Liang Zheng scratched his head, feeling that the two of them were obviously not on the same channel. Then what? I just want to take a stroll, I don't mean anything else. But just after saying this, Zhao Yao suddenly turned around, staring at him fiercely. I have eaten my old mother's oysters, and I have shown you the career line. Now you tell me nothing else? If it wasn't for this stone civilization that didn't take you a hammer, you would have been taken by me now. Seeing Zhao Yao's cannibalistic expression, Liang Zheng began to back away slowly. But he accidentally fell under his feet and fell to the ground. At this moment, Zhao Yao seized the opportunity and directly attacked the sheep with an evil wolf. Liang Zheng let out a scream, echoing in the entire forest. That sound, really ecstasy. Chapter 30 Potential Crisis. The two were already neatly dressed at this time. Liang Zheng got up and patted his butt. Team, Lao Zi thought you were going to grab my points. At this time, Zhao Yao's face was reddened and she gave him a white look. What's the use of grabbing your points? So this is why you harmed my egg. Zhao Yao heard Liang Zheng's words and sighed softly, then went over and took his arm, and the two walked towards the tribe, but Zhao Yao's steps were a little awkward. As soon as I went out of this forest, I heard a sound. Sam, are you sure that Ankylosaurus is near here? Don't worry, Mark, this is the news that I took a lot of effort to find out. Liang Zheng and Zhao Yao were stunned when they heard the sound, then stopped and hid behind a forest, only to see 2 US people behind, followed by no more than 10,000 primitive people. If we can successfully hunt this batch of Ankylosaurus, our primitive people will definitely be in the next class. Haha, of course, you know, their skin is the highest defensive armor of the stone civilization. Many sealing bosses will come to hunt a group and build a team of 100 people. Liang Zheng listened to their conversation, and understood in his heart what the two of them were here for, but it was only 100 meters away from his own territory, why no one could detect it. Thinking of this, Liang Zheng was a little bit cold and sweaty. If the other party did not come to hunt, but to plunder, wouldn't he be cold? Zhao Yao saw Liang Zheng's face suddenly turned pale, and thought something had happened. What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Because of worrying too much, the tone couldn't help raising a little, but it was heard by the two foreigners. Who? Come out. The expressions of the two were nervous. Zhao Yao was startled by the sudden shouting. Liang Zheng knew that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he walked out directly. Seeing a pair of young men and women from Daxia, the two were first taken aback, and then they looked at Zhao Yao and laughed a little. It turned out to be 2 wild mandarin ducks. It seems that we disturbed you. Liang Zheng frowned as he looked at the two of them. Now I give you a piece of advice, keep the soldiers, you two can roll. The two people who were laughing lustfully became furious when they heard Liang Zheng's words, and Sam even cursed directly. A hole. Do you dare to talk to us like this, wanting to die? After speaking, he directly commanded and rushed towards Liang Zheng and the others. "You have no chance." While speaking, Liang Zheng had already retrieved 10,000 Yanhuang infantry from the system, and instantly appeared around him, and at the same time the voices of the systems of both sides sounded. "Encountered a field war. Before the battle is over, the soldiers cannot escape the battle, but they can add their troops freely, and the survivors can escape alone." Seeing the 10,000 soldiers who suddenly rose, the two of them were dumbfounded, not because they were too sudden or because of the number, but because of the appearance of these soldiers. They didn't see them at all. Each of these soldiers wore armors that looked like scales, with helmets on their heads, and only their faces exposed. Everyone was extremely strong. Not only that, the stone knives in that hand are even more generous and sharp. They have also stayed in the stone civilization for a year. But they have never seen such a unit. What is this?" Mark exclaimed, but Liang Zheng didn't give them a chance to talk too much. "Kill." This word was like a magic sound, knocking on Sam and Mark's heart, but like a stimulant, it stimulated all Yanhuang infantry. Thousands of people roared in an instant, and then rushed forward. The two Americans trembled, and Sam summoned 5,000 people again. But this can't change anything, because they found that the stone axe they took could not break the opponent's defense at all, let alone cause harm. But every time the opponent's stone knife was swung, it would take away the life of a primitive man, and the team of 15,000 people was killed in a blink of an eye. Mark did not hesitate at all. When he found that he was unable to win the enemy, he fled directly back to the base camp, while Sam looked gloomy, because he had invested 10,000 troops, which was almost equal to all his subordinates. But the BD Mark did not add a soldier, but fled directly. But now the situation is settled, and if he doesn't run away, he is afraid that he will become a dead soul under the sword. "Boy, I remember you." After saying this, Sam disappeared in place. Liang Zheng frowned, disgusted with this feeling in his heart, and it seemed that he must reach the age of slavery as soon as possible. "You will only make more and more enemies. If you let them run away, then someday unpredictable things will happen. After all, no one likes the feeling of being calculated by others all the time." Liang Zheng returned directly to the tribe with 10,000 people. The first thing was to investigate why these people came here, but no one came to report. In the end, it was discovered that it was his own mistake. Now he has a total of 100,000 people, of which 62,000 are archers and 38,000 are infantry. In this infantry, there is still an exploratory team of 4,000 people, there is no field investigation team at all, and many of its arms have not been developed. Liang Zheng directly sent 5,000 troops to scatter around to do field investigations. After all, this is related to his life, and he must not be careless. Fortunately, he found out in time. At the same time, he was ready to start canonizing his subordinates. From the system, he learned that if his subordinates were canonized, then he would seek a job in his position, and he could save a lot of worry. "Assemble! I have important things to announce." Liang Zheng yelled and withdrew all the soldiers back, including those in the dungeon, and his friend exploded in an instant. Many people were crazy and private, but he ignored it. Liu stepped forward and listened to it. "Subordinates are here. I order you to be General Yang Hu. Command all the Yanhuang infantry." Liu trembled suddenly when he heard Liang Zheng's words. "Subordinates obey." Liu Rong stepped forward and listened to it. "Subordinates are here. I order you to be General Flying Wing and command all archers." "Subordinates obey." Liang Zheng did not appoint these two people randomly. During the siege, he discovered that these two were extremely prominent. Liu is an Iron Dragon warrior. In the siege battle, he actually took the lead, beheading no less than 20 enemies without any damage. The rest of the warriors were faintly led by him. Liu Rong's archery skills are extremely superb. Liang Zheng has seen him shoot a few arrows alone. Each time he hits the enemy's key and killed him with one blow, and he can shoot 3 arrows with just 1 arrow. After appointing the 2 men, they returned all the soldiers to their original positions again. Liang Zheng looked at the 100,000 army, but felt that it was too small. As long as he had 25 more civilization points, he could once again raise the level of the tribe. Chapter 31. However, just after he dispatched investigating soldiers, someone came back to report soon. Chief, we found 13 dinosaurs appeared 3 kilometers away. Hearing the spy's return, Liang Zheng remembered what Sam had just said. An ankylosaurus would appear nearby. Could these 13 dinosaurs be them? I have known about Long Ankang Liang Zheng. Its defense is extremely high, but its attack power and movement speed are very slow. After hunting it, you can use its leather armor to make armor and helmets, but its defense power is not as high as that of his armor suit. While he was thinking, another spy came to report. Chief, we are 10 kilometers away and found a large tribe. Liang Zheng was shocked when he heard this, and hurriedly switched on the system. After checking it, what the spies saw and heard could be displayed in the system. Survivor, Ogawa Raihi. Civilization, Stone Civilization. For the sake of fairness among the survivors, the system will only display part of the information, and the number and technology of the opponent will be completely hidden. Liang Zheng directly summoned 10,000 archers, and then took 20,000 Yanhuang infantry soldiers to attack. Since the opponent is not from Daxia, there is no need to be polite. Even if he is from Daxia, Liang Zheng won't let him lower his eyelids. He will persuade him to move. Zhao Yao's expression changed after seeing Liang Zheng's return, and did not bother him, but went back to rest in the stone house by herself. Liang Zheng led the team at this time, slayed out mightily, came to the gate of Xiaochuan Raihi's tribe, and directly clicked on the plunder. You are launching a predatory war against the survivor Ogawa Haiwa, please confirm the information. Number of participants, 30,000. Survivor, 1. Confirm. Ogawa Raihi was resting in the stone house at this time, when a prompt came from the system, and he sat up in shock. Your tribe will encounter a war in 10 minutes, please be prepared. Looking at the prompts in the system, he hurriedly opened the system perspective and saw the 30,000 people outside, and his body suddenly became cold. I don't seem to have provoked any big boss, why suddenly there is such a strong team to attack me? And there is only one other party. Thinking of the total strength of my troops, but only 7,000 people, I hurriedly opened the friends bar and kept sending messages to my friends. Ogawa Haiwa, come and save me. I was looted. Marumoto Ada, how many people are there in the other party? Seeing Marumoto Ada's question, his heart was desolate, knowing that if he told the truth, the other party would definitely not come. Ogawa Haiwa, the other party has only 20,000 people, so you can send some casually. Marumoto Ada, are there only these people? Then wait for me, and I will send soldiers over immediately. But Ogawa Raihi waited for a long time and didn't wait for someone. He knew in his heart that the other party must have noticed the strangeness, and he didn't mean to come at all. And when the other friends sent it the same, they were all thoughtless, and when the countdown was all zero, there was a roar outside, and his tribe was instantly broken. The screams came and went one after another, and his primitive man had no resistance. After a while, he saw a Hyuxia man standing in front of him. Liang Zheng looked at Xiaochuan Haihi in front of him and directly ordered the soldiers next to him to behead him, without even giving him a chance to beg for mercy. You obtained woodworking technology in the plundering battle elementary. Liang Zheng was a little startled when he heard the sudden sound. I was overjoyed when I thought that this technology was unlocking military bow weapons, and then directly upgraded the technology to advanced level. At the same time, messages were also sent on the World Channel. Survivor Liang Zheng, who won the plundering battle, Ogawa Hakawa has been obliterated from the Jurassic era. After the news appeared, the world was shocked. In the morning, the boss of Liang Zheng was still participating in the siege war, and in the afternoon he ran to plunder others. It was really irritable. But at this time Liang Zheng didn't care about what the world said. He lived woodworking technology, and now he has upgraded it to high level. Then he has already built a military bow. Looking at the mall in the system, the military bow has been unlocked. Weapon, military bow, 40 points/1 piece. Attack power, plus 60. Range, plus 70 meters. Liang Zheng looked at the military bow with excitement in his heart. Unexpectedly, this weapon was so strong, it actually increased 50 points of damage compared to the basic wooden bow, and its range increased from 50 to 80. Wooden bow military bow, costs 20 points. Liang Zheng spent 1.86 million points and directly upgraded all 62,000 archer weapons. The initial attack of H. Sapiens in the early stage had 71 points, plus 75 points for the bow and arrows, plus 100% attack power increase. At this time, the archer's attack has reached 292 points in terror, and the range has increased to 130 meters. Arms, H. Sapiens Archer, 60 points/1 unit. Total health, 350. Total attack, 292. Total defense, 52. Total speed, 58.5. Skills, powerful shooting, observation of weaknesses. Looking at this attribute, Liang Zheng's mouth can't be closed happily. The dungeon's personnel can double up again, and the points can also doubled up. Now each team has been reduced to 120 people, with a total of 516 teams. If you bring a copy for 12 hours a day, you will have 817,3440 points. Just as he was excited, the voice of the system sounded. Emergency, your subordinates will enshrine you to a god. If you want to build a statue of up to 30 meters high, you need 1 million points of financial support. Do you agree? P.S. It is extremely difficult to build statues, which will encourage craftsmen to comprehend new construction techniques. Seeing that there is a brand new construction technology, my heart is hot, and I directly choose to agree. It is only 1 million points, which is drizzle. Agree. As soon as the click was completed, the people outside began to get busy, polishing the boulder, leveraging the boulder, and then patted a log underneath, rolling in a predetermined direction. At the same time, there are many people who are actually carrying soil, piled up a slope in front of the foundation, and some people are sitting on thick ropes using bark and advanced weaving techniques. Civilization event. In the process of building the statue, your people comprehend the method of the earthen ton, use the slope to transport the boulder to the high platform, and use it to build the idol. Civilization degree plus 10. Civilization matter. The slope of the method of earthen tunneling requires great strength to pull the boulder from the rolling log to the high platform. I understand the use of pulleys, and the degree of civilization is plus 10. Learning makes me happy, technology makes me grow. Seeing that I have continuously acquired technology, I can finally upgrade my tribe and build huge walls. Chapter 32 Upgrading the City. Liang Zheng's civilization has reached 100 points, he can be upgraded to a city, and his megalithic wall has been unlocked. System, upgrade the tribe into a city. Upgrading a city requires 100 stone civilization points, a population of 50,000, and consumes 500,000 points. Upgrade. The next moment Liang Zheng's tribe undergone earth-shaking changes, only to see large houses rising from the ground, including barracks and civilian houses. There are many streets in the city, passing by. In the middle of the city, there is a tall castle, which is Liang Zheng's special residence. But these are not what excites Liang Zheng, because he found that his upper limit has disappeared, which means that now he can create the number of people at will, as long as his own house can live in it. The barracks that appeared in the city can accommodate 3 million people, and the private houses can also accommodate 2 million people, but the surrounding 5-meter-high earthen wall is too stubborn. Turn on the system and look at the megalithic wall that the mall has unlocked. Boulder Granite City Wall, 500 points / 1 meter. Height, 35 meters. Thickness, 15 meters. Durability, 300,000. Defense, 500. Liang Zheng glanced at his city, which has already expanded now, and the kilometer-long soil wall is like a toy in front of it. Cancel it directly, and I don't even bother to upgrade. After consuming 500 W points, a 10,000 meter granite city wall instantly rises to surround the city. But what made Liang Zheng angry was that there were 4 empty gates in the center of the city wall on all sides. You grandson! Don't give Laozi the door. But cursing, his door can't really be empty, so he hurriedly clicked into the mall to see if there is a matching door, so he found one. 1000-year tree gate, 5,000 points / 1 piece. Durability, 150,000. Defense, 200. Introduction, it can be used as the gate of the granite city wall and is extremely strong. Liang Zheng spent 20,000 points, but he still cursed the system in his heart, which made it clear that he was trying to cheat others, and he hurriedly looked at his mansion. When I saw the wooden doors, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. If these houses were to be bought, I was afraid that they would go bankrupt in an instant. Seeing that his points were only 22.45 million, Liang Zheng couldn't help feeling a little distressed. You must know that he hasn't hired anyone yet. Now he can expand infinitely, but he needs a barracks. I took a look at the barracks and civilian houses in the mall. They actually needed 500 points, but they could accommodate 10,000 people. All of my 200 stone houses had been swallowed by the city. The explanation given by the system, urban renewal, all items will be recycled, and then it has been displayed in another more advanced form, which can also be regarded as a reward for those who have advanced. And his 200 stone houses were replaced by 300 barracks and 200 private houses. This is definitely a wave of welfare. Now that the city has been upgraded, all that is left is to buy characters. He now has only 100,000 people and needs to add 4.9 million people. Looking at them all, I found that new characters have been unlocked. There are residents in them who can become production, exploration, and technological troops. What is more humane is that there are even men and women. Arms, resident, 20 points / 1 unit. Initial HP, 250. Initial attack, 26. Initial defense, 25. Initial speed, 23. Introduction, it can be used for mining, technology, exploration, and production. It is an extremely excellent labor force. Liang Zheng directly spent 400,000 and purchased 20,000 residents, actually 2 million. The city was suddenly bustling, and there was a constant flow of people on the streets, and it was prosperous. And his own army has 3 million, Liang Zheng plans to come first with 1 million fighters and 2 million archers. Consuming 960,000 points, enough to buy 9,620 Yanhuang infantry, actually 960,000 too, plus the previous 38,000 infantry, exactly 1 million. After consuming 11,628 million points, 19,380 wise archers were purchased, actually 1,938,000, plus the previous 62,000 archers, bringing together 2 million people. Seeing the 2.4 million points he had lost instantly, Liang Zheng had a toothache. This is still a case where he has 100 times the crit. If someone else, this number would have to be increased by 100 times. Next, Liang Zheng was about to start to equip equipment. He still has the 20,05 million points now, and he couldn't even equip the archer with enough, and he couldn't help sighing heavily. Finally endured heartache, equipped 400,000 people with archer equipment, and all 20 million were reimbursed. After everything was done, Liang Zheng stood on the high platform, looking at his veritable $1 million master, he couldn't help being proud, and the soldiers below were also shouting loudly. "Long live Yan Huang! The chief is mighty!" Luu and Lu Rong stood at the forefront below, and Luu stepped forward at this time. "Master Chief, please give a name to the city." "Yan Huang Dragon City." Luu and Lu Rong both turned back and raised their arms. "My lord has an order to name Yan Huang Dragon City." "Long live Yan Huang Dragon City! Long live my lord!" After a burst of shouts, Liang Zheng called the two forward. "Luu! Lu Rong! Come forward! The end will be today, the day when Yan Huang Dragon City is built. Let all the soldiers have a good meal." After hearing Liang Zheng's words, all the soldiers reveled again, and Liang Zheng turned around and returned to the house. After I went in, I saw that although the furnishings in my house were simple, with only some rough wooden tables and wooden beds, it was much better than before because there was a door. Your Yan Huang Dragon City, on an unprecedented scale, has reached the culmination of the Stone Age, is recorded in history, and its civilization degree is +5. Seeing that there were only 50,000 points on the points page, I felt a flutter in my heart. To make money, I must seize the money. I now have 462,000 archers and 120 people in a team, which can be divided into 3,850,000 teams. Bring a copy at the same time, you can reach 423,500 points, 508,2000 points in 1 hour, and 609,84000 points in 12 hours. At this time, he has allocated all the archers out, and now he only needs to earn points, and he is also calculating the help of the plundering war. Now Liang Zheng feels that whether he is the number or the type of arms, he should be regarded as a strong person in the stone civilization, and he has enough strength to fight and plunder. But he didn't know that there were actually many hidden bosses in the stone civilization, and their strength was about 1 million people, and they were all at the main juncture of promotion. But for some reasons, they were unwilling to advance, and temporarily stayed in the stone civilization, waiting to be forced to leave, or to leave after the reasons were resolved. Chapter 33 Centenary Celebration, Beast-Tide Crisis. At night, lying in the house with the door in his arms, with Zhao Yao in his arms, tears burst into his heart. Lao Zi finally lived in the house with the door. After the whole night, when we came together the next morning, Liang Zheng walked outside vigorously, humming a little song constantly in his mouth. When I went out, I didn't forget to glance at Zhao Yao, who was asleep. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, as if he was extremely happy that he had promised his promise. His house was built at the highest point in the city, and he could see the whole city at a glance. Looking at his majestic city, the tall city wall, and the prosperous streets, Liang Zheng felt a sigh of emotion in his heart. Now he can be regarded as a veritable 1 million lion. No matter what kind of disaster, he can resist the past, but in reality he slaps his face very quickly. 100 years of major emergencies, the Jurassic dinosaurs were frightened by meteorites and will riot, forming a beast tide. The scale is unprecedented and will last for 24 hours. Please be prepared for survival. The meteorite will land in 48 hours, which is also the 100th anniversary of the extreme survival history. It is recommended that all survivors hide in the tribe against the tide of beasts, and the meteorite will not land in the tribe of the survivors. Countdown to the tide of beasts, 47 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. After seeing this information, the world was in an uproar. In Liang Zheng's heart, 10,000 horses and mud horses ran past. He gave such a thing for the 100th anniversary. However, there has been constant panic and abuse in the world, but most people have fallen into deep despair. Bronze, I remember someone told me before that the last time the animal tide was 50 years ago, I heard that 40% of the survivors disappeared directly. Fi news, what is the limit of survival here? It is clearly 10 dead and no life. I have just experienced a camp battle, and now there is another beast wave. I am completely desperate. Su Xin, does the 100th anniversary give an end of the world? This is a world-breaking idea, and 40% of the survivors will disappear after 48 hours. It is really hard to imagine. Song Ming, brother, it's just the beast wave of the 50th anniversary. Didn't you see the prompt just now? It is an unprecedentedly powerful beast wave in prehistoric times. I am afraid that there are more than 40% of the survivors. Mobo, I seriously suspect that this is the survival world has reached its limit, and now it is clearing the number of people. He was in a good mood early in the morning, but after hearing the news, he had fallen into a trough. He was already frightened when he saw the data of 30% of survivors before. But now seeing this unprecedentedly powerful model, this time I am afraid that half of the survivors will be completely wiped out in this disaster. Liang Zheng roughly estimated that when he came by himself, he was the 8 billionth survivor, and he has been here for more than 10 days. I don't know how much this number has fluctuated. But now even if it is calculated on the basis of 8 billion, at least 3.2 billion people will die in this beast wave. One can imagine what kind of disaster this is. Liang Zheng's cold sweat had already begun to flow down his forehead. The Yanhuang Dragon City who had looked at him before was so proud. But now he didn't have the slightest confidence in his heart. He hurriedly looked at his points. After 12 hours, he already had more than 63 million points. This is probably the last point he got before the disaster. Without any hesitation, first armed with the remaining points, directly once again promoted the archer by 1 million, and then equipped with 5 arrows, which cost a total of 50 million. He didn't move the remaining 10 million, but decided to depend on the situation. Then he threw the 1.46 million archers into the instance without hesitation. Now there are 2 days before the beast tide. How many points can you live? He intends to arm the infantry first no matter how many points he earns. If the city gate is broken, then only these soldiers can withstand it. Even he felt that it was not enough. He directly built 1,000 barracks and spent another 500,000 yuan, but he was not in a hurry to build soldiers. He planned to fill up where it was not enough. This time the disaster is a test for everyone in the extreme world, and many newbies who have just been promoted have completely given up in the world crying and crying. However, Liang Zheng did not give up, because he knew that the most important thing he lacked was people, but the only thing he was afraid of was that his city would be destroyed. If the dinosaur rushed in at that time, then even if there were more people, he would not be able to withstand it. You know, you are not sealed by the city wall. There are still 4 gates around this area. If the city gate is broken, the dinosaurs will instantly rush in and razing this place to the ground. Moreover, there is not only a threat on land, but there are still pterosaurs in the sky. Although he has 2 million archers, his actual equipment configuration is only 1.4 million. What if hundreds of thousands of pterosaurs appear in the sky? Don't care about the dinosaurs on land. Liang Zheng sighed deeply, and now he can only do his own destiny. In any case, his own Yanlong King City is still very strong, and it won't be that simple if he wants to break it. This is Zhao Yao slowly walking out of the inside, suddenly feeling a wave of murderous air in the city, and for a while, she was a little stunned. Watching Liang Zheng frown deeply, he walked over in worry. Is there something big going on? The two did not speak, but only clicked. Zhao Yao saw his appearance and stood aside obediently, and did not speak. In this way, the two stood for a whole day, and Liang Zheng has been staring at his points, but what made him unexpected is that the points now have reached 130 million points. After seeing this number, Liang Zheng suddenly reacted. I am afraid that he is not thinking about it alone. He wants to get more points in the copy to survive this disaster. But there are many people who have this idea, and he found that among his friends, not only are playing dungeons, but also looting, they are also inviting him. This is also why in less than 8 hours, his own points will rise so fast, his own copy and plunder support are separated. The dungeon supports only 120 archers, but the plunder support has 1,000 archers. This is the result of his calculations. Now his 1,000 archers are enough to handle most players. Even a team with 20,000 people on the other side can be killed directly in seconds, and he has nearly 300 attacks, completely ignoring any defenses of the other party. Seeing the points, Liang Zheng suddenly felt confident in his heart, and immediately began to work, equipping all the personnel. Chapter 34 The Crazy Before the Beast Tide. Liang Zheng first equipped all the remaining archers with equipment. The 538,000 archers were directly equipped with military bows, which directly consumed 21.52 million points again. For the remaining 110 million points, the armor suit requires 190 points, and 1 million Yanhuang soldiers need 190 million points. Liang Zheng had to equip 500,000 people first, which consumed 95 million and left 25 million points for himself in a case of emergency. He is still increasing his strength crazily, but the predatory war in the world has completely broken out, and the people at the grassroots are hopeless, so he unites with the other two and starts to attack the higher survivors. The whole world is in a panic. Before the disaster strikes, the number of survivors has begun to decrease greatly, and there are constant reminders in the world that survivors have been obliterated. Liang Zheng looked at the world channel quietly, and he was undoubtedly the one who was most affected. Although his archer had a strong offensive power, he couldn't stand the crowd. Just now Liang Zheng received the message that one of his friends was besieged by 30,000 people. After his archer shot and killed 15,000 people, all of them were destroyed. Although I said that I must earn points, it is not a problem to continue this way. My bow and arrow has been reduced from 2 million to 1.92 million. On this day, 80,000 archers were lost. Don't underestimate this entire 80,000 people. You must know that his attack was at 300 points and his defense was as high as 52 points. The average stone civilization can't even break his own defense. However, the benefits brought by it are also extremely impressive. At present, the number of sapiens he has shot and killed is no less than 2 million, and this number is still rising. As for the primitive people, it is no less than tens of millions. The 25 million points that had been left, instantly reached 100 million. After Liang Zheng equipped the last 500,000 Yanhuang infantry with equipment, he directly threw them all into the plundering battle. At this time, each equipment is equipped with 1,000 archers and 500 Yanlong infantry. They don't expect them to win the battle, but only hope that they can kill more enemies. By the early morning of the next day, Zhao Yao had already returned to the house to sleep. Liang Zheng had no intention of sleeping. He kept his eyes fixed on the system points and his number. Whenever it was reduced to a whole number, Liang Zheng would add a wave to ensure the staffing. I don't know how long it has passed, and Liang Zheng doesn't remember how much he has added. According to the system prompts, the number of people shot and killed when he helped him was extremely terrifying. At this time, the number of sapiens who died in his hands in the early stage has reached 13 million, the primitive archers have reached 50 million, and the primitives have exceeded 200 million. Sapiens kill points, 25*13 million, 325 million. The original bow and arrow are kill points, 15*50 million, 750 million. Primitive kill points, 10*200 million, 2 billion. In total, the current points have reached 3.075 billion. But among them, he has replenished all combatants no less than 50 times, the number is as high as 150 million, and 110 million points have been consumed, for a total of 2.965 billion points. At this time Liang Zheng didn't know whether to cry or laugh. At this crisis, his path to wealth has been developed, but no one knows what his destiny will be tomorrow. The whole world is filled with gunpowder, and there is no fresh smell in the morning, but a bloody and murderous blood covering the entire Jurassic era. Liang Zheng expanded his city and directly purchased a range of 90,000 meters, 500 points per meter, and 45 million points were consumed. Once again filled up the barracks purchased before, 10 million people, Liang Zheng directly enough to buy 3 million Yanhuang infantry, 7 million wise archers, a total of 7.2 million points. The 3 million armor suits consumed 570 million and 7 million bows and arrows cost 280 million. Today's points have reached 2.089 billion, but he is not continuing to fill up. Now his number has reached 13 million, which is enough to use. Even if it was the crowd, it was enough to seal the gate, and he was constantly replenishing the number of people. There was no problem at all. As long as the city wall was not broken, he was enough to hold on. For 24 hours, Liang Zheng was completely exhausted and stretched out after standing up. Lu and Lu Rong in front of him also stayed with him for the night. You two will go back and have a good rest. Tomorrow will be a tough battle for the soldiers. Yes. After the two responded, they went straight back to their camp. At this time, he also summoned all the soldiers back. Entering the house, I saw that Zhao Yao was already awake and Liang Zheng looked haggard. He laid the bed for him, and Liang Zheng fell directly on the bed and fell asleep. I slept until the afternoon, because the system prompts kept ringing. Bernie has launched an attack on you, and the plundering battle will start in 10 minutes. Liang Zheng was taken aback. His city was so magnificent that there were still people who dared to come and die. When they walked out of the house, they saw that there were only tens of thousands of troops on the opposite side. They wanted to come and be another group of lunatics. I didn't care about them. In the past 24 hours, such lunatics were everywhere, and some even used 5 primitive people to fight a tribe of 20,000 people, just to have a good time. Of course, the final result is also very happy. Lu Rong kept arranging archers, standing on the wall, densely packed, all huddled behind, while Lu allocated 4 million Yanhuang infantry soldiers to the 4 gates. And temporarily appointed 4 people as small chiefs, let them command the infantry, so as not to have a place that they can't take care of. But these things were not prepared for the predators, but for the drills of tomorrow's beast tide. Just 10 minutes later, under the command of Lu Rong, the archers fired 1,000 arrows and shot them through in an instant. The ending is not yet started, it is over. Liang Zheng walked to the high platform, and all the soldiers below looked at him. Warriors of Yanhuang Dragon City. You will be the pride of Yanhuang Dragon City. Anyone who wants to seize our homeland must make him pay the price of blood, no matter who the enemy is. Those who violate my homeland. Kill without mercy. Kill. 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 Tonight, we will have fun, eat meat, and roar loudly. Tomorrow we will let those beasts live and die under our knives. Roar. Lu Rong, you two will take the soldiers to relax today. And all of you will be ready for battle tomorrow morning. Subordinates obey. Liang Zheng looked into the distance, still raging. He glanced at the world just now. Someone guessed that the number of human deaths in the past 2 days has reached 400 million. Chapter 35. In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight fell on the earth. Liang Zheng stood on the high platform early, looking at the distant horizon, the sun slowly rising. Zhao Yao was lying on the bed and fell asleep deeply. The craziness of last night made her exhausted. She knew what was about to happen, but she didn't think too much about it. Her life had already been tied to Liang Zheng. Liang Zheng looked at the system in front of him. It was only 21 minutes before the arrival of the beast wave. Tens of thousands of soldiers were standing on the spot with a grim expression. He looked at the friend column. Now there are only less than 20,000 friends of the original 100,000 friends. The disappearance of the friends means that he is dead or enslaved. But no matter which kind, I don't want to happen. Your good friend Xia Yan asks you to be enslaved. Liang was the last time Xia Yan took the initiative to add it, so she added it casually. Seeing the request, Liang Zhang frowned, hesitated for a while, and then clicked to confirm. The next moment Xia Yan appeared in front of him. "Lord, Master. You don't need to call me like that, just call me Zhenga." "Brother Zheng, thank you." After speaking, he bent over and bowed at Liang Zheng. "You don't have to thank me, you are finally destined, come in, you can't help much outside." Xia Yan nodded, then glanced back, but she was shocked and couldn't express her thoughts for a while. "Is this a city? It's so magnificent. There are densely packed people in front of you, and the number cannot be calculated at all. And what kind of unit is the soldier in the front row? Why have I never seen it before? Look at them with their fish-scale armor shining with cold light, holding a wide stone knife in their hands, and their helmets only showing their faces. Each of them is taller than 1.8 meters in height and looks extremely fierce." When Liang Zheng saw Xia Yan's shock, he ignored it. At this time, it was only 10 minutes before the animal tide. "The tide of beasts is about to strike, the warriors of Yanhuang Dragon City, your home is in your hands, and everyone will be proud of you. Kill all the invaders outside the city. Kill. Kill. Lu. Lu wrong. Exist. In place. Kill the enemy. Yes." The two turned around and started shouting directly. "Everyone is in place." The soldiers all ran around chaotically and orderly, and in just 5 minutes, they all stood at their posts. Xia Yan did not go into the room, but stood behind Liang Zheng. Zhao Yao also walked over from behind at this time. When she saw Xia Yan, she felt a little bit in her heart. This woman looks good, but her temperament is too cold. Brother Zheng may not like it. No, I have to behave better, or she will take the place. When Xia Yan saw Zhao Yao, there was a moment of suspense in her heart. There is a childlike woman beside him, and it looks like the relationship between the two should be very close. What should I do? Will he dislike me like this? It's like let Liang Zheng know the heart activities of the two of them, and don't know if they will be directly exiled from the city. Now that life and death are unknown, they still want to fight for the wind and be jealous, which is bigger than his heart. The time on the system has begun to count down, but at 1 minute, they saw an unforgettable scene. I saw a burst of fire in the sky, which instantly covered the blue sky. Countless meteorites fell, and the sky instantly fell like a sea of fire. The moment it hits the ground, just when the countdown is 0, the entire Jurassic world vibrates instantly, and the sound of falling meteorites is combined with the sound of howling dinosaurs. Turn this originally quiet morning into purgatory. Before the three of Liang Zheng saw the dinosaur in the distance, they felt the ground vibrate and the sound roared, and then a black spot appeared at the end of the horizon. Everyone swallowed heavily. The closer the black spot turned out, the countless dinosaurs attacked. Liang Zheng saw the front and the right. At present, only the left and the back were empty. Seeing those dinosaurs running forward desperately, there was no intention to stop. All the archers on the wall aimed at the front, as long as they entered the range, they would shoot directly. But Liang Zheng discovered that the dinosaurs in the first row were high-defense dinosaurs, including Triceratops, Ankylosaurus, Baotou, Huangsaurus, and there were so many types. Seeing them approaching quickly and about to enter the firing range, Lu Rong shouted, "All archers are ready." As soon as Lu Rong finished shouting, the archer on the front right began to speak, and in a moment everyone completed the action. There are 200 million archers standing on the city wall on the front right, which is also a large number, while the archers behind have already begun to draw their bows. As long as the first group finishes shooting, the second row will be directly on top, and then alternate in turn. At this time, the dinosaurs had entered range, and Lu Rong's veins violently roared. Shooting! Shoo, hoo, hoo! Millions of bows and arrows were sent out instantly, covering the sky and the sun, and they shot towards the dinosaurs. Just after the first row was shot, they immediately retreated backwards while drawing arrows towards the quiver behind. The archer in the second row directly draws the bow and shoots as soon as he goes up, and then retreats again, and the archer in the first row shoots again. When the second round of shooting was completed, the first round of bows and arrows fell on the dinosaur, and a wailing sound broke through the sky, but the sound of breaking the wind continued. At the end of the first round of shooting, Liang Zheng actually found that tens of thousands of dinosaurs had been killed. This was not a failure, but the blood volume and defense of these dinosaurs were too high. Through the system, Liang Zheng found that the dinosaurs in front had the least blood volume of 300,000 upwards, and the lowest defense was also 120 points. He even saw the HP of an armored dragon, which was 800,000 tall, and its defenses were as high as 230. At this time, his body was already full of arrows, but he still ran forward a few steps. At the moment when the dinosaur reached the bottom, all the dinosaurs behind were tripped over one after another, and the dinosaurs further behind would step directly on the body of the dinosaur in front. But the second batch of arrow rain has arrived and once again shot tens of thousands of dinosaurs, but Liang Zheng is not happy about this, but is even more worried, knowing that the beast tide will last for 24 hours. It's already over 10,000 when it comes up, how many will there be behind? However, at this time, obviously, I can't worry too much. There is only one wave to kill one wave. The only thing to be thankful for is that currently no dinosaur can cross the thunder pond of about 120 meters. But in the third round of shooting, there was a sudden noise in the back, and the number was more than that of the front right. Liu Rong hurriedly commanded the rear and shot again. Liang Zheng had a bad premonition. Just after Guo Zamian shot the first round of arrow rain, dinosaurs appeared again to his left. Looking at the densely packed dinosaurs around him, he was afraid that there would be no less than 1 million. Chapter 36, Purgatory in the Last Days. Liang Zheng looked around with a sullen face, and his heart was extremely angry. You must know that there were 8 billion people in the Jurassic era. Even if 400 million died yesterday, there are still more than 7 billion left. How can you be enemies from all sides? Is it possible that all the survivors are dead, and only one lives alive? This is absolutely impossible. Even if the world of extreme survival is too much, it is impossible to kill all the survivors. The only explanation is that someone deliberately led the dinosaur to his side, and because he was busy improving in the past 2 days, he didn't explore the surroundings. Liang Zheng looked sullenly and looked around. If he survived, he would have to conquer the quartet. No matter who he was, he would have to pay the price. And he just learned one thing, that is, during the beast tide, the mall was temporarily closed for 24 hours, which means that he could not buy any soldiers. Now the archers around them kept shooting, killing 40,000 dinosaurs in an instant, but they were still densely packed and could not be seen at a glance. And now in front and on the right, dinosaurs have begun to cross the range of 120 meters, which is an extremely dangerous signal. At this time, all the dinosaurs were filled with arrows. If it weren't for their strong units and their attack weaknesses, they might have rushed to the city by now. The only good news is that as long as you shoot it down, you don't need to make up the knife at all. The dinosaurs behind will instantly rush up and crush it to pieces. This is undoubtedly a great breath for Liang Zheng, otherwise, it would be impossible to completely defend against the 4 directions by himself. The surrounding dinosaurs were still charging, and blood instantly infested the earth. Some dinosaur corpses had even been trampled into mud, and the land was cracked. The archers on the Yanhuang Dragon City were still shooting rounds, and meteorites continued to fall in the sky, and a burst of flames popped out after landing, forming a scene of doomsday. But the only good news is that, indeed, as the system said, no meteorite will fall in the tribe or city, otherwise, the Yanhuang Dragon City will be buried under natural disasters. A crisp sound rang out in the sky, and Liang Zheng instantly numbed his scalp, and saw the overwhelming pterosaurs flying over. There were many varieties. Some have spread their wings as wide as 3 meters, and some are as long as 2 meters. Each one is almost connected to cover the sun, like darkness, swallowing toward the Yanhuang Dragon City. Luu shouted angrily. All the infantrymen were armed and stepped onto the city wall. They stood behind the archers and stared at the pterosaurs in the sky. This is the countermeasure that Luu and Lu Rong discussed. If there are aerial creatures, the infantry will use their bodies to help the archers resist until they die, and the next one will be on top. The fighting situation at this time was extremely tragic. The surrounding dinosaurs had reached a distance of 70 meters, and each batch of arrow rains of archers would take nearly 10,000 lives. But they still couldn't stop the dinosaurs' footsteps. They stepped on the blood of the same kind, stamped bloody footprints on the ground, and kept hitting forward. The soldiers of Yanhuang Dragon City didn't have any fear. Instead, everyone's face was a life and death determination. Lu Rong kept changing the archers, causing some soldiers who had split their fingers and shed blood to breathe for a while, but then when they were on top, they rushed up again with a resolute expression. Feeling the sacrifice of these soldiers, Liang Zheng clenched his hands fiercely. If I am undefeated, I will inevitably pay the price of blood. At this time, the pterosaurs had already rushed over, and many archers in the city raised their hands to shoot, and even the residents, men and women, young and old, took up stone hammers and stone axes, and constantly swung them into the air. However, their combat capabilities could not be compared to soldiers. Soon someone was caught in the claws of pterosaurs, and then flew away, but they were torn directly in the air, and blood fell like rain. Lu Rong and Luu had their eyes flushed at this time, and they were constantly commanding the soldiers. Protect the residents. This is the glory of our warriors. This sentence was instilled by Liang Zheng to Luu and Lu Rong when he saw the soldiers of the residents, and they also instilled the matter to their subordinates in order to cultivate the guardian spirit of the soldiers. At this time, this spirit had been fully revealed, and after Liu finished shouting these words, all the soldiers began to brandish stone knives desperately. At this time, a female resident was about to be caught by the pterosaur. A Yanhuang infantryman had no time to swing a knife and rushed forward, blocking the attack with his body, but he was captured by the pterosaur. But fortunately, an archer shot him and did not die after falling from a high altitude, and the soldier stood up again and continued to fight the pterosaur. Liang Zheng stood alone on the high platform at this time. Although he could not fight, he would accompany these soldiers to the end in his own way. As for Zhao Yao and Xia Yan, the moment the pterodactyl appeared, they drove them back, and Lu Rong saw the chieftain standing alone on the high platform. His eyes were instantly red. Warriors! The chief is with us! Kill! Long live the chief! Long live the Yanlong King City! Everyone shouted, and the weapons in their hands wielded more fiercely. Lu Rong and Luu tacitly allocated 20,000 soldiers and stood beside Liang Zheng to protect his safety. You have 1,541 archers died, 215 Yanlong infantry died, 86 residents died. The sound of the system prompts has been echoing in Liang Zheng's ears, and casualties have begun to appear on his side. The reason why the archers' casualties are so high. It was because a group of Diplodocus appeared on the wall in front of the city. At this time, they were already under the city. They were about 27 meters high. After standing on the corpse of their companion, they attacked the archer. Just a smash of his brain on the city wall, he took away hundreds of archers in an instant. The front was already in a hurry, and soldiers and infantry continued to step forward to supplement. The battle has slowly entered white hot. At this time, the pterosaurs in the city began to overwhelm and all the soldiers in the city began to resist. Residents fought against pterosaurs regardless of life and death. One pterosaur even grabbed the residents' stomachs, but he was holding onto the pterosaur's claws. When the residents nearby saw it, they made up for it, 2 if 1 was not enough. And 4 if 2 were not enough, they just dragged the pterosaur down, and then beheaded by the infantry who drove over. But those residents were all injured because of the struggle of the pterosaurs, and they couldn't survive, and the soldiers were even more tragic. Even if he was caught flying, he took a stone knife and slammed it into the belly of the pterosaur, then fell from a height with the pterosaur, and finally died together. Some arms had been bitten by the pterosaurs, but they replaced the stone knives in their hands with the other hand, inserted them into the pterosaur's throat, and beheaded them. And because of the pterosaur, his arm would be bitten, and it would be completely broken when he fell down under the influence of force. Chapter 37, City Gate Crisis. Liang Zheng watched these soldiers fight, and his body trembled. As a modern person, he felt the courage and blood of these heroic soldiers for the first time. When he saw an archer, his hands were completely bloody because of the bow. He finally gave up the bow and arrow altogether, took a stone knife and wrapped it in his hand with a rope, and then rushed to kill him. On the wall, a diplodocus stuck his head in again, but at this moment a Yanhuang soldier took a stone knife directly, jumped out of the wall, the stone knife pierced into the neck of the diplodocus, and fell with it. Go down! In the street, a resident desperately stood in front of a soldier to protect him from a sneak attack. But before that, the soldier had just saved his life. Seeing the resident's chests were penetrated by the pterosaur claws, the soldier was instantly irritated, his eyes were blood red, the blue veins violently, and he began to slash the pterosaur frantically. Now in this Yanlongking city, both men and women, regardless of the resident soldiers, are all guarding the city with their lives, and no one fears death. Yanlong Wangcheng, all heroes. Kill. Guard Yanhuang Dragon City. Screams, wailing, and shouts are the portraits of Yanhuang Dragon City today, and Shura Hell is now synonymous with it. Here, if you are a timid person, you may have been scared to death just by seeing this scene. If you are a timid person, you will hide in a safe place. If you dare to fight with a knife, Yanhuang Dragon City will have another hero. Boom! Boom! The sound of the impact from the city gate in front, the infantry next to him with a face full of decisiveness, stood by and waited for the moment when the city gate was broken, using his body to forge a new city gate. Liang Zheng looked at the durability of the city gate. Each impact would drop the durability by as much as 100 points. If this continues, the city gate will be broken in a short time. And the archers on the city wall, although they are constantly shooting, but the dinosaurs who are coming to the city are actually building ladders with corpses and climbing up step by step. Today's situation has reached a dangerous moment, but it was only 3 hours later. At this moment, Liang Zheng's heart twitched fiercely. Through a systematic god's perspective, he saw that there were no fewer than 1,000 Tyrannosaurus Rex behind, rushing from behind, as if being commanded, it was actually running towards the gate. In front of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, there are many Ankylosaurus to resist the arrow rain, and the arrows that hit their upper body sporadically can't play a role at all. Liang Zheng cursed in his heart at this time, this extreme survival world is simply frantic, he has been so hard, can anyone really survive this beast tide? At this time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex had rushed to the front of the giant gate, and its head hit it heavily, and the durability of the gate suddenly dropped by as much as 20 points. The archers close to the city gate all shot at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but because of the angle, they could only cause limited damage. The attack of Tyrannosaurus was as high as 400 points, the defense was even at 280 points, and even the blood volume was 700,000. Seeing this, Liang Zheng hurriedly gave Liu Yu an order. Liu Yu, go to the back. Yes. Liu Yu replied and ran to the back door with 100,000 soldiers. Ready to charge at any time. The situation in front was also terrible. Now there are only about 1.7 million archers of 2 million, and the pterosaur's attack caused a lot of casualties. Coupled with the attack of Diplodocus, it even took away the lives of countless soldiers. Kill me! Stop all these beasts! At this time, Liu Rong's voice was hoarse, and he was constantly directing the soldiers to attack. His own hands were already bloody. He stood on the wall with red eyes, watching the endless beast tide in the distance. Finally, after persisting for 6 hours, the beast wave stopped attacking, but slowly withdrew, but Liang Zheng understood that this was just a moment of respite. Looking at the front gate, only 80,000 durability remained, and the back gate still had 110,000 durability. The left and right sides did not attack the gate because of the number. Looking at his own number, there are 9 million archers, and now only about 7.54 million are left, and the 4 million Yanhuang infantry is only 3.61 million. As for the 2 million residents, although there were losses, under the special protection of the soldiers, there were only less than 30,000 casualties. Seeing these numbers, Liang Zheng felt a little worried. The dam system turned off even the mall. Now it can still be defended, but once the city gate is breached, the number of casualties will grow geometrically. I am afraid that half of his 13 million soldiers will be considered lucky. Liu Rong and Liu Yu got together and again began to discuss countermeasures. This time their talents were fully manifested. Whether it is the cooperation of the two people or their respective formations, they all have a great performance. Damn! These beasts, we are really here alone. Humph, when this matter is over, I must apply to the chief to go around and ask for an explanation for my dead brothers. At this time, the two of them also saw the unusual. After all, there should be people around. Even if the beasts came, it was impossible for them all to rush over. But while they were still discussing, the following Tyrannosaurus appeared again, but this time there were only a few hundred. The archer on the wall immediately fired, trying to kill it when it ran closer, but when it ran to the firing range, it suddenly stopped. Oh! Hundreds of Tyrannosaurus Rex screamed at their necks, their voices shook the sky, and Liang Zheng's heart trembled, only to feel that a bad premonition was about to happen. However, the next moment, his conjecture was confirmed. Only black spots appeared in the surrounding area again. All the soldiers hurriedly got into battle preparations after seeing it, and Liu Yu and Liu Rong were even more angry. This tide of beasts has obviously receded. Why did these hundreds of Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly come back again? Liang Zheng understood in his heart that this beast wave might have been unable to attack him for a long time, and then went to other places, but the bastards were actually brought back. It is good. Very good. It is only 18 hours before the end of the animal tide. I hope you can live to the end, so that I can get rid of the hatred in my heart. Liu Rong and Liu Yu commanded again, and Liu Yu took the lead and led his troops to the back door. Now that the fighting is recurring, I am afraid that it will not be so easy to defend again this time. Nowadays, the dinosaur corpses around had already piled up like a mountain. But those dinosaurs just smashed open roads and killed them towards Yanhuang Dragon City. Looking at the menacing posture, it is bound to break through the city. Chapter 38. The tide of beasts went back and forth, and it struck again. Arrow rain fell in waves, and the dinosaurs in front of the Dragon City fell again, and the dinosaurs behind directly filled up and charged. Now the archers on the city wall were exhausted. Although they still gritted their teeth, they were finally rushed to the city gate by the dinosaurs. Liang Zheng watched the declining durability of the front door. It didn't take long for it to reach 10,000. At this time, all the soldiers were ready to charge. Liu Yu ran to the front door, shouting to boost morale. Brothers! Guard the Yanhuang Dragon City! Guard the chieftain! I am proud of you. If the city gate is broken, I will be the first to rush forward. You follow me and use your flesh and blood to forge a new gate. Guard Yanhuang Dragon City. Guard the chief. Boom. Boom. Click. There was a sound of wood chipping, and the city gate was broken immediately. Liu Yu raised the stone knife in his hand and shouted, "Follow me. Kill." The 10,000 soldiers rushed forward in an instant. The most advanced one was the Stegosaurus. Liu Yu cut directly at his neck. With the ability to pierce armor, he directly chopped the stone knife in. The Stegosaurus roared and shook his head and tail constantly. The soldiers behind were holding stone knives, slashing the Stegosaurus frantically, but because of the width and height of the city gate, the dinosaurs behind could not rush in for a while. But the one soldier at the door, like a Spartan warrior, blocked the door and slashed continuously. As long as someone fell, the back would fill up. And Luu even reddened his eyes and waved the stone knife in his hand continuously. After cutting it off, he picked one from the ground and continued to wave it. At this time, the Stegosaurus was dead and was not shaking. 2 more dinosaurs came in behind. The soldiers continued to resist, and people died every second. At this time, the back was about to be broken, but at this time Liang Zhang found that a resident had actually put the armor on himself from the dead Yanhuang infantry, and then raised the machete to join the defense of the back door. At the moment when the Tyrannosaurus Rex broke through the city gate, he threw the stone knife directly, with the bonus of throwing weapons and armor breaking, it was directly inserted into the eyes of the Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly roared and rushed forward, but 10,000 soldiers blocked the door, the front one hugged its legs, and the back one pushed forward forcefully. Regardless of the big mouth that the Tyrannosaurus bit down, and finally pushed it to the ground, but the number of casualties was extremely tragic. In just this moment, nearly 4,000 people died. At the moment when the Tyrannosaurus fell, the soldiers behind directly chopped it down with a stone knife and chopped it directly. The soldier holding the Tyrannosaurus leg in front had already died because of the squeeze, but still had a proud smile on his face. The soldiers on both sides of the city gates continued to fill up. 10,000 died and then 10,000 were filled in. The same was true for the archers above. The first one died and the second one went up, the second one died and the third one went up. After insisting for a full 10 hours, the corpses in the front and rear doors had already piled up like a mountain, not only of soldiers, but also of dinosaurs. It was really using corpses to form a new gate. The dinosaurs couldn't break through at all. Liang Zheng looked at the time, and there were 6 hours left, as long as he persisted for another 6 hours. But the sky did not follow people's wishes. A group of wild dragons appeared in the front of the city gate. This guy was as fierce as the Tyrannosaurus, and was one of the most fierce carnivorous dinosaurs in the Jurassic era. I saw a 4-meter-high savage dragon rushing to the gate of the city, biting the body of the dinosaur outside, and then pulling it out. More than a dozen wild dragons proceeded at the same time, clearing the passage in just a moment, and then slammed into it. Luu, who was standing behind, was panting, looking at the wild dragon. At this moment, he was holding the broken stone knife in his hand, and there was no complete one beside him. He looked around and found the broken wooden door, and then sneered. After throwing away the stone knife, he walked to a broken piece of wood with spikes, hugged it with both hands, and then yelled and carried it up. When the wild dragon came in, he carried the wood on his shoulders, shouted, and rushed directly towards the wild dragon. Because of the height problem, Luu knocked the top a little higher and aimed at the wild dragon's neck. Puff! Oh! The tip of the wood pierced the wild dragon's neck fiercely, and the other end pierced its neck, and Luu flew back fiercely because of the force, but before that, he had already put the other head on top of it. On the ground. When the rest of the infantry saw this scene, they all followed suit and began to pick up the wood, but there was only a small piece of wood, and the rest were large fragments. One of them suddenly walked to the front and picked it up. The people behind saw that, they rushed past and lined up behind. Just like that, a large wooden door fragment was picked up by more than a dozen people. Seeing the entering wild dragon, everyone roared, ran forward together, and slammed into the wild dragon's chest. A cry of wailing came from the wild dragon's mouth, and he lay directly on the ground. When the infantry at the back door got the news, they all began to follow suit. Your Yanhuang infantry flexibly used the giant wooden door fragments on the battlefield, lifted it up and hit the dinosaur with one heart, and the earliest wood bumping technology was born. Obtained wood bumping technology elementary, civilization +5. Seeing here, Liang Zheng was directly upgraded to high level. Fortunately, the upgrade system has not been shut down, otherwise he would really curse. After acquiring the advanced wood striking system, the soldiers became more alive. A dozen people took wooden knives and sharpened the front of the log first, then picked it up and ran to the door to start hitting the dinosaurs. At this time, there were no less than 10 collision teams at the front and rear doors. This one was hit and flew to the top of the other, and the little dinosaur came in and the infantry next to it went up and killed it. The tacit understanding of cooperation for a while, the door was successfully guarded once again. At this time Liu was standing at the forefront of the team, carrying a large log by himself, but this time he was not hitting, but directly started to turn, and the little dinosaurs were immediately beaten to the ground. But this method can't be imitated by others. Because this can only be done by one person, but Liang Zheng found that the civilian behind him, like Liu, was holding a thick wood and started to turn. In this doomsday catastrophe, the entire Jurassic era, like a meat grinder, is not only devouring the lives of survivors and their soldiers, even the overlord dinosaur of this era has not been spared. At this time, the sky suddenly rained heavily, like a sin trying to clean the land, but what was left was still a blood-red color. Liang Zheng looked at the time. Now 22 hours have passed. As long as he persists for another 2 hours, he can win the victory, but these last 2 hours are undoubtedly the most difficult. Chapter 39 Guhong's Wisdom, Start Revenge. The 4 city gates were temporarily guarded, and every Yanhuang infantry guarding at the gate was stained with blood, some of which were his own, some of which were dinosaurs. The 40-meter-wide city gate has been dyed red with blood, and the first rays of the rising sun shone on all the soldiers, feeling the warmth of the sun, like the light of hope, dispelling the darkness. Victory is coming, all Yanhuang infantrymen will follow orders. Let me charge! Liu shouted. The soldiers lifted up their spirits, raised the stone knives in their hands, and rushed towards the dinosaur. The archer was already unable to shoot. He picked up the weapon from the ground and guarded the door with the Yanhuang infantry. The one who had no weapon held his body to block it. Oh! At this time, all the dinosaurs roared, and their stature began to slowly retreat backwards, and then turned their heads and ran into the distance. The same goes for the pterosaurs in the sky, flying away high and disappearing into the sky. Seeing the collapse of the beast tide, all the soldiers didn't react for a while, and I don't know who called out the first time. The tide of beasts has receded. We won! A shout like the sound of heaven awakened all the soldiers. Roar! We won! Long live the Yanhuang Dragon City! Long live the chief! Liang Zheng looked at the time, and there was 1 hour and 48 minutes left, that is to say, his soldiers just ran away all the dinosaurs. Seeing the cheers of millions of people, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, standing on the high platform and looking at the system. You have 1.24 million Yanlong infantry dead, 2.58 million H-Sapiens archers dead, and 110,000 residents dead. This data is because the archers' hands have been completely damaged in the later stage, unable to shoot, and finally acted as a fighter. Looking at the final battle report on the system, he actually lost 4 million people, and Liang Zheng's eyes have begun to glow. At this time, all the soldiers stood in front of Liang Zheng again. Everyone was wounded more or less, but the look on his face was even more determined. Looking at them, Liang Zheng has re-examined. After nearly 24 hours of fighting, he finally understood that these people are not puppets of the system. They have flesh and blood, ambitions, and ideals. For the sake of Yanhuang Dragon City, they cannot even have their lives, and in order to protect their compatriots, they can use their lives to resist. At this time, Zhao Yao and Xia Yan appeared behind Liang Zheng. The two of you, take the residents, consolidate the remains of the soldiers who sacrificed, help them clean up, put on neat clothes, and then bury them in the open space at the back, and build a martyr's cemetery there. Yes, chief. The two replied and went on. Lu wrong, hurry up and treat the wounded soldiers, one after the other can be rescued, and then take a good rest, we still have no grievances. Yes, chief. After the two turned and left, they took the soldiers who were not in serious trouble and began to treat them. However, there were no medical conditions at all at this time, and they were just relying solely on personal will to strengthen. Liang Zheng raised his head and looked at the sky. I don't know when, the meteorite shower has long since disappeared, and the sky is clear again, as if yesterday was a nightmare, like a dream. Liang Zheng went down and saw a soldier converging the resident's body. When he approached, he found that this person was actually the resident wearing the Yanlong armor. What's your name? Seeing that it was the chief, the young man immediately stood up straight. Chief, my name is Guhong. Liang Zheng looked at him and nodded. You are not the Yanhuang infantry, I saw you put on the Yanhuang soldier armor. Hearing Liang Zheng's words, Guhong thought that the chief was going to cure him, and his expression was a little desperate. Seeing his appearance, Liang Zheng suddenly remembered that when he had signaled the half-ape man barbecue at the beginning, this group of people were all glass hearts. I didn't mean to blame you. Instead, I wanted to reward you. I saw your bravery, but now I have a task to give you. When Guhong heard that the chief not only did not blame himself, but also rewarded himself, his expression suddenly changed from despair to excitement. Complete the mission to the death. Go to Liu Yu, just say it is my order, let him give you 20,000 people, quietly go and explore the surroundings for me, as long as the tribes within a radius of 50 miles are all written down for me. Yes. After speaking, he ran directly to Liu. After a while, Liu looked towards Liang Zheng and saw that he nodded. Then he gave him 20,000 Yanhuang infantry soldiers and ran outside the city. The animal tide has receded. The survivors of this riot performed well. The death rate this time was 37%, totaling 2.775 billion people. A system message appeared in front of all the survivors. Looking at this message, everyone in the world fell into silence for a while. This time the animal wave riot killed 2.775 billion people, which means that there were 7.5 billion people before the animal wave riot, plus the madness of the previous 2 days. In just 3 days, as many as 3.3 billion people died. It's cruel. At this time, no one was speaking in the world, everyone was indulging in surviving after the disaster, and at the same time remembering the dead. You killed 1.65 million dinosaurs in this animal wave riot, and the reward is being calculated. Liang Zheng heard the voice of the system and couldn't help being a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be rewards. Reward distribution, you get 521 million points. The current total points are 2.61 billion. Seeing this batch of rewards, Liang Zheng's heart is somewhat balanced. Although he has not lost much, the mental and physical impact is definitely not small. At night, Guhong had already returned with someone. Liang Zheng was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that he would have finished all the investigations so quickly. When he came in, he was holding a rope with many knots on it. Report to Chief. Within 50 li, all the investigations have been completed. There are large and small tribes, many of which have been killed by the beast tide. Liang Zheng checked the knots in Guhong's hands, there were 12 knots in total, and he couldn't help being surprised. Why did you know so soon? Hearing what Liang Zheng said, Guhong scratched his head. Master Chief, I found the body of a person as soon as I left the city, knowing that it must not be from our Yanhuang Dragon City, so I circled around the Dragon City, and whenever I found someone's body, I sent 500 people to investigate. After everyone comes back, they will directly count them. Very well, from now on, you will be by my side and be a follower. When Guhong heard this, he was overjoyed. The chieftain is the faith of the entire tribe, and it is simply the supreme glory to be able to follow him now. Thank you, Chief. Well, I hope your performance will be even better in the future. Yes. I promise not to let the chief down. Liang Zheng nodded and walked out, the flame of revenge. It's already burning. Chapter 40. As soon as Liang Zheng went out, he called Luu over. Hearing the chief's call, Luu hurriedly ran to Liang Zheng. Chief, do you have any orders? Let all the soldiers rest for 3 days, and then go with me to fight the enemy and let them pay their debts. Hearing Liang Zheng's words, Luu's eyes flushed immediately, but now that the war has just passed, he really needs to rest, and he can only hold back temporarily. Yes. Chief. All the soldiers below shouted. Hand-blade enemy. Blood is paid for by blood. Every soldier had an expression of grief and indignation. If they hadn't led all the dinosaurs here, their comrades would never have died so many. At this time, the 12 tribes were in contact with each other. Haha, Rondo, your strategy is really good. We only lost a small part and led all the dinosaurs to that giant city. This was discovered by Dooney. Otherwise, no matter how clever I am, I can't fight this beast tide. It's really terrifying. But now that the beast tide has passed, will he take revenge on us? Gal, are you an idiot? How can we wait for him to come, now that others are tired and the door has already been broken? This is the best time, and it is late at night. When the other 11 people heard this, they were taken aback for a moment, and then there was enthusiasm in their eyes. This Rondo is too smart to use the giant city to protect himself. At the same time, after the animal tide, they counterattacked back again, and did not choose the day, but chose late night. After 24 hours of the animal tide, they must be exhausted to the extreme. This is the most relaxing time. But what they didn't know was that when all of them had just been dispatched, there were already Yanhuang soldiers rushing to Yanhuang Dragon City frantically. This was also Gu Hongliu's mind. When Liang Zheng heard the news, his eyes became extremely cold. Since you want to enter my Yanhuang Dragon City, then I will let you come back and forth. Luu wrong. The end will be. Hide all the soldiers, and give me an ambush for archers and Yanhuang infantry on the wall. Don't they want to come in? I'll just shut the door for them and beat the dog. Liang Zheng hasn't bought the gate yet, because there are too many dinosaur corpses in the city, and they have just been cleaned up until the evening, and they have not yet come out. At this time, the 12 teams had quietly arrived 5 miles away from Yanhuang Dragon City. From a distance, there was darkness inside, with no light at all. Those 12 people kept chatting with their friends. Haha, as Rondo thought, I'm afraid they are already asleep now. I don't even have a watchman on my side. What about your side? It's the same on my side, and the door has long been broken, and it hasn't been repaired now. It must be too late. If we postpone it until tomorrow, we really may not be able to attack it. I was surprised to see this big city. I didn't expect that someone in the stone civilization would have achieved such an achievement. His technology must be very powerful. The hearts of 12 people are already happy, but as the saying goes, 1 monk dives to eat, 2 monks fetch water to eat, and 3 monks have no water to eat. In the hearts of the 12 of them, they had already begun to calculate how to eat alone. Well everyone, let's not waste any more time. Let's rush in together now. It will be too late if we wait for him to find out. After hearing Rondo's words, everyone nodded in agreement, and all of them arrived outside the city gate. They formed 4 teams in groups of 3 people each, 1 on each side, and they clicked to plunder at the same time. Liang Zheng had been waiting in the room long ago, and he was a little surprised to see 4 plundering messages appearing on the system at the same time, but then he understood why. When the scale reaches a city, there can be up to 5 teams of survivors, and they can plunder a city at the same time, and this number will only continue to increase. But at the same time, the number of friends he invited will be equal to the number of predators, which means that Liang Zheng can now ask for help from up to 11 friends. But for his strength, these 12 people are really not enough, because they all add up to only 130,000 people. In order for Liang Zheng to act more realistically, he made 20,000 soldiers stand on the wall, and at the same time, he looked terribly miserable and looked like he was seriously injured. After seeing these, Rondo frowned, but Rondo frowned. Since the opponent can build such a large city, how can he only have such a small amount of troops? Although there will be a lot of losses after the war, it will also give a lot of points. As for the corpses of dinosaurs, Liang Zheng has already collected those dinosaurs in the system warehouse. After all, there are many materials that can be made into them. But because there were so many of them, it was impossible to choose them at all. After the soldiers cleaned them up, he came straight to the pot and put them all in the system. Knowing that they were coming, Liang Zheng also specially released 10,000 dinosaur corpses for arrangement. When 10 minutes arrived, everyone could not wait to rush towards the city, and the archer on the wall just pretended to shoot a few arrows, and then fell down pretending to be injured. Although Rondo had doubts in his heart, he saw that the others rushed over, fearing that all his plans would make someone else's wedding dress, and he couldn't let him think about it. When everyone rushed into the city, there was no one. Liang Zheng saw that they had already entered the city. He directly opened the system, clicked on them all, and spent 20,000 points to purchase 4,000 year tree doors. Before the 4 looting teams could react, they heard a bang. Looking back, they found that a tall wooden gate appeared above the originally empty city gate. Everyone's heart suddenly shook, and they immediately understood that they had been fooled, but it was impossible to go out at this time. Just this wooden door, I am afraid that people like myself will not be able to break the defense. At this moment, all 12 of them gathered together and wanted to break through the line of defense. But the next moment, the surrounding fire ignited, and the city was instantly bright as day. Looking at the surrounding area, whether it was on or under the city wall, there were already full of soldiers standing on them. The armor on their bodies and the weapons in their hands were not at the same level as oneself. Everyone was sweating on their foreheads, and a wave of cold air began to rise from the bottom of their hearts. What kind of city is this dying? This is clearly a sleeping lion. And my group of people, like ants, bit it recklessly. Now that the lion awakens, the price he paid is the life of the ants. Liang Zheng looked at them with cold eyes, without any excessive words, only one word. Kill. Chapter 41. As soon as Liang Zheng's order arrived, 6 million archers on the wall directly sent out 1,000 arrows, 12 people instantly disappeared in place, and the 130,000 primitive people and archers died directly. Lu Rong, Gu Hong, come forward and listen to the order. Subordinates are here. Give me an overnight attack and behead all of their 12 tribes, leaving none of them. Yes. The trio divided the teams into 12, each with 30,000 archers and 20,000 Yanhuang infantry, each of them led one, and the remaining 9 teams were temporarily assigned to one person to lead them. Liang Zheng was sitting on the high platform, looking at each of their troops from the perspective of God. As long as he reached the opposing tribe, he would directly click and plunder. This has also become a new plunder function after the city, but he can only attack at most 5 at the same time. But he was not in a hurry, because at this time all the soldiers had reached the tribe of 12 people. Even if the opponent wanted to escape, it would be difficult to fly with their wings. Liang Zheng called this a turtle in the urn. Attacking every 5 at the same time, the other party has no power to fight back. They have already dispatched all their troops before, and at this time there are only a few hundred just built. Liang Zheng specially ordered that all 12 of them should be brought back. He would chop off their heads in the martyrs' cemetery to comfort the souls of the dead. At this time, the Yanhuang infantry rushed into the tribe, killed all the people inside, then grabbed the survivors and returned to the Yanlong King city. The sky was faintly bright, and all the soldiers were assembled in the martyrs' cemetery. At the front of the team, there were 12 survivors kneeling, each of them pale and trembling. And beside them, stood an executioner. Soldiers, the 12 people in front of you are the ones who led the tide of beasts to our Yanhuang Dragon City, our comrades in arms. Because of them, sacrificed in vain. Because of them, Yanhuang Dragon City has become a hell of Shura, full of devastation, and such crimes can only be paid for by blood. To comfort all soldiers in the spirit of heaven. Eye for eye. Eye for eye. All the soldiers were angry, and every face was full of anger. If Liang Zheng hadn't been in town again, I'm afraid these 12 people would have already turned into flesh. The executioner is ready. Liang Zheng yelled, and all the executioners raised their stone knives high. Among them, Liu Rong, Liu Yu and Gu Hong were also inside, looking fiercely at the kneeling survivor. Kill! As soon as the voice fell, 12 executioners waved their arms fiercely, stone knives fell fiercely, 12 heads rolled to the ground, and the blood instantly spilled. Seeing this moment, all the soldiers couldn't help but shed tears of excitement. Long live the chief! Long live the Yanhuang Dragon City! In the past few days, Liang Zheng's Yanlong King City gradually began to recover, and slowly became prosperous again. Liang Zheng has replenished the number of soldiers to 13 million, and at the same time increased the number of residents to 400 million. Because Liang Zheng found out that people like himself would fall in love. In that beast tide, there were many heroes who saved the beauty, and those women went crazy in pursuit. At the beginning, Liu Yu and Liu Rong tried their best to stop them. And all the soldiers dared not get close to the residents. After Liang Zheng learned of this, they called the two to educate them. Love matters are natural and natural, as long as they do not affect the task, everyone can find a love object. Liu Yu heard that it was okay. After Liu Rong heard it, he asked eagerly, "Then can I find a girl to fall in love with?" Liang Zheng smiled playfully when he saw him. "As long as you are a man, you can." After Liu Rong heard Liang Zheng's words, his face flushed with excitement. Looking at him, Liu Yu curled his lips to the side, obviously jealous. But at this moment, he heard a sound of the system. Your soldier accidentally mounted a dinosaur during a battle with the beast wave, rushed on it, and was inspired by it, began to domesticate ceratopsians, and finally achieved results, and obtained writing technology elementary, civilization +5. Because your tribe was born with cavalry, unlock exclusive units, cavalry. You have unlocked the cavalry suit in your store, please check it out. When Liang Zheng saw this, he immediately rushed out. Liu Rong and Liu Yu thought that something major had happened, and rushed out hurriedly. But when they got outside, they were dumbfounded. They saw Gu Hong sitting on the body of the horned dragon, clinging to its head, while the horned dragon was running fast. Liang Zheng couldn't wait to hug Gu Hong and kiss him fiercely. This is simply a genius, who helped him unlock such a powerful unit. Upgrade writing to advanced. Use of writing skills advanced, attack power +50, speed +50. Liang Zheng once again gained 10 points of civilization, and then looked at Gu Hong. At this time, he was tightly attached to the dragon, but he had slowly got up at this time, and at the same time, he was able to direct the direction by grasping the dragon's head with one hand. Liang Zheng walked into the house contentedly, then opened the mall impatiently. I found that the cavalry had been unlocked in his exclusive arms. Arms, Yanhuang Cavalry, 300 points/1. Initial HP, 1200. Initial attack, 151. Initial defense, 150. Initial speed, 230. Skill, Charge Trample. Introduction, Dragon Knight has a strong impact ability, can crush infantry and archer soldiers, attack power, defense power, speed can be increased by 30% when charging. When Liang Zheng just saw the points, he thought it was very expensive, but when he saw the dinosaurs under the cavalry, he immediately felt that it was worth it. This was simply a package. With such a cavalry, when attacking other tribes, there is no need for archers, so they can charge directly, especially when fighting in the plains. They are extremely violent. Then he looked at the cavalry suit again. Weapon, Yanhuang gun, 100 points/1. Attack, +90. Armor, Yanhuang heavy armor, 100 points/1 piece. Defense, +150. Helmet, Yanhuang heavy helmet, 100 points/1 piece. Defense, +100. After Liang Zheng saw it, he slapped his teeth. This set cost 250 points. It seems that things are getting more and more expensive in the future. I have more than 2 billion points. It looks like a lot, but it is not very resistant to use. Spent. First came the 200 million cavalry, consuming 6 million points, and then directly purchasing the suit, consuming 600 million points, and the remaining points were 2.004 billion. Arms, Yanhuang cavalry, 300 points/1. Total health, 1200. Total attack, 291. Total defense, 450. Total speed, 230. This didn't count the attributes of roundup and charge enhancement. If it were increased by 60%, it would be terrifying. Liang Zheng realized at this time that he seemed to be against the sky. Chapter 42. Can you be calm? Liang Zheng went out and saw the 2 million cavalrymen. The dinosaurs roared into the sky, the cavalrymen fully armed and majestic. Looking at such a team, he really couldn't think of how he would lose, for fear that even in the age of slavery, he would still be a big boss. Liang Zheng turned around and found that Zhao Yao and Xia Yan were both there, and small stars were constantly shining in their big watery eyes. Tired? The long, white legs are soft. After hearing what Zhao Yao said, Xia Yan suddenly felt a sense of crisis, and she wanted to say something, but after holding back for a long time, she didn't say it. Liang Zheng didn't care about her, and took Zhao Yao directly back to the house. Xia Yan followed. After entering the room, Zhao Yao sat on the side of the bed obediently. Liang Zheng lay directly on it, turned on the system and began to arrange the copy, but she hadn't paid for it for several days. At this time, the dungeon became even hotter. After the apocalyptic catastrophe, everyone had a deep understanding of it, and it wasn't even if there was no strength. Now they use various methods to start earning points, because there are 3.3 billion fewer people suddenly, and it is difficult to meet the survivors in the Jurassic world, but now they can't see any of them. Even those strong survivors who want to plunder will have to spend a lot of thought. Liang Zheng invested 9 million archers, still 120 people as a team, 75,000 teams began to converge points crazy. Now he can converge to 100 million points every hour, and 12 hours is 1.2 billion points. Liang Zheng was so happy that he could see his back molars, and his hand touched Zhao Yao unconsciously, but the other party twisted for a while. Liang Zheng was a little confused, thinking she was inconvenient, but the other party secretly looked at Xia Yan. Xia Yan found that Liang Zheng and Zhao Yao were both staring at her, and she was stunned for a while. Liang Zheng was helpless. This girl couldn't tell how high her brows were. Ahem, please help me shut the door from the outside, okay? Xia Yan was awakened by Liang Zheng's words, nodded dumbly, then walked out and closed the door, and then heard a rain of bullets inside, extremely intense. Early in the morning Liang Zheng opened his eyes, and when he touched him, he found that Zhao Yao had disappeared, knowing that this girl had gone to prepare food for herself again. It seems that I should find a few girls, although Zhao Yao is his slave in name, but in fact the two are already in a romantic relationship. Just getting up and hearing someone enter the house, Liang Zheng stood directly on the ground without raising his head, but the air suddenly solidified. Liang Zheng watched Xia Yan stand on the spot with food while he was naked, and his second brother was still saluting early in the morning. But for Liang Zheng, who had seen the world, it was easy to deal with this occasion. He calmly picked up the leopard print panties, then put them on and sat at the dining table. But for some reason, I only feel that today's pants are a little tight, and at the same time, Xia Yan's face is flushed, and Liang Zheng looks at her with disdain. Or was it the boss of some company? He was already flushed when he saw a man with a bare butt, and he didn't know how he practiced. At this time, Zhao Yao also walked in with food, frowning when she saw Xia Yan. But she was suddenly taken aback when she saw Liang Zheng wearing clothes. "Why are you up?" Liang Zheng was a little baffled. "I wake up when I wake up." Then he hurriedly put the food on the table, lying next to his ear. "I mean, you are wearing my pants." Hearing this, Liang Zheng stood up directly, then looked at Zhao Yao's pants, glanced at his own, and immediately covered his face. Liang Zheng's pants are a striped pattern, while Zhao Yao's is a leopard dot pattern. This may also be a change made by the system to distinguish between male and female clothing. All survivors know it. Xia Yan put the food on the table, then turned around and walked out. Liang Zheng and Zhao Yao changed their clothes. At this time, she hated this era of evil so much. Why didn't they have normal clothes? Civilization time. Your exploratory unit has discovered a very special fiber fabric called flax, which has impeccable toughness. After cooking and drying, you can get flax fiber, which is good for making hemp rope. Material: found flax, civilization degree +5. There is a carpenter in your tribe who found that flax fiber made hemp rope is of little use. Through his own advanced woodworking technology, he made the first weaving machine. Your tribe has linen cloth, and the craftsmen start to make it softer with linen cloth. Of clothes, discarded animal skins and obtain textile technology elementary, civilization degree +5. When Liang Zheng heard this, he suddenly remembered the defensive armor that had not been unlocked in the mall, which also caused his archer to be still naked. Raised it to a high level, gained 10 civilization points again, and then looked at the mall. Armor, linen clothing, 15 points / 1 piece. Defense, +15. Introduction: clothes made of linen cloth can block some damage. Seeing this, Liang Zheng couldn't help but glanced at his mouth. Only 15 points of defense, but it was better than nothing. He directly purchased 9 million sets, consuming 135 million points, and put them on for his archers. Now his archer's initial defense has reached 55 points, but he doesn't feel that it has improved much. It seems that his own exclusive arms and suits are powerful, but I don't know when the archer will be unlocked. Xia Yan had already walked in, staring at Liang Zheng with her eyes shining, making him bewildered for a while. "Why are you looking at me like this?" She looked a little shy. "We've found linen, can you make me a set of underwear?" Zhao Yao jumped up directly when she heard it. "Really? Oh my god, finally some clothes came. I want a skirt, a t-shirt, and a sportswear." Liang Zheng looked at her excited look and hurriedly stopped. "Stop! It's just linen now, at best it can be a sling." "Slings are okay, no, let me ask them to make a few sets for me." After talking, she ran away, and Xia Yan still looked at herself eagerly. "What do you think of me? If you want clothes, go with Zhao Yao. She takes care of it." After hearing Liang Zheng's words, Xia Yan hurriedly chased him out. Liang Zheng shook her head helplessly. It seems that women will never leave without clothes and bags. Wouldn't they be even more crazy if they had cosmetics in the future? Thinking of this, Liang Zheng started to have a headache. His equipment is very powerful, but he still hasn't gotten rid of the stone civilization. According to the historical trend, there should be the appearance of bronzes below. If you own it as soon as possible, then your Yanhuang suit can also be improved. Chapter 43, You Are Only Kishan. Liang Zheng thought of this and called Gu Hong in. "Chief, you call me?" Looking at Guhong, Liang Zheng sat at the dinner table and said while eating. Two things. First, let those craftsmen work hard on hitting the wood, use ropes, pulleys, and other techniques to see if they can come up with something new. When Liang was talking, he saw that the system did not respond, and it seemed that he was within the permitted range. The second thing is the chief. The second is to hold a game tomorrow, specifically for the cavalry, to see who has the better technique and who has the stronger ability, choose him as the commander of the cavalry. Upon hearing this, Guhong suddenly became energetic. Can I participate? No. Seeing Liang Zheng's direct denial, Guhong suddenly suffered a face, and Liang Zheng smiled. Don't worry, I know your talents and won't let you bury it. Hearing what Liang Zheng said, he came up again. Thank you, Chief. Then I will do it now. But as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a rumbling in his stomach. Liang Zheng couldn't help being a little amused. He pointed to the stool next to him, and Guhong hurriedly shook his head. Let you sit down, a big man is still squeezing it. Guhong sat down awkwardly, but stared at the food on the table, and Liang Zheng couldn't eat any more. Okay, it's all yours, take it, and go. As soon as Liang Zheng finished speaking, Guhong saw that the barbecue and seafood on the table had been packed up. Then he rushed to Liang Zheng and rushed out the door. Liang Zheng looked at him and shook his head. The Yanhuang Dragon City has already boiled, and everyone knows that the chief has to choose a leader in a public contest for the first time. Think about being the commander of 2 million cavalry, what a prestige it is, everyone is eager to try. The soldiers at the bottom are even more excited. They used to fight on the battlefield to get promoted, but now they have a way to get promoted. The chief kept giving them opportunities for the low-level soldiers. They believed that as long as they had the ability, they would surely become the generals leading the army. Guhong was already very busy at this time. The 2 million cavalry soldiers could hardly imagine, but fortunately, not all of them signed up, and there were only more than 20,000. The reason is that these people are recognized as the strongest among the cavalry. Whether it is military force or cavalry skills, they are top-notch existence. Even if the others are up, they cannot win. But even so, Guhong was still very busy. He had dragged away no less than 100 people from the residence, each holding a sign in his hand and filling in his name. It's not that these residents want to participate, but that the soldiers don't know words at all and can only write on their behalf. At that time, one of the residents stood up and shouted to Guhong, Master Guhong, I also want to sign up. Guhong looked at him. What's your name? Report to the adult, the younger is Kishan. Looking at Qi Tian, Guhong handed him the wooden sign directly. Qi Tian took the wooden sign and filled in his name, then turned and walked away. The reason why Guhong dared to do this is because Liang Zheng once said that any talent found among residents does not need to be reported, and the three of them can directly call the shots. Looking at Qi Tian just now, Guhong knew in his heart that this kid was definitely not easy. Seeing his sturdy skull, he looked like a practicing family, and his height was actually over 1.9 meters and his arms were extremely strong. After working hard for a whole day, it was finally over. In the early morning of the next day, all the soldiers and residents of the city came to the outside of the city, preparing to start the competition in a clearing. The first project is riding charge. Because the field is wide, there are hundreds of straight lines drawn with 5 giant trees on it, and 100 people charge at the same time. See who smashes the giant wood to the opposite side first, and only the first out of 100 people winners. Because of the large number of people, 20 venues are divided, each time there are 2,000 people playing at the same time, and each venue has 10 referees. After 10 rounds, the 22,000 people race ended and 220 people were promoted, including that Qi Tian, and his results were extremely good. The second round was the martial arts competition, but this time it was even more cruel. 220 people were divided into 4 martial arts platforms, with 55 people fighting in each of the martial arts platforms. In the end, only the first place was left and 4 people were promoted. The last 4 played against each other to decide the winner in the end, and Qi Tian was invincible all the way through. The reason for not riding a dragon to compete is simple. The dinosaurs are too large, and every time they charge is extremely terrible. In the end, if these 220 people competed on the back of the dragon, it is estimated that no one would survive, and would eventually die under the trampling of the dinosaurs. When Liang Zheng saw Qi Tian, he was surprised. At first he didn't know why his Yanhuang cavalry would lose to a resident. When he saw Qi Tian's attributes, he finally understood. General, Qi Tian. Health value, 2000. Attack, 300. Defense, 300. Speed, 100. Introduction: the generals who will inevitably remain in history, like Xiang Yu and Bai Qi, have all attributes of the troops they command increased by 10%. Liang Zheng's heart has been overwhelmed with joy. This is such a man of choice. The commander can increase the attributes of everyone in the army. Doesn't it mean that if he becomes the commander-in-chief of the 3 services, it will increase? Thinking of this, Liang Zheng stabilized his mentality. Now his subordinates are no different from real people. You can't mess around. Although they will not betray 100%, they will kill each other. Since the opponent will inevitably remain famous for the ages, wait for him to perform meritorious service, and he is slowly promoting him to the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, and then the rest will not say anything. Looking at his attributes, I'm afraid it's difficult even if you don't want to be famous. He is completely different from Gu Hong. Gu Hong has his own soldier bonus because he wears armor, so he can fight in the tide of beasts. But Qi Tian doesn't have any bonuses of his own, and even now he doesn't even have equipment, but this attribute has already exploded. It seemed that he had only obtained it accidentally when he bought the 2 million residents behind him. If he had obtained it during the beast tide, his edge would have to overshadow Gu Hong. Qi Tian stepped forward and listened to it. Qi Tian came to Liang Zheng under the enviable eyes of 15 million soldiers and 4 million residents, and then knelt on the ground. Master Chief. Kishan listens to the order. Qi Tian's voice was loud, and Liang Zheng, who was standing in front of him, was shocked by the roar of his eardrums, and at the same time, he was secretly surprised that he was worthy of the general talent. Today you won the contest. I order you to be the Hussar General and command 2 million cavalry. I hope you can fight the enemy bravely on the battlefield in the future and open up territory for the Yanhuang Dragon City. Qi Tian will definitely kill all enemies of Yanhuang Dragon City. Chapter 44 Major Discovery. On the high platform, Liu Rong, and Qi Tian were wearing brand new armors, each of which was unique. The armors were written with the words General Tiger Yang, General Fiyu, and General Hussar. The 15 million soldiers below shouted, "Long live my lord! Long live the Yanhuang Dragon City!" 400 million residents also cheered around, "Long live my lord! Long live Yanhuang Dragon City!" At this time, the Yanhuang Dragon City expanded, and Liang Zheng was revered as our lord from the chief. Now everything is on the right track. There are 3 generals in his 3 arms, and all of them are extraordinary. Liu is brave, and there is a man in the beast tide who is invincible. Liu Rong was calm, not only superb arrow skills, but also extraordinary ability to command troops. Not to mention Kishan, the introduction of the system alone is enough to explain everything. Liang Zheng is now really thinking about the external dangers. Every day, 1.2 billion points are credited to his account, and his soldiers are even stronger. Had it not been for the fact that the city could no longer be stationed with more soldiers, he would have increased the number of soldiers to 30 million, but if he wanted to continue to expand, he needed a higher degree of civilization, and he could only start from his own city. First of all, the first point is that he discovered that there are many people who do not know words, and the level of illiteracy is as high as 90%. If this is the case, let them all have a culture. As the saying goes, you are not afraid of hooligans playing choppers, but you are afraid that hooligans are educated. Let them learn knowledge to improve their horizons, and at the same time their own technology will be upgraded faster, but how do you do it? It is impossible to say directly, the system will directly obliterate itself, and the construction of the school is too avant-garde, afraid that this group of people will not understand it. After thinking for a while, Liang Zheng started to have a headache. I am angry. I am annoyed. I pulled my hair one by one. Guhong. Exist. You see, in our registration this time, a lot of people don't understand words and write fewer names. This is very scary and very bad. I think that we need to be both civil and military, do you understand? What do you mean? Liang Zheng looked at Guhong and almost threw the oyster in front of him on his face. He said it for a long time with me, right? Get it yourself. If you don't understand, don't come to see me. Seeing Liang Zheng suddenly angry, Guhong's body trembled. What do you want to comprehend? Seeing Guhong walking out of the house with a tangled expression on his face, Liang Zheng also patted his forehead. In the next half-month, everyone saw Guhong look like a devil, with a sad and bitter face every day, and even Luu and the others didn't even hear him say hello. Very horrible. Very bad. Both civil and military. Comprehend by yourself. He murmured these words repeatedly. A 200 Jin man who just lost a whole circle, Luu and several people discussed in a low voice. What the hell did you say to Guhong? Sitting at the door of my master every day, muttering for a day, and crying for a while, is something wrong? When Liu spoke, he pointed to his brain. Pull it down, Guhong's mind is much better than you. Didn't you see that my lord always discusses things with him? If you want me to see, he is just stumped. When Luu heard Lu Rong's words, he glanced sideways at him, but didn't say much. It was a tacit understanding. This guy is really true. If you have something to say, discuss it with us. I am worried about that, I will ask him. Qi Tian walked directly in front of him, but didn't pay attention. Guhong. Did my lord have a problem for you? Say it and we will help you think about it. Guhong was suddenly yelled by Qi Tian, and almost turned his back in fright, and then gave him a sideways glance. You can't keep your voice down? What should I do if I can't stand your eyes anymore? Qi Tian laughed. Luu and Lu Rong also walked up. Look at you, what's going on now? If you have anything to say, brothers will help you think about it. Seeing the appearance of these three brothers, Guhong was moved in his heart, and then said Liang Zheng's words again, but he was most afraid of the sudden silence of the air. 1 hour, 2 hours, 5 hours. I have something to go. My mother called me home for dinner. Strange, I suddenly felt that someone was calling me. Guhong watched the three people leave in a daze. After returning to his senses, the three of them were no longer visible, and he suddenly yelled at him. Shy buddies. A bunch of single dogs. Pretend to have family. Liang Zheng happened to go out at this time. After hearing Guhong's words, a black line suddenly covered his face, and then he called Zhao Yao and Xia Yan over. You two, who taught them those modern words? Xia Yan was taken aback. Apparently she didn't understand what Liang Zheng said, but Zhao Yao's eyes were dodging. Liang Zheng took a deep breath. Can't you teach something? The single dogs have come out. I advise you to rattle your tail. After speaking, he turned around and walked away, leaving Zhao Yao with an aggrieved expression. The Yanlong King city has entered a stage of rapid development in the stone civilization, and its territory alone has reached 600 square kilometers. Seashores, mountains, forests, plains, wilderness, rivers are constantly being explored every day. In the evening Liang Zheng was eating Kiar barbecue with two sisters, and a system voice came, which immediately made him excited. Someone in your tribe found a black stone at a bonfire party. After throwing it into the fire at will, they found that it could burn, and it was hotter than any flame. They studied it carefully and named it Shinai, some people call it Shiwang. Civilization event, your subordinates accidentally discovered coal. Civilization +5. Liang Zheng is so excited because he knows that discovering coal is tantamount to a big step forward in bronze smelting technology. As long as his bronzeware is cast, his overall strength will rise by more than one level. Lu wrong. Kishin. Hearing Liang Zheng's yelling, the three hurried over. Subordinates are here. Now the three of you, immediately organize a team to show me who found Shinai or Shiwang, and if you have any, bring him back immediately. Looking at Liang Zheng's excited expression, the three hurriedly got up and ran towards the tribesmen, but because there were too many people, it took 3 hours to find them. My lord, this is the person who found Shinai. Panting heavily, Qi Tian led a young man with a dirty expression on his face. He was a member of the exploratory troop. Farewell to my lord. Get up. Did you find that Shinai? After hearing Liang Zheng's words, the young man nodded, then took out Shinai from his pocket and looked at the dark coals, not to mention how excited Liang Zheng was. Chapter 45. Liang Zheng watched it for a while and found that the quality of the coal was particularly high, and it was dark and shiny under the light of the fire. And this small piece is extremely heavy, which shows that the minerals inside are extremely rich, and there are no coal holes inside. Where did you get this? My lord, I found it on the shore of the blue ocean. When I saw it was dark and bright, I thought it was just a beautiful stone. I picked some back, but I didn't expect. Speaking of this, the young man actually had tears in his eyes, but he resisted it and did not flow down. Liang Zheng saw his brow furrowed. Don't be afraid, what is going on if I am in charge of you? That is a rock cliff. The people have been exploring there recently. I found that when the tide is low, these stones will be exposed, but it needs to pass through a scorched corpse, but only one person can be accommodated. Because of my curiosity, I took some. Who knew that a monster appeared? He desperately wanted to grow and kill more than 100 people in an instant. My lord, you must be the master for us. Speaking of the end, the young man was already crying. Liang Zheng touched his head and soothed, don't worry, you are all heroes of Yanhuang Dragon City, and I will never let you sacrifice in vain. It seems that this piece of coal is not so easy to mine. First of all, the terrain is a big problem. It can only accommodate one person in. The difficulty of mining is greatly increased, and the efficiency is extremely slow. The second is the so-called monster in the sea. At present, I don't know what it is, but it kills as many as 100 people in just an instant. It is definitely a huge monster. Is there only one entrance to that place? When the boy heard Liang Zheng asking again, he nodded. I walked around for a long time, only to find the entrance. What about the reef? Is it huge? It's not very big, but there are many. Each is only 3 or 4 meters high, like a gate, but not thick. Hearing this, Liang Zheng's eyes brightened. Such a reef can be handled by himself, don't forget, he still has a bumping wood. Guhong! Liang Zheng yelled, and Guhong was pulling his hair in the distance. A good man was almost bald now, but when he heard Liang Zheng's yelling, his eyes instantly glowed, and he hurried over. Subordinates are here. Last time I told you that the craftsman researched the collision wood, how did the results go? When Guhong heard Liang Zheng's question, his eyes lit up instantly, and he hurriedly took out a piece of animal skin from his arms, with a design drawing on it. My lord, I have already studied it a long time ago, but you said that I couldn't understand it, so I didn't let me see you, so I didn't give it to you. Liang Zheng was speechless when he heard this. Did he put too much pressure on him? No matter how you feel like a good guy, you are almost fooled by yourself. Liang Zheng looked at the design drawing and was taken aback. Your craftsmen have created an unprecedented siege hammer, which has been recorded in the extreme survival history. Whether it is size or power, it is the pinnacle of this era. Discover the exclusive siege tool, Yanhuang Dragon Hammer, 10 million points/1, each construction takes 12 hours, and 20 can be constructed at the same time, civilization degree +5. Build now, 20. Seeing Liang Zheng's excitement, Gu Hong's heart finally fell to the ground. Turned around and ran out, but ran back again within a few steps. My lord, what should I do if I want to report something to you again? Liang Zheng wanted to slap him to death at this time. You understand things, but you can come and see me at any time. Hearing Liang Zheng's words, Gu Hong ran towards the craftsman happily as if a child had been praised by his parents. Many people were stunned along the way. It's over. Master Gu Hong is completely crazy. Liang Zheng looked at the blueprint in his hand and was shocked. He saw a giant four-wheeled vehicle painted on it, and there were two tall-shaped simple wooden frames on both sides. A 1,000-year-old giant tree with a length of 25 meters and a diameter of 7 meters is installed on the middle beam. It is polished from the trunk of the giant tree and weighs 25 tons. This thing is used to attack the city, and the city wall can be collapsed. At this time, he can't wait to let the Yanhuang Dragon Hammer appear immediately, and then take it to attack the sea and snatch the coal mine. I soothed my excitement and saw Zhao Yao in the distance. The two gave each other a glance and understood each other's feelings. At the same time, Liang Zheng's Yanlong warrior was already hungry and thirsty, and hurried back to the house. Loot a dense ocean forest. Early the next morning, Liang Zheng woke up and saw Zhao Yao lying in front of him smiling. Wake up, eat quickly. After Liang Zheng got up, he saw that the table was full of oysters, and his stomach suddenly surged. Although we have the sea, you can't always give me oysters. Who can stand it? What can I do? I don't have any fishing nets. I can only eat some shellfish, and there are no turtles on the shore. Hearing this, Liang Zheng's heart trembled. Fortunately, there are no turtles. Otherwise, he must have blood from his nostrils every day. After eating a bite of rice indiscriminately, Liang Zheng hurriedly ran out of the door. He happened to see Xia Yan coming over with oysters in his hand, and he was furious. Who is going to give me oysters? I will stuff her into the oysters. After speaking, he walked to the square angrily, leaving Xia Yan alone at the door in a mess, completely unaware of what he and Sheng Oyster did wrong. At this time, Liang Zheng had already arrived at the square, standing on the high platform, and saw 5 Yanhuang Dragon Hammers underneath. This time he just broke some reefs and couldn't take so many. Now the soldiers of the 3 armies are all on standby, waiting for Liang Zheng's words. Warriors, today we are going to conquer a piece of coast, where there is an unknown monster that killed hundreds of our explorers. Today we are going to cramp and peel it to comfort the martyr's spirit in the sky and those who violated our flames, though far away. The soldiers shouted in unison. Follow me. Even if you are far away, you must be punishable. Liang Zheng looked at the momentum and waved his hand. Go to the shore of the Blue Ocean. On this expedition, Liang Zheng brought 200,000 infantrymen, 300,000 archers, and 100,000 cavalry. The Yanhuang Dragon Hammer was also pulled by the dinosaurs. These were not cavalry, but some were captured and domesticated in the wild. A group of teams came out of Yanhuang Longchen, and the surrounding residents shouted loudly. Everyone cast an enviable look. It is the glory of everyone in Yanhuang Dragon City to be a soldier of the 3 armies now. The distance to the shore of the Blue Sea is only more than 60 kilometers. Liang Zheng spent about 2 hours to reach the destination. He looked at the vast ocean in front of him, and the sky was connected to the sea in the distance, and his heart was suddenly brighter. No wonder the ancients always said that a man's mind should be like the ocean, otherwise, how could he accommodate so many spicy mermaids? Chapter 46 The Drifting God, Ah Binson? Liang Zheng looked around and found the spot that the young man said, and the large group walked forward together. Now that they have experienced the baptism of the beast tide, they are even stronger. The Tyrannosaurus on the land and the pterosaurs in the sky have all conquered, but the overlord of the sea has not yet conquered, and now is a good opportunity. When Liang Zheng and the others came to the front of the reef, at this time the tide was low, Liang Zheng motioned to everyone to push the Yanhuang dragon hammer to break all the reefs. At this time, the huge Yanhuang warhammer approached the reef a little bit, because there were dinosaurs behind to help push it. Liang Zheng's soldiers only had to correct the direction. Soon the dragon hammer had been pushed to the designated position, but before Liang Zheng gave an order, he heard a roar. Oh! Everyone looked forward and saw a huge figure appearing. The exposed upper body alone reached a height of 30 meters, and Liang Zheng also appeared in front of his eyes. Dinosaurs, Mosasaurus. Health value, 30,000. Kill points, 1,000. Attack, 720. Defense, 580. Speed, land, 210, sea, 12 knots. Liang Zheng looked at the mosasaur in front of him, like a prehistoric giant crocodile, but even bigger than it, and finally knew why he would die 100 people in an instant. This is especially the mosasaur, the overlord of the Jurassic Sea. Originally, Liang Zheng might lose a lot of people, but now he is not afraid at all. Can you beat my Yanhuang dragon hammer no matter how fierce you are? I saw that the Mosasauron's front body was already on the coast and climbed to the shore, his body slowly revealed. Liang Zheng commanded his subordinates, constantly adjusting the Yanhuang dragon hammer. At this time, Mosasaurus's upper body had completely separated from the coast, and his head hit the reef fiercely, and instantly bounced to pieces. Liang Zheng could not even use the dragon hammer, as long as he concentrated on dealing with Mosasaurus. But it hadn't completely climbed to the shore, and it was almost reaching them. All the soldiers were waiting in full battle, preparing to fight with the dragon. Qi Tian stood in front, and the stone spear in his hand was constantly waving. At this moment, Mosasaurus slammed upwards, opened his big mouth, and bit him directly. Without Liang Zheng's command, the soldiers operated the dragon hammer and began to sway back and forth. Using the force of inertia, the dragon hammer shook more and more violently. When Mosasaurus arrived, it happened to hit Mosasaurus's upper jaw and knocked it to the ground. Your Yanhuang dragon hammer attacked Mosasaurus, causing 4,874 points of damage. Seeing this data, Liang Zheng's heart was shocked. Today's dragon hammer has not been shaken to the maximum extent, and it has caused such a high level of damage. If it is during a siege, it will achieve a stronger effect. Mosasaurus's body had already turned over, and he roared again, and blood slowly flowed out of his mouth, but this time they did not attack rashly, but stared at the Yanhuang dragon hammer. But at this time, all the other four have been pushed over, forming a line of defense. The dragon hammer is constantly shaking, ready to give it another blow at any time. Mosasaurus kept moving left and right, trying to find a suitable position, but no matter how it moved, the Yanhuang warhammer was facing it. Finally, I lost my patience and rushed over again. The front feet stepped on the ground forcefully and rushed forward. The body suddenly jumped up, trying to use the advantage of the body to smash the Yanhuang warhammer. But Lu Rong would not give it this opportunity at all. As soon as it appeared, he had organized archers to prepare for shooting, and just as it jumped up, the arrow rain had already fallen. But Mosasaurus's skin was so heavy that it couldn't be broken at all, but Lu Rong didn't intend to break its defenses at the beginning. Arrow rain was just to make its body hit and land quickly. Obviously his idea was also very successful. When Mosasaurus just leaped up, the arrow rain had already landed on it, and 100,000 arrows rain smashed it down instantly, just hitting the dragon hammer. Your Yanhuang dragon hammer has an attack power of Mosasaur, hits the weak point, causing 13,864 damage. When Liang Zheng saw Kang Long falling, he was leaning on his side, and the dragon hammer hit him in the eye. He screamed and blood spewed instantly. It just fell on the ground and was attacked by the dragon hammer to the top of his nose again. Masaurus instantly suffered from pain again and his body began to recede. Unfortunately, the Yanlong warhammer could not follow it, so he could only watch it retreat. However, I knocked out 2/3 of its health and took away one of its eyes. This kind of record is also quite proud. If someone else meets Mosasaur, it must be annihilated. When the soldiers saw the dragon fleeing in a hurry, they immediately cheered, but Qi Tian was unwilling. On this coast, his cavalry could not do its job at all, and could only watch the enemy flee. Looking at the messy coast in front of me, because of the tumbling of the dragon just now, a lot of coal has been dug out without digging. Otherwise, if people are lucky, even if they reach a dead end, there will be cars driving them away. Liang Zheng ordered the soldiers to collect the coal, and then let the people from the gathering troops come and start mining here. At the same time, a military camp was built on the side, leaving 50,000 infantry and 100,000 archers. Fearing that the dragon would take his grudges, he went and returned, leaving 5 Yanhuang dragon hammers and 10,000 cavalry here. At this time, everyone had begun mining. Liang Zheng watched the gathering troops have been digging for coal in an orderly manner. I'm afraid this is the first batch of miners in history, right? But then I thought about it. I'm afraid I don't know how many people have discovered the coal mine and started mining. When I think about it, he is very uncomfortable. It seems that I have to upgrade to slave civilization as soon as possible, and when the time comes to compete with those countries that have done so, I have to see how powerful those so-called hard-working and civilized survivors are, and whether they can compete with their own infinite firepower. Players compete. He led the rest of the troops back. Originally, he could go back in an instant by using the system, but now he has nothing to do when he goes back. It's better to take a stroll and relax. Seeing that his current points have reached 22.115 billion, Liang Zheng only feels that he is probably the number 1 billionaire in this Jurassic era, right? If there is also a ranking list here, I will definitely be in the top 50. But at this moment, Liang Zheng suddenly received an unexpected message. Unexpected civilization event, your tribe found a raft with a big net and a person on it. The person called himself Binson, who wandered at sea for 3 days, do you want to take it in? Liang Zheng looked at the news and was a little stunned. Brother Lu, are you crossing it? Now it is the Jurassic era, this is not for you, go back to your 17th century. Chapter 47, A Man Who Can Support the World? Liang Zheng is now more and more confused about the world. When Kishan such a freak appeared, he was already very surprised, and now there is a Binson, what is this going to play? Of course, how can a duck that reaches its mouth be let go? Yes. You took in a Binson. In order to repay your kindness, he taught your people how to build a raft and how to weave a fishing net. You have obtained shipbuilding technology elementary, civilization +5. You have obtained fishing net weaving elementary, civilization degree +5. Liang Zheng's mouth is crooked with joy at this time, but there is such a good thing? I saved someone myself, but I just gave away 2 technologies. If I want to do a good deed, I can't leave my name. I just come here and bring some gifts. Liang Zheng didn't hesitate, he directly upgraded the 2 technologies to the full level and gained 20 civilization points again. Seeing that the current civilization has reached 175 points, he can upgrade the slave civilization at 25 points. It seems that a beautiful day will not end easily. Liang Zheng walked towards Longcheng beautifully. He must wait for the delicious sea fish to be eaten when he returns. But at this time, he suddenly remembered something. Now that there is a fishing net, there will be more supplements in seafood. This girl, Zhao Yao, won't make up for herself, right? Liang Zhengxian returned to the house with a heart, and saw Zhao Yao arranging food there, just a bowl of chestnut rice, and some edible wild vegetables, and slowly exhaled. Liang was sitting at the table after entering the house. Zhao Yao's face was dangerous. Didn't you eat enough oysters? I changed you some light ones. You can eat more. Liang Zheng looked at the food on the table. Although there was no meat, it was good to eat some vegetables and rice occasionally. You must know that the wild vegetables at this time were all watered by Long Xiang. Looking at Zhao Yao with a smile on his face, Liang Zheng only felt that this girl was finally obedient, and he didn't intend to say what he originally wanted to educate. Tossing for a whole day today, I didn't eat anything. I was indeed a little hungry. I ate a mouthful of rice, but I felt a little Q-bomb, which immediately made him feel that something was wrong. Leaving the rice aside in a hurry, revealing the chopped sea cucumber inside, Liang Zheng was speechless, and then looked at Zhao Yao, but the other party still didn't wake up. He still looked at himself with joy. Liang Zheng pulled the wild vegetables apart, revealing the shrimp and shellfish inside, which were actually something that nourishes the kidneys. Liang Zheng was furious and instantly put the bowl down. Are you going to make up for me? Who suffers from eating like this? Zhao Yao's eyes were blaring and stirring. How is it possible? If you are so tired in a day, you will definitely be weak. Now you can make more supplements and strengthen them, then you will find later. Liang Zheng was speechless and walked out of the room angrily. His dream was to die on Zhao Yao's belly, but this vicious woman wanted to let herself lose too much blood and die. But as soon as I got outside, I saw the 3 army commander walking in front of me excitedly. My lord! Your idols have been built. They are 35 meters high. They are all made by our most exquisite craftsmen. They are simply brilliant and majestic. All the tribesmen are waiting for you to come and observe. Liang Zheng looked at the excitement of a few people, and he was a little embarrassed for a while. It's not so good. Although that said, Liang Zheng has already walked outside the statue, which can only be built by the leader, and now he finally has it, but I don't know what it will look like, what kind of majestic posture it will be. Seeing Liang Zheng's appearance, the 3 commanders were extremely happy in their hearts, and hurriedly followed. After they left, they came to another high platform with a few others. At the very beginning, Liang Zheng's residence was considered to be a central location, but now it has been expanded, and the north side has been leaning against the mountain. Only the east, west, and south sides have been expanded, so his statue was placed in the center of the city. Looking from a distance, a tall stone pillar stands in the distance. When it gets closer, Liang Zheng's face is full of black lines. Do you call this a statue? Isn't it just built of a few stones? I only saw the top head. Well, let's call it the head for the time being. It's completely angular and doesn't feel round at all. Looking at that body, alas! Oh yeah. That's a stone. You don't even bother to polish it, don't you? However, the only relief for Liang Zheng is that the legs and hands are separated, although they are also angular, like a square. How do Liang Zheng feel like an alien, Optimus Prime? For nothing else, when he was observing just now, he found that there was nothing like himself on the whole body of this statue, but only the hakama, which was full of potholes like spotted leopard print, was extremely image. These Liang Zheng can bear it, but I just want to know why there is still a optimistic one there? After inquiring, he got a speechless answer, that is, when the craftsmen observe him, every time they see their majestic posture, and it is enduring. So I feel that our Lord must be too ordinary, and we must highlight the majesty here, and finally we have this picture. A stone pillar full of edges and corners looked extremely rigid, coupled with the eye-catching leopard skirt, and the coquettish little tent, forming an extremely wretched picture. My lord, this is your sacred statue. The clansmen and women worship it extremely. Now it has been built, please give it a name. After Gu Hong finished saying this, the 3 generals around him also followed suit. My lord, please give me a name. Then all the soldiers and residents shouted loudly, "My lord, please give me a name." Liang Zheng trembled and patrolled around his body, then gritted his teeth and uttered 3 words. Optimus Prime. After speaking, he turned around and ran back home in tears. Everyone was a little puzzled looking at Liang Zheng's appearance, but Gu Hong suddenly had an epiphany. "I see." Everyone looked at him with doubts. "My lord is so great, he will be the giant of our Yanhuang Dragon City, and support a piece of heaven and earth for us. Optimus Prime can support the heaven and earth. My lord is our god." Speaking of excitement, Gu Hong actually shed tears and knelt in Liang Zheng's direction. At this time, everyone was infected by Gu Hong, and they all shed tears, and then knelt down in Liang Zheng's direction. "My lord. Like a god. Can support the world. My lord. Like a god. Can support the world." Liang Zheng looked at them, kept kowtow to himself, and at the same time screamed. He only felt that his life was dark. Gu Hong, this kid, absolutely can't let him relax. He can't think of something he thinks about. It's a set of things to think about, these useless things. You wait for Lao Zi. Chapter 48 Rapid Development, the Prototype of Society. Liang Zheng returned to the room and let out a heavy sigh. The men outside were still shouting. Zhao Yao and Xia Yan were both in the room, and his face was already flushed at this time. The statue is completed. As the top statue of this era, Optimus Prime has been included in the history of extreme survival, Civilization +5. Liang Zheng looked at the system prompts, looking unlovable, thinking how shameful it would be whenever someone saw this statue with the words Optimus Prime. After coming to the extreme survival world for nearly a month, I successfully left the first stain in survival. In the next few days, Liang Zheng would persecute him every time he saw Gu Hong. He thought that the other party would be tortured, but found that he was more energetic. It is also famously said that this is my lord's spur on me, and it must be that I also want to become an indomitable man. Liang Zheng felt that Gu Hong's number had been abandoned. Should he consider changing to another person to try it? But at this moment, Gu Hong's eyes flushed red and came to him. "My lord! My lord!" Liang Zheng squinted at him and asked angrily, "What's the matter?" "I understand it. I finally understand it." Seeing Liang Zheng's puzzled expression, he hurriedly continued, "That's what you told me half a month ago, asking me the problem of too much illiteracy and the craftsman's inability to communicate with each other." Hearing what Gu Hong said, Liang Zheng hurriedly stood up. "You really realized it? Enlightened. Then what are you waiting for? Go ahead and do it." "Ugh." Gu Hong hurriedly agreed, and then ran outside. Looking at his back, Liang Zheng felt that this number could still be upgraded. Although his technology is now very advanced, he is still in the stage of stone civilization. Where people now know how to teach, it is now very difficult for Gu Hong to understand what he means. The gathering troops will send back some coal every day, but it is in the summer and it is not used at all, so it exists in the warehouse. However, Liang Zheng let go. Anyone who wants to study can receive it directly without any restrictions. After all, this is the main energy source for the emergence of bronzes. At the same time, all the craftsmen began to communicate with each other, and their knowledge collided with each other and constantly rubbed against each other. Liang Zheng believed that it would bring him great changes. After a leisurely day, Liang Zheng returned home after gaining 1.2 billion points. Now his points have reached 23.35 billion. Upon returning home, Liang Zheng saw no less than 10 girls standing at the door to greet him, and he was a little surprised for a while. What's the situation? But then Gu Hong suddenly appeared. "My lord, didn't you say you wanted to find some girls to serve you last time? These are all carefully selected by me." Liang Zheng suddenly realized it, and remembered that he had casually talked to Gu Hong 2 days ago, but he had already forgotten everything afterwards, and he didn't expect him to still think about it. "Very well, I worked hard for you, now all things can be put down, mainly busy with your affairs, understand? Yes. My lord. After speaking, he ran out directly. Liang Zheng shook his head, and then looked at them. These are some residents who bought after purchase and are already completely human. Although they are not as good as Zhao Yao and Xia Yan, they are definitely beautiful in today's stone civilization. Welcome my lord home. I saw all 10 girls bending over 90 degrees with smiles. It must have been Zhao Yao's idea again, but why didn't she come out by herself? I was thinking, when I heard a burst of cheerful laughter. Zhao Yao and Xia Yan held hands, each holding a simple bag made of linen, talking and laughing. Liang Zheng looked at it for a while and wondered, when will the two of them get better? And speaking of it, it seems that I haven't seen Xia Yan for a few days. When they saw Liang Zheng, both their complexions were tight, and then they hurriedly hid their bags behind them, as if they were afraid he would find them. Don't hide, you have seen it all. After Liang Zheng finished speaking, he went straight back to the house. The two made a grimace at each other, and then followed in. As soon as Zhao Yao entered, she threw herself into Liang Zheng's arms, took out the bag at the same time, and swayed in front of Liang. Look, can't you? Liang Zheng is really not too cold with this kind of thing, and he doesn't know what to look at, but he can only deal with it. Nice. Hehe, this was made by Sister Yan following the craftsman for several days. If this didn't happen, I was given one. Liang Zheng glanced at Xia Yan and smiled a bit playfully. This girl is worthy of being a president. She has grasped Zhao Yao's weakness in just a few days and has become her sister. You must know that she is better than Zhao Yao. 1 year older. If you like it, I'm a little tired and want to rest. After speaking, they lay directly on the bed. When the young girls saw this scene, they were stunned, not knowing what to do. Zhao Yao waved her hand and everyone backed out, including Xia Yan. But as soon as she was about to leave, she heard the sound of a rain of bullets inside, and she suddenly messed up in the wind. Early the next morning, Liang Gang woke up and suddenly received a system prompt. Civilization event, Tickle Sequence Organization, your subordinate, Gu Hong, discovered that many ethnic people are culturally backward, so he set up an organization specializing in learning various professional skills. People call it Itch and Preface. They can learn bow horse techniques respectively. Gathering, logging, weaving, sacrificial rituals, hieroglyphs, all technologies and skills. The excellent skills and inheritance of the tribe have been widely spread, the knowledge of the Aborigines has been improved, the development has been more rapid, and the degree of civilization +5. Liang Zheng saw the prompt and nodded in satisfaction. It seems that Gu Hong did a pretty good job. Thinking of this, Liang Zheng once again has enough for 1 million residents, making it up to 500 million, which cost 150,000 points. And his own population has now reached the 20 million mark, and the system once again sent a reminder. Your urban population has reached 20 million, and it has begun to transform into a social prototype. It seems that he is not far from the slave civilization, and his technology has also been improved a lot, but there is still no bronze, which makes him a little anxious. Looking at the thriving Yanhuang Dragon City, a happy smile appeared on everyone's face. Now his land has reached 1,500 square kilometers, and he can't see it at a glance. However, for the convenience of the system, if you want to go to any place in the territory, you can reach it instantly, and of course you can also walk there, all by yourself. Zhao Yao also walked out at this time, leaning her head on Liang Zheng's shoulder. Her eyes were a little blurred for a while. Half a month ago, this place was just a small tribe, and now it has become a majestic giant city. Chapter 49. Liang Zheng's city has developed steadily, but he didn't know that his own crisis was also coming. In the days of slavery, Sam stood beside a woman crying. "A hole, dare someone treat you this way, Sam? Wait, I'll be ready to deal with him." "Sister, you must give this kid a good lesson. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have fallen into such a field. If I hadn't submitted a targeted slave to you in time during the beast tide, I'm afraid it's dead now. Marui gritted his teeth on the side, and was surprised when he saw his younger brother submit a targeted slave to him during the beast tide. She knew in her heart that if it wasn't for this guy to be desperate, she would definitely not use this feature. This could be said to be his last means of life-saving. Then I clicked directly to confirm, but at that time the beast wave attacked and didn't pay much attention to it. After the incident, the city was even more messy. The animal tide of the slave civilization is more than 10 times stronger than the stone civilization. This time she suffered a heavy loss. After half a month of rest, she was able to recover some anger. Sister, it's been half a month now. You also have 1.2 million soldiers in this city. You can deal with him if you want to. Moreover, your technology is still so high here, and the weapons have already been introduced into bronze. It must be no problem. Marui nodded, feeling that it was almost the same, but he was superior to dealing with a civilization, and it was easy to attack a stone civilization. At this time, Marui's system friends flashed. Hi. Marui, how are you doing? Seeing Bude's message in his friends column, Marui's eyes lit up. This guy is his own dog-licking man. He has been pursuing him for a long time, so why not let him use troops? Oh, my brother was beaten during the civilized era, and all the soldiers are gone. Why don't you come to me to help him get revenge? What? How dare someone do something to your brother? I'm sending troops now. Now I have 1 million troops, but I'm accumulating points to buy bronze arrows. Can you wait for me for a few days? Seeing Bud fooled, Marui snickered in her heart. No problem, it's not bad anyway. These few days, I just happened to save some points and buy some equipment. When Sam on the side saw it, his eyes were filled with viciousness, as if he had seen Liang Zheng kneeling on the ground. Liang Zheng has just finished what he loves to do at this time, and now Zhao Yao is simply unreasonable. Liang Zheng saw her legs become weak, and sometimes even secretly ran to other places to sleep. Today is a harvest day, and many residents are holding a handful of millet and throwing them at them to express their blessings. Civilization event, your tribe is born with a festival, civilization degree +5. After playing around for a while, people found that this was a waste of food, so they replaced everything with mud and put a grain of millet in it to represent blessings. Liang Zheng just went out, he was taken care of, and the next moment more mud came, and he instantly became the second Optimus Prime. He looked at the happy smiles of the people around him with his face covered in black lines. My lord! Happy holidays! The clansmen shouted one after another. Liang Zheng could only nod continuously, every time a piece of mud would fall down. But the soldiers in the army were even more sturdier. And they didn't know who came up with an idea, and they secretly put pebbles in the mud. After that, many people began to follow suit. Those who were hit would scream in pain and evade, and one of them was besieged by many people and couldn't avoid it, so he picked up the wooden board next to him and blocked it. Everyone stopped their hands at this moment, looked at the mud on the plank, pondered for a while, and then began to laugh happily. Civilization event, your subordinates accidentally used wooden planks to block mud, and as a result, they invented the shield and developed the first round shield, which made the infantry's defense stronger and its civilization degree +5. Your store has unlocked the shield, please check it carefully. In your exclusive equipment, the Yanhuang shield is turned on, please check it carefully. Liang Zheng turned on the system and looked at them all. Shield, round shield, 50 points/1 piece. Durability, 1000. Defense, 30. Introduction, a thick shield made of wood can improve the defense of infantry, and other arms cannot be equipped. Shield, Yanhuang shield, 100 points/1 piece. Durability, 3000. Defense, 80. PS, only for infantry. There is no need to choose, it is the Yanhuang shield. The 3 million infantry is directly equipped, which consumes 300 million points, and the remaining points are 24.25 billion. The Yanhuang soldiers can now be regarded as the most well-equipped infantry, and today the front row can also be the most luxurious. Arms: Yanhuang infantry, 100 points / 1 unit. Initial HP, 500. Initial attack, 81. Initial defense, 70. Initial speed, 60. Skill: Sunder armor. Weapon: Yanhuang knife, attack plus 70. Helmet: Yanhuang helmet, defensive power plus 80. Armor: Yanhuang armor, defense power plus 80. Shield: Yanhuang shield, defense plus 80. Roundup skills: attack power plus 30%, defense power plus 30%, speed plus 30%. Total attack power, 196. Total defense, 403. Total speed value, 78. The defense has reached 403 points, ignoring the amount of defense 201.5, thinking of the small copies before, they can't even break the defense now. And his civilization has reached 95 points. As long as he has 5 civilization points, he can be upgraded to the slave age. I am thrilled to think of this. When Liang Zheng was excited, Gu Hong suddenly ran over. My lord! The big event is not good. Our collection troops and soldiers have received an attack from Mosesa once again, and this time there are 2. Liang Zheng heard the anger in his heart. He thought he would not dare to come back when he beat it off last time. He didn't expect that he would even dare to bring one back to attack him this time. Since then he didn't leave. Order the troops to assemble, take the remaining 15 Yanhuang dragon hammers, and prepare to eat mosasaur meat at night. Gu Hong took the command and ran directly towards the troops. The 3 generals rushed to gather the troops when they heard it. Liang Zheng had no ink marks this time. Instead, he led the troops and directly reached the coast with the system. At this time, the large army was fighting Mosasaurus, but because of the shortage of troops, 2 Mosasaurs were doing whatever they wanted. Even the Yanhuang dragon hammer had already been destroyed too, and the remaining 3 were still struggling to support them. Liang Zheng's eyes were full of anger. These 2 beasts had completely gone ashore, constantly killing his subordinates. In just a short time, they had sacrificed tens of thousands of soldiers and destroyed 2 Yanhuang dragon hammers, which was 20 million points. Although I say that I have a lot of points now, I can't be lavish. I will upgrade my slave civilization soon. I don't know how many points I need to use and how dare I spend it indiscriminately. Chapter 50 Zhao Yao's Wisdom. Liang Zheng gave an order at this time, and the 1 million soldiers he brought collectively rushed towards the coast, with 200,000 cavalry in the front, pulling the Yanhuang dragon hammer. Followed by 300,000 infantrymen, and 500,000 archers in the last row. Kang Long roared when he saw the human forces coming, especially when he saw more Yanhuang dragon hammers. His eyes showed fear and he wanted to retreat. But Liang Zheng didn't give him a chance. Now he has a fishing net. In order to prevent it from reappearing, he has long been ordered to use weaving technology to connect it into a big net. This is the time. But to his surprise, the other party actually came too, but De Wang only had 1, but it was enough to catch 1. At this time, the cavalry was divided into 2 rows. Qi Tian was the first to bear the brunt. The big net in his hand was opened, and the dinosaurs under him were madly running towards Mosasaur. Their purpose was very simple, as long as they put the net on its tail. It's okay. As long as it is trapped, there are dozens of kilometer-long ropes behind, which can accommodate 20,000 cavalry. The cavalry in front was also very powerful, and directly wrapped it around the dragon's body, tightly wrapped around its tail, and wrapped around its body. Mosasaurus roared for a moment when he was trapped, and then began to retreat, and the cavalry in front of him continued to pull back, like a tug-of-war. But this guy's strength is really fierce, and the 20,000 cavalrymen are in a stalemate with it. After Liu Yu saw it, he first divided 120,000 infantrymen, each group of 6, to push the dinosaurs under the cavalrymen. Then he led 50,000 soldiers to control the Yanhuang dragon hammer to deal with another mosasaur, so as not to come to support it. Liu Rong even let the archer start shooting another mosasaur that was not trapped, using this to divide the battlefield and buy time for the Yanhuang dragon hammer. With the joining of 120,000 infantrymen, pushing the dinosaur under the cavalry, mosasaur suddenly struggled, his body began to be dragged forward, and his mouth kept roaring. Liu Rong found an opportunity and ordered 500 archers to aim at Mosasaurus's mouth and start shooting. In an instant, all 500 arrows were shot into Mosasaurus's mouth, each of which was a weak point attack. On the other side, the warriors had already waved the dragon hammer and began to attack the other mosquito dragon. 18 Yanhuang warriors blocked the water surrounding it. Under Liang Zheng's order, don't calculate the cost, just kill Mosasaurus, and the Yanhuang dragon hammer will continue to attack it, and the blood volume will drop crazily. But it also angered it, just a swing, the tail and body smashed 5 Yanhuang dragon hammers, and 6 of them had been knocked off the distance, but Liang Zheng didn't care at all. Although he said he lost his points, he did not care about it. How can it be? At present, this coal mine is the most important thing for me. As long as the bronze mine is discovered, then my coal consumption is undoubtedly huge, and the current storage amount is simply not enough. The soldiers all attacked vigorously, and the infantrymen slashed and killed the unnetted dragon, and the rain of arrows from the archers continued to fall on its back. The surviving dragon hammer continued to attack it, and after a full 10 minutes of fighting, the dragon wailed and subdued it. And the mosquito who was caught in the net had no strength anymore. Panting heavily, Liang Zheng saw that he directly ordered his subordinates to behead it. Your troops beheaded the Mosa's dragon, gained 500 points and 500,000 copies of the moss dragon leather, which can be used to make Mosa's dragon armor. Your troops beheaded the Mosa's dragon, gained 500 points and 500,000 copies of the moss dragon leather, which can be used to make Mosa's dragon armor. After 2 consecutive reminders, Liang Zheng was a little surprised when he saw it. He didn't expect that this mosasaur skin could also be made into armor. The original 5,000 mosasaur leather had become 500,000 copies after a hundredfold crit, and he looked at them all. Armor, Mosasaurus armor, 100 points / 1 piece. Defense, plus 80. Introduction, made of mosasaur leather. It is extremely heavy and has outstanding defensive power. Helmet, Mosasaurus helmet, 100 points / 1 piece. Defense, plus 80. Introduction, it is made of mosasauran leather, light, durable, and not suitable for breaking. Looking at the defense equipment of the 2 mosquitoes, Liang Zheng knew that it was of the same level as the Yanhuang suit, but the Yanhuang suit could only be shipped to Yanhuang soldiers, but these could be worn by his archers. Now that there are 10,000 mosasaur leathers, 1 million pieces of armor can be made directly. As for helmets, if you have the opportunity to talk about it, this thing is simply not enough. 1 million mosasaur armors appeared, costing 100 million points, and they were directly worn on the most elite archers. It would be great if they were hunting a few. But this is just to think about it. Mosasaur is not a gregarious creature at all. Now that 2 can appear, it is already very strange. Liang Zheng once again comforted the exploratory troops, and then left more troops to station once again, placing the remaining 6 intact Yanhuang dragon hammers here. After returning, Liang Zheng directly ordered his subordinates to have a big party tonight, to open the dragon's intestines and stomach, and clean it. Today, we will come to a full banquet for the dragon. When the soldiers heard it, they cheered and shouted loudly. Long live my lord! Long live my lord! Liang Zheng went back to the house to rest for a while, and then began to think about how to promote the bronze ware, and at the same time chatted with Zhao Yao. She blinked at Liang Zheng, and she felt a little hairy when she looked at him. Seeing Liang Zheng's appearance, Zhao Yao stopped teasing him. Have you forgotten what I studied? Wait, I can make our Yanhuang Dragon City progress in a few days, but you have to hurry and find the bronze ore. Liang Zheng watched her immediately become energetic, knowing that she must have an idea, and if she can't, she won't speak the vernacular in front of her. What can you do? Tell me quickly. Actually, it's not my method. I can only say that it speeds up. After all, now that coal is available, the temperature of combustion has greatly increased, but we haven't even made pottery. What does this mean? Liang Zheng shook his head. He really didn't know anything about historical civilization. This shows that they haven't discovered the important use of coal. I will see if there is any way in the past few days to suggest to the craftsmen and let them burn the pottery. When Liang Zheng heard this, he glanced at the sling on her body and the backpack next to her. He believed that if this girl was willing to work hard, he would be able to show pottery within a few days. In fact, the production of bronzes has a major relationship with the emergence of pottery, because the production of pottery requires a higher furnace temperature, but occasionally the casting of bronzes was discovered. At this moment Liang Zheng looked at Zhao Yao's eyebrows and smiled, his face filled with words of rewarding me quickly, but Liang Zheng ignored her. Now he just said it out, and he hasn't done it yet. How can I give a reward? Then he silently took off his clothes and lay on the bed, with an expression of Ren Jun picking on his face.